Hello, everyone. Welcome. Um, we're getting started now on the IFLA IT section, 24 Hours of Library Information Technology. My name is Cory Lampert, and I am the IT section chair. And I will start us off this event with some remarks from the chair. I'll just go ahead and share my screen here. See. Okay, hopefully you're able to see a presentation now as we get started. Once again, welcome to the IFLA 24 Hours of Global IT in Libraries. This is a presentation of the IFLA section on information technology. And my name is Cory Lampert, and I'm the section chair from the Information Technology section. I work at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in the United States, and I am very happy to be here with all of you today to kick off this event. It's going to be an exciting day. We have a lot of great content here for you. So to start with, I thought I would go over a few logistics for the event. If you're looking for program information or you want to check and see what speakers are coming up, the program link is available on the Zoom event page, which you used as you came into the event. On that page, you can also view the presenter bios, and you can look at the different speakers that we'll be hearing from today. If you have registered for this event, you can come and go with that Zoom link while the sessions are in progress. You will go right into the webinar, and we encourage people to join us for sessions, leave when you need to, and there will be a recording provided after the event for any of the sessions that take place outside of your time zone. So if you've registered for the event, you will get a copy of the recording after the event. We've also requested for speakers to send us presentations so that we can make those available to you after the event. So presentations will also be accessible if speakers have provided them. During the event, please feel free to use the Zoom features such as question and answer. If there's a session going on and you need to ask a question or would like to contact the speaker, please use Q&A. If you would like to interact with any of the attendees or make a comment, please use the chat. And we're also moderating these sessions. So if there's any problem, if you need any assistance during the event, please feel free to use the chat if you need to flag a moderator or get their attention for any assistance. There's a caption feature also available if you are joining and would like to view the automated transcript of the session. And when you activate the captions, you can also adjust the language to your preferred language. So feel free to use those features. And if you have any questions, use the chat and we will try to help you out if you're having any technical difficulties. And with that, I would like to welcome you once again, and hopefully everyone will enjoy the event today. So this slide just talks a little bit about our section goals. As you can imagine, our section focuses on information and communication technologies, and we are concerned with all aspects of the technology life cycle, including creation, organization, storage, maintenance, access, retrieval, and transfer of information and documents. This is for all types of libraries and information centers. And our scope is constantly evolving as technology does, but some of the different topics that we are concerned with include IT management, training and policy, new technologies. You're going to hear a lot about text mining, machine learning, and of course, artificial intelligence today. We're also interested in digital transformation, robotics, automation, the sustainability and access to technology, as well as how we can collaborate and partner together for services and platforms. And we also have a growing interest in data management and analytics. We have two special interest groups underneath the IT section, and those include artificial intelligence and the big data special interest group. You'll hear a lot of presentations on these topics today, but I'd like to encourage you to contact us if you're interested in working on these topics with us. We always are welcoming collaboration, working together, joining our different expertise for projects with other IFLA sections or members, and we welcome volunteers. You do not need to be a member of IFLA to get involved with our section or our SIGs, so please reach out if you're interested. So this is a photograph taken from the Special Collections and Archives where I work at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. It's from about 1981. And you can see that this is maybe what some people think of as old technology. But IFLA provides us with a robust venue for library technology experts to work together in our section and with the SIGs. And we're really working to tackle the challenges of our profession and positively impact the larger information landscape. And while it's critical that we bring our expertise in understanding technology to the table in these conversations, I also believe that we have an even more important role than just technical support in our libraries. And as chair, one of my goals is to affirm and amplify that library IT professionals have an obligation to bring the human perspective to every technology that we design, build, implement, and manage in our libraries. We add a lot of value as IT professionals every day by raising questions throughout the life cycle of technology development and assessment. And library IT adds this value every time we collaborate with our colleagues to problem solve. We not only bring creative and innovative solutions to the table, we can also influence decisions and inform policy. And we can bring user perspective that is essential to technology implementation and bring up ethical questions that need to be raised. This unique combination of skills will be showcased throughout the presentations that you'll hear today. And we hope that it empowers you in your work as you take this powerful combination of technology plus people to enact action in your libraries and communities. So our priorities have been brainstormed prior to this event today. We got together and we did a lot of brainstorming, and we formed regional teams that got together, and we sat down and thought about some of the priorities that are important to address in this event and going forward. And I just thought I would share some of those with you before we get started. You may have noticed artificial intelligence is a top priority across the globe. You're going to hear presentations on that topic today. But in addition, we have heard through the brainstorming that immersive technologies, accessible services, digital partnerships and collaborations, digital transformation, library data support, trust and identity management, digital preservation, and big data analytics for decision-making are also priorities that came up in our regional and global brainstorming. And so these are some of the ideas that we have to take from this event going forward into our planning for our next year of activities. We also encourage you to share your thoughts on IT priorities from your perspective and organization. We have a Miro board that is open for brainstorming. It will be available for the duration of the event. The whole time that we're running this event, this board will be open, and you can share your ideas there as well. It does require you to create an account, but if you go through that process, you can then select a virtual post-it note and you can add your thoughts on what you see are regional IT priorities, what you see as global priorities, and the urgency that you would assign to those priorities. And this will be very helpful to us going forward, as the section and the SIGs will use this information as well as the list that I shared with you as we go into our next round of action planning. The IT section has been very active in working on regional, smaller conferences, such as the AI symposiums that we've done for several years. We've been doing these all over the world, and pretty recently we did an AI symposium associated with the World Library and Information Congress in Galway that spurred the group to propose the AI SIG creation in IFLA, and we followed that up with additional planning for AI symposiums, including the next AI symposium will be held in Qatar, and there is another one that is planned in South Africa for 2025. So I hope that you will share your thoughts and priorities, and feel free to propose collaborative projects or a satellite or regional meeting, such as I've described with the AI symposium. We would love to hear from you. So today we will begin our event. We are calling it IFLA 24 Hours of Global IT and Libraries because when we were faced with a year without a World Library and Information Congress, we thought that we should get creative and think about what could be something different that we could do this year that would meet our section's goals and do something more than just a small webinar or a series of webinars. And our team came up with the idea that we should cross all time zones and try to have this 24 hours of webinar content that anyone can access from anywhere, freely available. And we've come up today with a great program. We didn't quite make exactly 24 hours, so we fell short by a small amount, but our goal, I think, has been successful in finding a wonderful tour for you today of IT and libraries across the world. We've got 46 plus speakers and moderators from all over. We have 24 countries represented and 5 IFLA units that have collaborated with us. And all of this work was only possible with the cooperation of one great planning team. And so I want to do a shout out briefly to these key critical members of the IT section and the SIGs who really stepped up and helped to make this event possible. In particular, I'd like to shout out our information coordinator, Francois Xavier Buffy, who is probably backstage in the meeting right now, helping speakers get oriented. Francois, thank you for all of your help, and we'll give you a wave hello. Hello, thanks so much. And I don't know if Elena Sanchez Nogales is with us this morning, but actually it's evening in my area, but Elena is the Information Technology Section Secretary, and she's also been instrumental in planning the event, along with our regional team members who you will meet during the event, and our conveners of the SIGs. So when you see these folks in the event, just know that they did a huge, massive amount of work to make the logistics possible for us today. Thank you all so much. In addition, this is just a roster of our IT section members that I wanted to share with you so that you could get a sense of who our standing committee is and where we come from. We have great geographical representation, and you'll be hearing from many of these folks during the event. Same goes for our special interest group members, big data and AI. We also have a thank you going out to those members who helped to recruit speakers to promote the event, and hopefully you'll see some of them here today as well. And now I would like to introduce our regional team for this first phase of our event. I'm going to introduce to you Big Data SIG convener Patrick Scher and IT Section Standing Committee member Yi-Chin Luo. And they are basically the point people that have made this first round of presentations possible. Patrick leads the Big Data SIG, and the focus areas are listed here on the slide. I encourage you to get in touch with Patrick if you're interested in working with the SIG. But at this point, I thought that I could turn it over to Patrick and Yi-Chin to give us some brief remarks and perspective from the region. So at this point, I will pause, and Yi-Chin, you can feel free to speak.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I am Patrick Scher from the National Library Board of Singapore. I am currently serving as the Big Data 6 convener. So the Big Data 6 was set up in response to the IFLA IT Trends report from 2013. So the 6 focus is basically, there were 3 goals. So the first one would be to talk about ethical considerations for governing big data in the library industry. We also organize workshops to help library professionals to improve their data literacy skills. And last but not least, also to create a focal point for the discussion and sharing of use cases surrounding the use of IT and big data in the library service delivery domain. So I would like to thank you for joining the Asia region segment of the 24-hour of IT event today. So we have an interesting lineup of 3 talks set up for showcasing the innovative use of IT in libraries across the Asia region. So from leveraging generative AI to enhance library services to transforming cataloging processes with AI and automation. And finally, the last talk will talk about the power of data sharing for insights into the digital reading behavior. So these presentations promise to offer valuable perspective on the future of our fields. And without further ado, I would like to invite Yi-Chin to share a few words on the region.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Yi-Chin from National Library Board Singapore. I'm the Deputy Director for under the Technology Services Group in NLB. So glad to see everyone here today. You have heard from Cory and you have heard from Patrick. I think we are all here together to put together an event that hopefully can address some of these IT priorities within the globally. And I think for this morning, we are looking at the APAC region to see how we can actually put together, bring everyone together to discuss about topics that we are all concerned of. So as the APAC region, I mean, as a rep from Singapore, I mean, I like to actually represent or help to surface some of the IT priorities and to discuss at a global platform. I mean, IFLA IT section actually offers a good platform for all the IT professionals to come together to discuss about things that addresses that's of concern to the libraries across the world. So I'm glad I have given this opportunity to discuss all this in a bigger platform, and really hope that the APAC region representative would also come together to see how we can actually organize some of the activities even within the APAC region as well. For example, I think last year in March last year, we organized a midterm meeting in Singapore focusing on AI. And I think that session was very well responded. We have people that's flying into the Singapore to attend the webinar, the hybrid meeting. And we have lots of people who join online as well. So that was a highly successful event, and we hope if we are able to gather more topics of interest, there's potential for us to organize more sessions in future as well. So that's the brief introduction that we have. Without further ado, I guess we will be waiting for the next big the opening session, right, Cory?
Yes, thank you so much, Yichin and Patrick, for your remarks. I appreciate the perspective from the region, and thank you again for your efforts in organizing in your area. It looks to me like Vicki McDonald has entered the webinar, so I will spend a few moments now to prepare an introduction. It is my great honor to welcome Vicki to our event today. We feel very grateful for her time at this very busy season approaching the Future Summit, and she's been very gracious in coming to our event as the keynote speaker. I would like to spend a couple of moments just giving you some background on Vicki. I'm sure you all know her, but let me set the stage before she speaks by telling you a little bit about her background. Vicki McDonald is a recognized leader in the library and information sector. Spanning 4 decades, her career has included leadership roles in public, academic, and state libraries. Her professional interests include a client-centered approach to designing services and spaces, digital inclusion services to First Nations people, and a commitment to delivering lifelong learning opportunities for the community and profession. In 2016, her national and international experience led to her appointment as State Librarian and Chief Executive Officer of the State Library of Queensland. And Vicki understands the need for a strong, relevant, and innovative library service, and this is reflected in State Library's achievements under her leadership. In her current role, Vicki provides strategic leadership for a significant program to transform state library services, collections, and spaces through State Library's digital strategy, Digital by Design. State Library is recognized for its services to First Nations communities and for documenting and making accessible content related to Queensland's First Nations peoples. To ensure that State Library retains its world-class status, she is championing the development of a strategy to renew spaces within the nationally recognized building. And as we know, throughout her career, she has been very active in professional associations, and she is currently president of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, our IFLA, for 2023 to 2025. And it's my great honor now to pass the mic over to Vicki and give her the stage. Thank you so much for being here today, and I'll end my remarks here. Thank you so much.
Hi, Cory, and thank you very much. It's certainly terrific to be here with you today, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I'm joining you from, which is the Turrbal and Yagara people. I'm actually in Meanjin, Brisbane, Australia, and my library is located on the Maiwa, which is the Brisbane River, and we're also located on Kurilpa Point, which is a traditional meeting, gathering and sharing place for Aboriginal people. And certainly as a library, it's a tradition that we're continuing every day of the year. So I'm just going to share my screen and bring up the presentation. So hopefully you can see that okay. I can see nodding, so that's always a good sign. So, and first off, I'd just like to thank Cory and the IT section for scheduling this 24 hours of IT. It's certainly a mammoth undertaking, across 24 hours across 5 zones. So fantastic. And I certainly applaud you for giving this a go, and I wish you every success. What I do in my presentation is share with you some of the work that IFLA is currently leading at the moment, and specifically the IFLA Trend Report for 2024. And I'll just minimize a couple of my slides so I can see things. So as you probably know, since 2013, IFLA has been developing trend reports, and they've played a really important role in generating conversation. And one of the key roles of IFLA, of course, is to give people the tools and resources to go about their work, but also to research and be aware of the trends, to think about how their libraries can respond to trends as well. So this trend report for 2024 is the first major review in over a decade, and the big focus of this trend report is on information and technology. So of course, I thought it really fitted really well with today's conference on 24 hours of IT. Now, we've chosen information and technology, and the context is what can libraries contribute and to make society much more meaningful to our communities that we serve as well. We have the trend report on the IFLA website, so you'll be able to look at the trend report if you wish. The literature review is what I'm going to share with you today, and we're currently seeking feedback. Now, feedback is due on the 29th of August, so there's not much time left, but I do think that the literature review is also a really useful tool to be having as a conversation starter within your own libraries as well. I know that here at the State Library of Queensland, where I work, we'll be using it as part of our strategic planning workshops that we're embarking on over the next 2 months. It is very much future focused, so we're being prompted to think about libraries in the future. What are the key issues and trends that we need to be aware of in planning our services and delivering services? And I'd like to particularly acknowledge the work of Stephen Weiber, the Director of External Affairs at IFLA, who has been leading this really important work, and also acknowledge SIGL, who have funded this work as well. So we'll just step through it as well. So the research has been commissioned to be undertaken by Professor Michael Deswani and Dr. Kim Osman. And Michael and Kim are at the Queensland University of Technology, also based here in Brisbane. And they've been commissioned to undertake a series of phases in developing the trend report for 2024. The first phase is the literature review, an international scan of different reports to identify trends. And the focus is very much on international, and that we wanted to ensure that we actually reflect and represent what is happening across the globe. We've also been working with a reference group of our colleagues from different IFLA groups as well. Now, the literature review, which I'm going to share with you, has identified 7 trends. And what I thought I'd do is just step through those trends, because I think they'll probably set a good context for the conversation that you will have over the next 24 hours as well. As I said, the literature review is available on the IFLA website, and so you'll be able to look at it in depth as well, and also use it as that tool to do your strategic planning, have internal conversations. As I step through the trends, I will also reflect on some of the work that we're doing here at the library where I work, the State Library of Queensland, because these trends that have been identified are very relevant to the work that we're doing as well. So let's dive in and have a look at these trends. So the first trend is that knowledge practices are changing, and importantly, that the future holds both opportunities and challenges for improving equity in knowledge systems. So when you explore this trend, you'll see that what is being reported is that countries are recognising the need to prioritise diverse and marginalised voices. And that is taking place from entertainment and storytelling through to policy and decision making. And that we are looking at ways to incorporate traditional knowledge and non-Western knowledge and knowledge systems into the mainstream and dominant cultures. And one of the things that you'll notice as you explore the trend report is that the trends are interrelated, and that, you know, nothing stands alone, everything impacts each other. And this trend number 1 also links through to trend number 5. This particular trend is particularly relevant to me today. Here at the State Library of Queensland, we're hosting an Indigenous Languages Symposium, and we've brought together about 280 people. They're language workers, librarians, archivists, teachers, community workers, researchers, government workers, who all have an interest in this really important area of knowledge. And the importance of language is intrinsic to culture as well. Here at the State Library of Queensland, we've been doing a lot of work on reclamation of languages, documenting languages. In Queensland, there's over 100 First Nations languages, but only 2 are really spoken very regularly on a daily basis. So we're doing a lot of work to preserve and make accessible the languages. One of the way the trend report has been formatted, as you move through the trends, there's a description of the trend with lots of references, but that also ends with a little box about things to think about. And in this trend number 1, which, as I said, is around the knowledge practices are changing, it's referring us back to some of the movements that have occurred in the last few years around Black Lives Matters, Me Too, equality. So picking up the importance of having diverse and marginalised voices represented in our collections. And the format is that you are then given some questions, which are the prompts for having discussions in the library. So in relation to trend 1 is, how diverse is your library service? How are you personalising your library service? And how do you build skills in your community to counter misinformation? And misinformation, of course, is a theme that will come across a number of the trends that are represented in the trend report as well. So we then move to trend 2, and I guess it's no surprise to see artificial intelligence is listed as a trend for us to be considering. And trend 2 is artificial intelligence and other technologies are transforming society. And of course, generative AI and new technologies are changing how we create, share, and use information. And in this area, there's developments are moving very quickly. And here at the State Library of Queensland, we've got a number of projects underway at the moment, which is using AI to improve access to our collections. One of those is virtual veterans, where we've actually making accessible the history of World War I from a first-person experience. So we've digitised diaries, letters, the history of World War I, as well as newspapers from that particular period. And it enables people to ask questions and engage with a soldier called Charlie. So it's the opportunity that I guess that we're focused on is how we can make AI increase and improve access to our collections and make them engaging to new audiences. So with virtual veterans, it's a product that we're actually particularly focused on engaging school children with the First World War history and linking it to the Australian curriculum. This trend considers the role of technology in spreading misinformation via deep fakes, the use of reality technologies to create immersive environments, the rise of digital twins, which I think is particularly interesting, and the potential of technology for large-scale preservation of information in response to the threats of information loss. One of the things that we considered, certainly when we were embarking on using artificial intelligence to make our collections accessible, is to consider the issues that we needed to consider. So one of the first things that we developed is to develop some principles on the use of AI, and that guides how we will be using artificial intelligence in our work. So the principles that we have developed are available on our website. So it's a public document, and you can access it on the State Library of Queensland website if you're interested. As you move through the trend report, you'll see also that each trend lists the opportunities and the challenges that need to be considered in relation to the trend. And of course, with AI and other technologies, the opportunities are the automation of everyday tasks, the new ways to engage with information but also the lower cost of internet connectivity is enabling more people to engage as well. But as I mentioned, we also need to be aware of some of the challenges, and that's what also prompted us to develop our own principles here at the State Library of Queensland. So some of the challenges in relation to this trend are around information integrity, balancing the rights of creators and enabling new forms of creativity, but also the information loss from cyber attacks. And as I said, so the things to think about, so the summary at the end of that particular trend is about considering the gaps in technological connectivity in countries where people mostly live in urban centres, and what the implications are for people living in rural and remote areas who are relying on older 3G and 4G, but also it has implications for how people can access education and other services. And as before with the previous trend, we've got questions there. Well, how will AI change things like learning, language translation, and creating content and information? And how will libraries prioritise security, and what implications will additional security measures have? So as I've said, we have thought about some of these questions, and they've been reflected in the principles that we've developed and made accessible on our website. We believe it's really important to be transparent when we're using AI, and we will always make a statement when we've used artificial intelligence as well. We've also got some guidelines for staff as well, and how to use it in their work as well. So we're certainly embracing AI, but doing it wide open with some of the implications that we need to consider as well. Now, trend 3 is trust is being renegotiated, and I think trust is a big issue today in any organisation, and we certainly know that trust in governments and public institutions across the world is declining, and as public institutions, libraries really need to be aware of trust. I know that in my organisation, being trusted is a very important value that we particularly want to hold on to, and we want to ensure that our clients have trust in the material that we're sharing with them. The trend, when you read the document, considers how trust and accountability interact to impact information systems, from the loss of local news services to tensions in open information movements. So you can see there's quite broad some of the context that these trends are being considered. The loss of local news is a big issue in the state where I live. I grew up, we're having local newspapers in my community. They've all gone now. So that important source of what was happening within the community has been lost as well. So we need to think about how we're actually documenting the local history, the contemporary history of our communities as well. And the things to think about in relation to this particular trend is paywalled journalism, and how people can actually access the news. And when it's behind a paywall, of course, it's limiting the people who have access to that journalism as well. And the free access of information is obviously very important as well. And we bring in here the ideas around media literacy, and of course that will come through in some of our other trends. So what we have here are some of the questions: is what role can libraries play in news deserts? And I think that's the absence of having that local journalism. And I know that there's different libraries around the world who actually are playing a role in actually documenting and sharing news in their communities. I've seen where there's TV stations, news radios and things like that located in public libraries. So it's really prompting us also to think about how can libraries help to build trust in public institutions. And what it prompted me to think about is some of the work that's particularly happening in Denmark around democratization and building democratic skills in their communities as well, being informed and being able to respond to what's happening in their community, have input into policy as well. And of course, here I'm thinking particularly about the work at Aarhus Library in Denmark there. So if we move on to trend 4, and I think it's something that everybody can relate to, that skills and abilities are becoming more complex, and people will need practical, critical and digital skills to survive. There's certainly an urgent need to address the skills gap, with benefits that will be brought about by improved media and information literacy. And here in Australia, we've just had a very significant report released, Adult Media Literacy in Australia, which actually tracks the trends of how people are accessing information, how confident they feel about their ability to identify misinformation particularly. So there's a lot of issues to be thought about in relation to this particular trend. And as I've just said, the Australian Media Literacy Alliance has been doing a lot of really important work. Their report was released last week, so it is very recent and provides a lot of data that will be useful, I think, beyond Australia as well. So the question that are being prompted to think about is, what are the roles of libraries in identifying and addressing emerging skill gaps in communities? What professional development do libraries need to offer staff? And of course, as people who are involved in information and sharing information, we need to be focused on building our own capabilities as well. And does media and information literacy offer a solution to online harms and threats? So we know from the report that was released in Australia that people really want to know more, particularly around AI, misinformation, and to build their skills. And what we've got to be thinking about is what sort of training can libraries also be providing. The report indicated that people do have a preference for doing some of this training online, whereas people in the 65 and above have a preference to going to a library. So that's a real opportunity for libraries to step in there and provide that particular training as well. So trend 5 is digital technologies are unevenly distributed, and that digital inclusion will increase equity, so that being the flip side. The report has identified that the digital divide is deepening, and people without access to technologies and the skills to use them in the ways that they need them are at risk of being left behind. And I'm sure that this is no surprise to any of you at all. Here at the State Library of Queensland, we're doing a lot of work on digital inclusion. We're very aware that we have many groups within our communities who are experiencing the digital divide, and it has a significant impact on their daily lives. So much of how you engage with government and organisations is now online, and if you don't have the digital skills or the digital access, that can impede your ability to be a citizen in the 21st century. The 3 domains of digital inclusion, of course, are access, affordability, and ability. So there's a lot of things that are key domains of digital inclusion. In Australia, the Australian Digital Inclusion Index has identified a number of marginalised communities, and from my readings, I think they would carry across to many other nations, so particularly the aged, people with disabilities, and First Nations peoples. Some of the challenges that need to be considered in this trend are around poor physical infrastructure and the lack of social infrastructure to address the lack of skills. So there certainly needs to be more invested in actually providing people with the ability to build their skills to access digital platforms and information online. The opportunities, of course, though, are that internet access is becoming cheaper and more affordable in many countries across the world as well. So the things to think about here is we've got there, what data do you currently have? What data do you need? What data should you be collecting? And what access to devices and connections do people in your community have outside of the library? So what sort of services do people who are excluded or marginalised do they have? And considering this fact that these things are not available equitably across our communities as well. Trend 6 is around information systems are using more resources, and our information needs specifically are impacting the climate. So this particular trend picks up topics such as the climate impact of information technologies, including environmental sustainability and social well-being. And we know that the new technologies use large amounts of energy and material to run and be maintained. And I know many libraries are thinking about what they're digitising, what the environmental impact of some of that is, and also what is coming into the trend is the benefits of the green economy and the challenges of managing e-waste. So there's a lot of issues that need to be considered, but I know that also issues that people are prioritising in their work and how they build and do their work going forward. So the questions here that people need to be considering is, does your organisation have a plan or policy for minimising the generation of e-waste? And how can libraries reduce or offset their environmental impacts? In the strategic plan at the State Library of Queensland this year, we've actually set some targets around waste and electricity use. So these sorts of things relate to this trend as well. And what strategies do libraries have for promoting the circular economy? And there's been some great examples, particularly in public libraries, in supporting the circular economy through tool libraries and things like that as well. And then the final trend is trend 7, and people are seeking community connections. And the World Health Organizations recognise that social isolation and loneliness is really a global health priority. And in recent years with COVID, we saw many people working remotely and becoming isolated from their family, their friends, and their colleagues at work. So this has had an impact on our communities as well. As a consequence, many people are now seeking interactions, and some of these interactions are online, but people really want to be seeking in-person connection. This, again, is an area that libraries can certainly support through providing those opportunities for connections. It has really strong benefits to society when we have a connected community, social cohesion, shared identity, and that sense of belonging. So there's really opportunities here for libraries to support that community belonging, intergenerational connections, and knowledge sharing. And I know many libraries do deliver many programs that really focus on that intergenerational connections. And I know that we certainly do that with our First Nations communities. Picking up on the first trend is around that sharing of the oral histories, the digital stories, and building the shared identity around the local community's history as well. And in relation to this trend, the things to be thinking about is, what is the role of the library in addressing larger social problems like digital exclusion, poverty, and education gaps? And what more can libraries be doing to become catalysts for community life? So you can see from the trends and the questions that are being posed at the end of each trend, it's really about libraries thinking about what their role is in the future. It's very much, this trend report is very much future focused, and how libraries can be part of their community and helping to solve some of the big issues in relation to information and knowledge. So I'm quite excited about the report. I think it's going to be a very valuable tool for libraries to be using within their own organisations in planning their strategies, but also in having conversations with their communities as well. So the literature review, as I said, is available on our website, on the IFLA website, but at the IFLA Information Futures Summit, which is being held here in Brisbane, on the 30th of September to the 3rd of October, is where we will actually launch the new trend report. So I guess the literature review is a little bit of a teaser as to what will be available, and starting to engage people with the trend report and the trends that we'll be talking about. We also have a number of really key people preparing some scenarios, which will be useful for unpacking the trends as well and exploring the depth of those. So the trend report will be launched at the summit, and the program for the summit is very much built around the issues that have come from the trend report as well. So our opening keynote speaker is Professor Marek Kalkovich, who has released a book on artificial intelligence, so the rise of the digital economy. So it really will set the scene for the 3 days of conversation. If you'd like to have a look at the program, the website is 2024.ifla.org. And as I said, really excited to be able to relaunch this particular trend report in Brisbane. And again, I acknowledge the significant support of SIGIL in enabling us to undertake this research, but also to launch it in Brisbane as well. We'll also be using the summit in Brisbane as an opportunity to release our new IFLA strategy. This IFLA strategy is for the period 2024 through to 2029, and that very much has been developed through input from our members and our volunteers. We've held a number of town halls, but also surveys, and the input that we had from members has influenced that strategy as well. So it will provide our strategic focus for the next 4 years, commencing from October 2024. It'll be used by our IFLA sections to develop their action plans as well. So it really is quite relevant to the work that will be done. And of course, it guides the work of our IFLA staff and the policies that we develop. So I think I've stepped through my 30 minutes as well, but I think certainly, I do encourage you to have a look at the IFLA trend report and to think about some of the trends that we've got in it, but also to think about how your library can respond to those trends within the community that you have, that you're meeting the needs of as well. So I'll end my presentation there, Cory. So I hope it's been useful to share that particular work that's been progressing for some time. And I do look forward to getting feedback from our members on that literature review. As I said, we're seeking feedback at the moment, and we have until the 29th of August. So depending if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, you have a little bit more time to get that in as well. But thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, to share the trend report. And I certainly do wish you well over the next 24 hours. Hope you get some sleep.
Thank you so much, Vicki. That was a wonderful presentation, gives us a lot to think about. We have a lot ahead of us in our work. I think we have maybe about 5 minutes. Would you be willing to take 1 or 2 questions? Well,
Oh, yeah.
You okay with that? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Maybe I could start off just with a question that crossed my mind. I think all of us are facing divisive politics, lack of resources, a lot of challenges within our libraries. And yet, there is so much important work ahead of us. Do you have any advice from your perspective as IFLA president, maybe 1 or 2 tips we could take with us on how to build our skills in advocating for our libraries and, the importance of these trends that you've put forward?
I think, well, you're certainly right. It is something that is occupying a lot of our minds, and certainly as a CEO where I'm working, we have a lot of ambition. We also have a lot of compliance in which we have to meet as well, but we also have a finite budget and a finite resources as far as staff. So we really need to prioritise the work that we're doing. What we generally do is look at our values and our strategic plan and use that as a tool to be considering what we need to do. But of course, compliance is a big issue as well. So cybersecurity at the moment is something that we're thinking a lot about, how we prioritise the work that needs to be done there. So we're developing a technology strategy at the moment. So I've had a lot of conversations in the last few weeks about that. As far as the advocacy, I think it's really important to have your stories of impact and be able to document what a difference the library is making. And I think more and more, I know and my ministers, they're always interested in the impact. What's the impact of doing something? And it's important to be able to have the statistics to back up the requests that you're making. But I think sometimes the personal stories are really what is able to hook people as to why it is important to be doing something. And I know that those stories of impact are also very important to our donors. A number of our technology programs are being supported through philanthropists, and they're particularly interested in the stories of impact. So what difference does providing this service make to individuals or to the community as well? So I think that's what our focus has been on as well. But it's certainly having that documentation, the statistics, but that personal impact stories as well is important.
Thank you. Has anyone else on the panel got a question for Vicki before we wrap up? And I can check to see if there's anything in the chat that anyone has mentioned. Okay. I'm not seeing anything, so I will take this opportunity to once again thank you so much for your time, Vicki. We look forward to seeing you at the Future Summit. Thank you for all the work that you've done for IFLA, and we have much to think about with the trend report. Thank you so much for providing some context on that for us today, and we hope you have a great rest of your week, and thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Cory, and certainly good luck across the next 20 hours or so. I wish you luck. Thank you, and thanks
Thank
for
you.
having the
Okay.
program. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, at this point, I will return the moderation duties over to our team. Patrick and Yijin, would you like to repeat your introduction as we begin these sessions in about 3 minutes with our next speaker? You could maybe just say a few remarks, welcoming everyone, and then if our speaker is available, we can go ahead and introduce them.
Sure. Actually, Patrick and I is in the same room, so I guess that's why you're seeing Patrick's picture. Perhaps let me just bring up a slide because there were some questions about what are the programs for today. So let me just bring up a slide. Yeah. So hi again. I'm Yijin from National Library Board Singapore, and together with me I have Patrick, who is the two of us will be helping to coordinate and moderate this event in the morning. That we don't forget, this is a 24-hour event, and so there will be a European time zone session and there will be an American time zone session. So today we have put together a number of talks, starting with use of GenAI, followed by using AI for cataloging, as well as data sharing on and providing insights to reading. So these are some of the programs I put out today, and we hope you enjoy the program. So without further ado, I will start off with our first speaker, Mr. Yaoming, as well as Geraldine Seah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone here. I think I will start sharing my slide. Yijin, is that okay?
Do you want us to introduce yourself first?
Oh yes, hi. Hi everyone. So I'm Geraldine, the National Library Board. Sorry, there was a little bit of an echo there. So I head up the innovation office that's within the strategy division in NLB. So primarily our role is what we call the division that actually helps drive what we call a culture of innovation within the organization itself. And then of course, to also work with different agencies and divisions such as Yijin's team to also what we call trial out different type of innovation prototypes. So for today, we'll actually also be sharing a little bit on some of the ways that we have used generative AI in our libraries. And then of course, we can then take questions thereafter if there are any. And maybe I'll just let Yaoming also introduce himself at this point.
Yep, sure. Hi, hello, I'm Yaoming. I'm the project manager from our technology team. So what the team basically does is that we do a lot of POCs, and that's where we actually work on new technologies and innovative ideas. Yep. Thank you.
So today, Geraldine and Yaoming is going to share about the use of GenAI in the libraries.
Thank
So
you.
over to you.
Thanks, Adrian. Sorry, can I just check that my slides are showing? Yes, awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so I think today let's just begin our presentation. Today we'll share, as I shared, we'll be also sharing how we've actually used technology, especially generative AI, to provide what we call service offerings to our patrons. And then, of course, at the end of the session, we'll be happy to take some questions. So I think to begin, let's maybe just do a quick introduction of what who NLB is, and of course what inspires our need for continuous innovation. So NLB is actually an agency under Singapore's Ministry of Digital Development and Information. Our vision of readers for life, learning communities, knowledgeable nation actually drives our mission of making knowledge come alive, spark imagination, as well as to create possibilities for all. Under the National Library Board, we oversee 3 institutions. So first is the National Library, which is tasked with the preservation of Singapore's print and literary heritage, and is also the custodian of our reference collections. Second, we have a network of 29 public libraries, 3 of which are managed by partners. And of course, the third, it would be our National Archives, who is actually the custodian of Singapore's collective memory and also manages the country's public and private archival records. So in October 2021, we actually launched Lab 25, or what we call Libraries and Archives Blueprint 2025, which actually invites partners and the community to collaborate with us in this journey of innovation and experimentation. And this is actually to reimagine what Singapore libraries and archives could be. So under Lab 25, we've identified 4 key pillars that NLB should be. So first of which is the learning marketplace, where we aspire to be the preferred platform and gateway to facilitate the discovery of content, experiences, as well as communities. Second, we also aim to nurture and sustain what we call an informed citizenry, of which reading plays an integral means. Third, it would be Singapore Storytellers, where we, as the key memory institution in Singapore, collects, preserves, and shares Singapore experiences. And lastly, as part of our equalizer pillar, we actually hope to demystify technology and uplift the underserved in Singapore through our offerings. So you would see some of these are also aligned with what we call the UN SDGs, which I also understand is a key focus of the IFLA pillar. So some of these pillars and focus areas are also driven by NLB's recognition that there are social economic drivers and disruptors, and some of the trends are also mentioned in Vicki's previous presentation. And of course, we also wanted to see how NLB could play a role in addressing some of them. So I think in supporting some of these desired outcomes, we found innovation to be the key to the process. So at the heart of it is actually, and it is in our DNA to actually want to do things better, be it in providing better services, products to our patrons, or improving how NLB as an organization operate better. So, and technology is undoubtedly one of the key enablers to do so. So one of the key pivots is in us taking what we call a rapid prototyping approach in trying out novel things. So this allows us to effectively test hypotheses, problem statements, and concept before what we call scaling. By doing so, I think what happens is that we take what we call a fail small, fail fast approach. And then, of course, this allows us to cut our losses quite fast, especially if things don't work out. I think this is actually a fundamental mindset shift because the organization is no longer feel obliged that there's too much at stake to actually fail, or we are no longer fearful of failing because actually failing is part of the process. So of course, as we mentioned earlier, we've also been thinking about how we can actually use tech to actually do things better. So, and of course, today we'll focus on what we call examples that have enabled us to proliferate our access to our collections and resources, as well as to provide what we call our patrons with dynamic and multi-sensory experiences. And this is in support of the 4 Lab 25 pillars. So in 2023, I think when generative AI gained traction, I think we were all rather intrigued by what the potential of this technology could be. So this is in terms of, how can it actually improve some of the service offerings that we have offered to our patrons. So of course, one of the ideas which we then had in extensive discussions with partners such as schools, as well as the Ministry of Education, was actually how we could actually use the tech to reimagine stories, especially well-loved tales, and visualize them in what we call an immersive experience. So within the Ministry of Education and our schools itself, one of the key components for creative thinking and creative writing is what they call twisted fairy tales, and that's part of the primary school curriculum. And so we thought, how could they actually use technology to actually empower that approach? And this actually then saw the conceptualization and development of StoryGen, and this was in late 2023. So I think the intention here was to see how users can put their own twists to stories by changing the genre, the main or side character, as well as the ending. And then, of course, these stories with the twist can actually be presented in a visual and multi-sensory experience in our library's immersive room, which I'll talk a little bit about later. So I think we launched this prototype when we actually revamped one of our libraries. So that's the Central Public Library, which is in the Civic District, and it also within the National Library building itself. So this was actually launched in January this year, which was actually quite opportune because it was also the first time we launched what we call our new immersive room, which is a curved screen. So I'll show you some images of that because I'm unfortunately we can't do a live demo due to my very poor tech skills. So I think as part of the whole experience, I think we found it a very good learning moment for our patrons to find out more about generative AI, how it works, and of course, I think quite importantly, how to use the technology responsibly and ethically. So I think the responses for StoryGen were actually quite encouraging. So I think respondents actually reacted quite positively to the prototype and stated it was actually a very fun and immersive experience for all ages, especially. We also heard from parents that they found it a good way of introducing tech to children in a simple and engaging way. Just based on some of the stats here on screen, you would see that visitorship and usage of StoryGen were also high, and a number of them came from what we call repeat users. So I mean, as I mentioned, we probably can't do a live demo, which would have been useful. But what I can do is also show some images and of the setup as well as what the output of the prototype could actually generate. So in the top half of this slide, you will see some of the information panels that explain what generative AI is, as well as the tech behind what we call StoryGen. So there is also a QR code that we also links to what we call a generative AI learning package that's curated by NLB's very own librarians. This also ties back to our broader endeavor to actually proliferate access to our collections and resources. If you see in the bottom left image here, it shows the setup at the Central Public Library, as well as the curved immersive screen, which is actually showing one of the StoryGen stories. The bottom center image here shows the user interface that patrons can use to create their own stories and versions of their own stories here. Then, of course, the bottom right image here shows the kiosk used to house the tablets for story creation. One of NLB's key focus here is also to see how we can be better, more inclusive, and also to cater to the diverse needs of our population. So this is also why, by design, we've included a kiosk that could be intended for children or also persons with disabilities. So this is a replication of a very poor one of how the story appears on immersive screens. And this is this art style is called neon punk, which is also one of my personal favorites. And of course, there are multiple different types of art styles, which looks like this. So moving on quite quickly to a more serious prototype, which is Chatbook. So this is a generative AI powered chat service where users can have a conversation with a book or books. In this particular prototype, it has enabled us to truly explore the potential of our multimodal collections from the National Library as well as the National Archives. So Chatbook featuring S. Rajaratnam is our first public chatbook prototype, which builds on the learning points of our very first proof of concept of Chatbook, which was a digital chatbook service based off the book 700 Years, A History of Singapore. So in this particular chatbook version based on S. Rajaratnam, what happens is a digital archivist provides a verbal and written response to one's question. And this is based off content from NLB as well as authoritative sources like the authorized biography of S. Rajaratnam, which NLB had sought approval for from the author as well as the publisher for its use. So users can also explore primary resources referenced in the generated responses or an AI-curated list of other materials about S. Rajaratnam drawn from our collections. These primary resources include related audio clips and transcripts of S. Rajaratnam oral history interview, as well as photographs from our national archives. So users can also download a PDF copy of these reference materials on their mobile devices so that they can explore these further materials that's found online on our platform at the comfort of their own homes. So I think Chatbook itself was launched quite recently, about a month ago. And we have seen some early positive reactions to it. So in particular, I think one of the responses have been that people have actually learned more about S. Rajaratnam and Singapore's history through the social media. So these are some of the screenshots of what users will be able to see and interact with on the tablets that's offered as part of the showcase. So the images on the left shows the landing page of it. The images in the center shows the list of primary resources that was referenced actually in the response itself, as well as other materials that people can then choose to toggle about to actually explore it further on the big screen. And then on the image on the right shows the QR code that users can scan to download the list of reference materials that were made in relation to their questions asked. So, and of course, on the big screens itself, the responses from the digital archivist is displayed on the right. And of course, this will be read out as well. And then, of course, the primary the sources that the response is generated from will be displayed on the right. So this is in the form of in the form of the experience. It's actually two big giant. It's like a giant book facing you, and then of course you can see that you can see that in front of you. So of course, some of the materials that you can explore would be also what we call excerpts of audio clips. And then, of course, the transcripts of the oral history interviews found in our collection. And finally, of course, some of the official photos that we have. This is quite a dashing photo of S. Rajaratnam outside of his flat in London, and this is in the 1930s. So on that note, I think we've come to the end of our presentation. Where, as we mentioned, we'll be happy to take some questions from the floor or as well as from the panelists itself. Thank you.
Hi, Geraldine. I think there was a comment in the chat requesting for more resources. I think resource specifically on the resource or report on the StoryGen project.
Yes, thanks. Thanks so much, Sonia. I'll be happy to get in touch with you offline to also share a little bit more, and of course we can go a little bit more in depth at a more personal, private session.
Well, Geraldine, if there's no question, I'll ask one question. This being the IT webinar, I'll be, well, perhaps can share about what are the technical challenges there's for example, the latest project, the chatbook. What are the technical challenges that we have?
So I think at the heart of it, one of the things that actually took up most of the time was actually the processing of the materials that actually goes into the data set. So, I think previously when we curate some of our primary resources, a lot of it is in a certain format, and also because it requires some processing involved, which is also quite what we call manpower intensive. So So just to share a little bit about that, it's also about, say for example, books. So for books itself, you will need to actually have them in a text-only format. So, that requires some form of what we call OCRing of PDF copies, making sure that, the materials come out with no grammatical errors, and that's copy editing and copywriting at what we call on steroids, given the rather short I think timeline that we had for some of these prototypes. That the other bit is also, I think, in relation to, I suppose, different prevailing rules. And this is where maybe Yaoming can share a little bit more about, the idea of, say, for example, for some of the tech that we use, there are certain personal and private data requirements that will require us to find what we call roundabout ways to also be cognizant of those rules and making sure that we do not fall afoul of those. And then, of course, what ways we have done so. So maybe Yaoming can share more about that.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the main technical challenges was actually the data part, like Geraldine mentioned, right? So in order to ingest the data, I think there's a certain limit that technology can actually clean up for you. So in this case, we actually use Amazon services such as TextRack and Transcribe to clean up the various different respective data. But after that, I think manual intervention is still required. It involves a significant amount of time from our colleagues to actually eyeball the clean data from the AWS service versus the actual data. They have to read it, and then after manual cleaning, they have to re-upload it again for further cleaning. I think that's the most time-consuming part of this project. Yep.
Yeah, Geraldine, there was also a question in the chat, whether we use AI to curate the data set or is human be selected?
So it's a combination. So in terms of the choice of data sets, that's quite human based. So this means that we decided which what data set we would like to ingest. And of course within specific guardrails that we have. I think that's also some of the prevailing concerns that the community faces as well on the use of what we call primary sources in generative AI applications itself. So we've taken a rather what we call a rather conservative approach in general, making sure that the materials that we ingest, the materials we own the copyright to, will have at least what we call prevailing permissions for. So as we mentioned earlier for Chatbook, we did have the explicit permissions of the author as well as the publisher to ingest the book. So in terms of curation, that's human. But of course, down the line, as we talk about, ingesting the data set into that and into the model and the database, it's a little bit of a combination of tech as well as human intervention. But just for assurances, it's also a case where the end of the point, at the end, it's also usually a human there. So the human makes the call.
Another question, what kind of data type of, what kind of data cleaning is involved in the project?
Thanks. So maybe yeah, I can get Yaoming to talk a little bit about how this was done in technical terms.
Yeah, I think so. Basically, some of the data, right, they may contain things like, for example, a word, alright, ALRIGHT, right? And the system, the service may actually transcribe it to alright, ALL space RIGHT. So these are things that may not be factually correct. That's why we need manual eyeball for that. Yeah, this is just a simple example of words.
What about, like, for example, we also ingest the oral history, right? These are audio recording. Is there more challenges in transcribing these materials?
Yes, I think because for oral history, what the chatbot is required to do is to actually extract parts of the audio clips. So in this case, we did not have the timestamps for the audio clips. So that's why we need to use the Amazon service to actually help us to actually create the timestamp and for us to be able to extract the relevant chunks for the chatbot's response. Yeah.
Understand Cory has also a question, so maybe I'll take that. I think the question was also, what was the user response to these projects? Did you learn anything new? So yes. So I think we talked a little bit about, chatbot featuring S. Rajaratnam. So that is actually what we call our first public prototype. Before this, we actually rolled out a proof of concept, and that's a digital service that we offered it to what we call a selected group of user testers, just to also test, a few things that we actually do as part of the rapid prototyping process. It's also to understand a few things, right? So in terms of the prototype, we want to find out whether there's desirability for that, whether people want this particular service, and by design, we've actually also tracked that quite deliberately. So in terms of, say, for example, when we understand what testing indicators we have for these prototypes, these are also usually quite deliberate, and we'll build that into basically the prototype that we have. So of course, so from that we test desirability, and this is in a few ways. This is in visitorships for, say, for example, physical installations, the number of people coming on board, testing the questions. So I think we mentioned that for chatbot, we've seen a good number of them. Also some quite what we call encouraging numbers in terms of visitorship. And then of course, we also look into what we call survey responses, where in the form of, like, say, for example, user satisfaction with the product. What do they like about it? What do they not like about it? And then of course, this then informs what we do, at least in future iterations of that. So I think that's a very what we call a very systematic way of how we've done it so far. Because I think one of the key learning points that we've had is building something quite big without actually fully understanding whether this is something what people want is quite risky, because we also may come across a situation where the desired outcomes or the desired usage is not what we envision it to be.
Any other questions from the girl?
I think Veronica has one more question on ROI as well as the metrics. So I think we covered that in some part. That's also what we talked a little bit about in terms of what are the focus areas of that we hope to find out more from our prototype. So desirability is one of those, and then you would see that, and then of course, while we don't actually what we call do it informally in what we call ROIs per se, we also do some form of that in terms of outcomes versus over costs, and Zimin, who's also in our room and who is also our chief data officer, can also attest to some of this rather rigorous discussions that we have on what that looks like. Yeah, so I think visitorship is one of those. We've also literally talked about digital interactions. And then of course, through survey feedback, we also understand, whether people like the prototype, how do they, whether it also achieves what we call learning outcomes. So I think as for chatbot itself, we talked a little bit about how in our survey questions, so we asked whether patrons actually learn more about S. Rajaratnam after going through the showcase. And then of course, and this is quite similar to how we have done it through StoryGen. So in the case of StoryGen, because it was intended to be a way of introducing generative AI to the public and to go what we call behind the scenes to understand, what powers the tech. The question there in relation to learning outcomes would be, have I learned more about generative AI through the process? And then of course the intent to learn more about a certain topic thereafter. No worries.
Well, there's no further questions. I'd like to thank you, Geraldine and Yaoming. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for the sharing.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today.
Okay, so for the second presentation of today, it's titled Optimizing Cataloging Processes Through Artificial Intelligence and Automation. And this presentation will be introducing the innovative approach that is adopted by the National Institute of Education. And this approach combines the use of AI and automation to transform cataloging process for theses and dissertations, and significantly reducing processing time. So the presentation will be given by Sandie and Janna. Sandie is a digital library services librarian at the National Institute of Education Library since 2020. She has been a driving force in incorporating advanced technologies to enhance library services. She has introduced virtual reality and augmented reality to make learning and teaching more engaging and immersive. Additionally, Sandie has leveraged AI and RPA tools like Power Automate and UiPath to streamline library operations and improve efficiency. Janna is the librarian in the Digital Library Services team at the National Institute of Education Library in Singapore. She specializes in library automation, data analysis, and scholarly communication. Her passion lies in automation and digital transformation to enhance library services and user experiences through innovative technologies and tools. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Sandie and Janna to take the stage and share the slides as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Patrick. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see your slides as well.
Okay, that's great. Just a moment. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my peer librarians. In different time zones. My name is Janna Xutong. Thanks for Patrick's introduction just now. And I have my colleague Sandie with me today. We are from the NIE Library. It's very great for us to meet all of you virtually today to share with you a project we had recently explored to optimize cataloging process through AI and automation. Okay, first of all, please allow me to give a very brief introduction about our library. So NIE Library was founded in 1915 and currently is the largest education library in Singapore. We provide resources to support teaching, learning, and research purposes of our institute and meet the needs of the education professionals such as MOE teachers, schools, and other related organizations. Okay, recently we have received a request to create the cataloging records for over 400 of Chinese theses in a very short period of time. We believe that it's not something very special or very new for most of the academic libraries, within like hundreds or even thousands of the theses and dissertations arriving each year, each of them requiring the meticulous data entry into library systems. Besides this, we also meet some challenges in processing such big volume of the theses and dissertations. For example, if we want to do the cataloging in a very traditional way, like to extract the information needed for cataloging from the PDF files, and also put all the records into respective marked records and inject all the records in the library integrated systems, it can be quite time consuming. Also, we were in shortage of the cataloging experts to catalog all the Chinese materials. So it's quite challenging for us to manage such a large volume of theses and dissertations. In turn, this may result in the human errors or maybe the potential inconsistencies in data entry. So we were wondering if AI and automation tools can help us to resolve some of the challenges. We feel that they might have great potential. Yeah. So for this time-consuming manual process, we feel AI and automation can help us to automate some repetitive tasks, then hence reducing the processing time. And also the efficient handling of those large volumes of the documents can reduce the need for extensive human expertise. They also make it quite easier for us to manage the growing collections as well. And these AI and automation tools can ensure the consistency and accuracy of the data entry by minimizing the human errors and also standardizing all the process. As we all know, that actually there are many potential areas we can consider to implement AI and operations in library system, in library services. For example, the reference services, the data search services like personalized recommendations and chat box. So for our projects, our focus will be on the data content extraction and also the content curation. Specifically, what we use the AI and automations tools to do. We generally use those tools to help us to retrieve the metadata needed for cataloging, such as title, author, abstract, publication year, page number, file size, and more. And we make use of the ChatGPT to help us to predict and generate the subject headings. And we use VBA building in Excel to match the metadata retrieved from Python program and with the data that is not found in the PDF files. And in the end, we bench upload all the cataloging records into our library integrated system. This is one example of the individual cataloging records we have already put in our library integrated system. Those highlighted in red are the fields we intend to obtain from our AI and automation tools. They include the author name, the title, the publication year, the page number, file size, abstract, subject headings, and also the supervisor's name. This will be how our bunch cataloging uploading template looks like. You can see all the marked fields actually is in each of the rows with each of the title, all the marked fields are in each of the column with all the titles, each of the titles in one of the row. So when we use this bunch uploading template, we can just upload once for all over 400 the theses and titles injected into our library system. Our proposed solutions including using Python to extract the data we want and convert the titles from Chinese to Hanyu Pinyin, and make use of ChatGPT to predict and generate the subject headings for us, and use AI Pass to automate some of the process. We have split our projects into 5 stages, including retrieving data, matching data, populating data, generating subject headings, and uploading to library integrated systems. For the stage 1, retrieving metadata, we decided to utilize the PyMo PDF library to extract the needed data and use a PY Pinyin library to convert the Chinese titles into Hanyu Pinyin. Why we choose use these 2 libraries? Okay, the accuracy rate is always our first priority. Comparing to other tools and libraries, these two libraries stand out for excellent performance in terms of accuracy. Specifically, Mambu PDF library offers a very comprehensive PDF handling methods, which allows us to extract information, for example, from text, picture, header, footer, footnotes, or even annotations. You can also see it can process the PDF files in a very fast speed. It can process over 50, the thesis and dissertations within 1 minute. It also provides the flexibility in document navigation, so we can manipulate certain portion of the PDF files to extract the information we want. For the PY Pinyin library, so it gives a very precise pronunciations and standardized representation of Hanyu Pinyin, yet it offers some customization options for us to get the Hanyu Pinyin in a format that we want. For example, for our project, we don't want any digits, that means the toms for Hanyu Pinyin in our converted Hanyu Pinyin, and we want to capitalize the first letter of the first word in our title. So we can just simply call the method within 1 or 2 lines of code to achieve those. It's very easy to use. For the stage 2, our focus will be matching the metadata we get from stage 1 to the data we receive from other units, for example, the scholarly communication team. For our internal process, before we catalog, usually our team members from scholarly communication team, they will upload the thesis and dissertations into our institutional repository. Then after that, they will share with us the URIs and the supervisors' English names with us. So those data we cannot find or extract from the PDF files. So the focus for this stage will be associating the supervisor or the author's English names to Chinese names and the paper URIs to respective thesis titles. We simply make use of the Excel formulas to do this. The stage 3 will be populating all the data needed for the bench uploading except the subject headings. Okay, we make use of the pre-built VBA Micron in Excel to populate all the data because it's very good at manipulating all the text in Excel. It can populate over 400 of the records for us within just 1 minute. Okay. Besides the extracting and all the populating of the data, for each of the steps, there's a must do, that is to validate the data, because we cannot confirm that this is 100% sure that it's accurate. So we always need to refer back to the original data and also the data we generated or we got from the programs. So we make use of the fuzzy matching library to compare the titles between 2 data sets. One is the set we get from institutional repository, which our scholarly communication team has already uploaded and injected. And another set is from the one we got from the stage 1 from the Python program. So this is to ensure that the correct records are aligned. Even if there are some slight differences in the formatting, we still are able to identify the discrepancies. We also make use of the Excel formulas to flag some abnormal data, such as if the page number is less than 10, if the file size is less than 1 MB, maybe it's something not very normal, so we will need to have the human intervention to check whether this is true, whether the number and the data we get is accurate. Okay, so for the subject heading part, I will pass over to Sandie to elaborate more.
Thank you, Janna.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Janna. So let me just share about stage 4 of the generating subject heading. So we decided to help our cataloger by giving them some like subject heading for reference. So we use my GPT, which is actually a function under ChatGPT, where it can personalize your version of GPT that remember your preference and give a generated answer tailored to your needs. So what we imagine my ChatGPT will do is that when we put in like abstract for the thesis, it will automatically generate maximum of 3 subject heading in mark format. And below is an example of what we want it to generate for us with a table format with subject heading 1, subject heading 2, subject heading 3, and with like the subject heading like $A and education leadership, $Z China, with an M with a full stop. And that's our intended result. So why do we choose MindGPT? We actually tried a few AI language models such as Copilot, Gemini, and my ChatGPT. So after comparing the result for all 3, right, we actually find that MindGPT has the best accuracy and best efficiency, and so it has the potential to like expand further. For example, we're also thinking of like using MindGPT to extract information directly from the thesis and generate the subject heading at the same time. So all this will help to like further enhance the efficiency of the cataloging process. So actually all 3 has their own pros and cons. And the pros of MindGPT is that the accuracy is about 83%. And although it's not 100% yet, we think it's relatively like high enough. And also there's no need for you to write the prompt for MindGPT. But you will need to write prompt from Gemini and Copilot. And it's also very user-friendly. As MindGPT, you can actually just send a link to your colleague and they can use this personalized GPT and they just input an abstract and you will generate the subject heading. However, it do have some limitations such as the limit restrictions, and also there's no API for MindGPT. So this is the back end for MindGPT. As you can see from the left, you can put in your instruction. This is also something like the prompt, where you can say that we want it to generate the subject heading according to the Library of Congress. And we want it in this specifically marked record format. And we want the output in the table form with the header naming subject heading 1, subject heading 2, subject heading 3. And this is the example of the result. As you can see that MindGPT, it come out with the exactly what we wanted. Let's ignore the part of the accuracy of the subject heading first. But as you see from Copilot, the result is not so fantastic. As you can see that for the $A, it's not exactly like a text format. And the other formatting also not very awesome. And for Gemini, the format is actually not bad, and it gives some explanations. However, like what I mentioned before, for Copilot and Gemini, we do need to write in like a pretty long prompt for it to generate this kind of result. And the time need to write all this prompt is actually quite a lot if you like multiply it for like 400 or like 1,000 data. So that is for one record, but we want to do it for 400 theses. So to do that, we actually make use of UiPath to automate this process. So UiPath is a RPA platform that simulates human interaction with MindGPT. So what are the steps need to complete the task for one record? So this is what a human or the UiPath will do. We will first need to read the Excel sheet and then go to find the abstract. And then you go to your MindGPT and you copy the abstract into the chatbot and wait for it to generate the subject heading. And after the result is generated, you can extract the subject heading and fill it out to the Excel file. And then you repeat this for the next record. And how long do you think it would take for a human to do this? So this is the UI path. I can see that after it went into my ChatGPT, it will input the abstract without having the need to put in any prompts. I chose a average relatively long abstract. After it finished like typing the abstract, it will generate out the subject heading. And after that, it will go to Excel file and then input the record inside. So after we have all this record with the Excel file and combined with what Janna have extracted, we will upload this Excel file to our library system, which is ELMA, using their batch uploading functions. And we also apply some normalization rule to further beautify the record. Okay, and all this process, how long do you think it will take for one record? So for cataloger, we asked them for average, they need about 60 minutes to catalog one record. However, when we do all this processing, right, the whole process using automation and AI, it takes only about 1 minute to do the full cataloging record. And if we multiply it for 400 records, it's about 400 hours. And for the robot, right, it's only about 7 hours. However, just to know that this excluding the validation time. So as you can mention before, the accuracy is not 100%. So we still need our cataloger to further validate the record to make sure that the record are accurate, as accuracy is one of our top priority. So what are the challenges we face? First of all, as what I mentioned multiple times, is that accuracy is not 100% accurate. We have tried to improve the accuracy, but still we have not yet reached the 100% accuracy. And some of the errors include during extractions. We will extract incorrect page number or abstract as the thesis format varies. Some of the page number may be page 1, some is page 1 of 45, this kind of example. However, this kind of format, right, we do try to incorporate these variations into our code to capture all these variations so that the accuracy improves every time. However, we are unable to predict the future, like what other format that the student will give. So it's still not 100% yet. And the other challenge we face is during the automation using the UI path to capture ChatGPT record, there is some delay in the ChatGPT generated subject heading. Sometimes maybe due to internet issue or too many people are using GPT and cause some delay. So when the robot, right, unable to find a result, it will cause an error. So we can fix this by adding a delay so that ask the robot to wait for 10 seconds, then you find the result. But all this, sometimes it may cause some reduce in the efficiency. And so we need to balance between how much time to wait and also the efficiency part. And the other challenge we face is the error in the subject heading predictions. As GPT do have some problem with hallucination, it sometimes produces subject heading that is not under Library of Congress. So for example, you can see that the subject heading 3, there's this teacher professional development, is actually not a subject heading. And the emerging media, multimedia system in education, all these are not the subject heading. Yeah, so however, do take note that this is produced using ChatGPT 3. If you change using ChatGPT 4, the accuracy is higher compared to ChatGPT 3. And also some of the format, we didn't want 650-0 in front, as it will affect our batch uploading result. So all this will need to be removed. So we actually use the UI path to remove all this result during the extractions also. And the last part is the usage limit of ChatGPT. Yeah, so there are actually some limitation. So you can unable to generate too much result within a time frame. Yeah, so we have to balance this out also. So in conclusion, we feel that AI and automation play a vital role in cataloging in terms of enhancing the efficiency. However, data validation is still very important. We need like human expertise, experienced cataloger to make sure that the results are accurate. So we feel that to achieve the best outcome, the key is to integrate AI, automation, and human to maximize the productivity while maintaining the accuracy. That's all for our presentations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I am seeing some questions on the chat already. So the first question, I believe you have partially addressed it. So it's related to how can my GPT generate valid LCSH strings based on patterns? For example, may subdivide geographically, but for which there are not SACO authority records.
I think generally the performance is quite good, as long as you can feed the ChatGPT with very accurate training data. Yeah, but there are some still exceptions which Sandie has shared with us just now. Yeah, so I think some common problems, issues, we know that ChatGPT sometimes tend to create some terms that doesn't exist, yeah, in LCHs. Yeah, so for such things, we will need to fine tune and train the model again. Tell the ChatGPT, okay, please do not create the terms that doesn't exist, and you shouldn't format the string in such way. So with several ones, actually the performance of the my GPT will be better.
Yes, we actually like uploaded like templates to like further enhance the accuracy of the GPT results. Yeah, to make sure that it follow like certain format. Also, like every university has their own cataloging like rules. So we also like add that in so that it can more suitable for our like university. Yeah. What is the cost of my GPT?
Yeah.
This one is actually a annual subscription. I can't remember the actual price, but I remember it's not very costly. It's under the ChatGPT Plus subscriptions. Then you can generate more than one MyGPT, as many as you can. Yeah, so you can use it for like different functions, example, one for cataloging, one for references. Yeah.
As a follow-up to this question, could you also share if there is a rate limit in terms of number of records that you can process in a single sitting?
Okay, the rate limit, right? Actually, GPT didn't exactly have a guide, but what we try, right, is about we can process about 100 records within like a few hours, like 2 hours, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like 100 chat sessions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also,
another... sorry, go on.
I think it also depends on the number of words you enter in each chat session also.
So that will also determine how much input you can put in, right? Were there any instances where you have very long amount of characters that you have to submit and you have to chop it up into parts?
Not exactly. We can submit the whole thing. Yes. Then we can also like upload like a PDF file with like 50 pages, and it will be able to like extract information from there. However, one thing we try is that the maximum, if you put in like 5 PDF, it will have some issue. So the maximum is about 3 PDF. Yeah.
Was the issue related to file size or is it for characters?
Okay, we are not sure about this, but definitely it's the files we uploaded doesn't exceed the file limit, maximum file limit of ChatGPT. But very funny part is that if we upload like 5 PDFs, right? So maybe starting from the 6th one, maybe fifth one. So there might be some issues, with extracting or prediction. So you would tend to repeat the whole thing, again and again to create something doesn't exist for us. It's like human, then after maybe they feel too tired, they tend to be very lazy to analyze the information again. So that's why we make use of the UiPath to inject the PDF and information one by one to ensure the accuracy of the prediction and also the extraction. Because the first step actually we try is to uploading all 400 over of the records. We want to have a full records. We think it can process, but actually it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's excellent advice. So moving on to the next question, what is the feedback from the cataloging staff? Were they actively involved in the process of building this workflow? And could you also share if there were any fears about how this was managed?
Yes, we did engage them during the whole process as they are the expertise in the cataloging. So we did ask them for advice, would this help you in your processing? And is this information generated correct? And also they do have some fear on the accuracy part, but also they also understand that this is not 100%. And they will need to validate the informations. However, they do also mention that all this information that we populated do help them to reduce the time need to do the full cataloging record.
Okay. There's also another question on, have you managed to test this workflow on manuscripts with handwritten text? And also on materials of other non-Roman characters apart from Chinese?
Okay, for the manuscripts, we haven't. We believe that it's more complicated than what we are doing now because that maybe involves some deep learning, CNN, this kind of machine learning method. But we are interested to know, so far for our collections, we don't have a large volume of those kind of handwriting manuscripts. Yeah, but if you're interested to explore, please feel free to reach to us. We can discuss this. Yeah. Okay, of course, besides the Chinese materials, we also have the English thesis and dissertations. This will be the phase 2 of our project. And we aim to kind of streamline all the internal process again to inject more thesis and dissertations in our integrated systems. Yeah.
Are there any final questions for this presentation? Okay, so I think there are no more questions already. So thank you, Sandie and Janna, for your presentation and your time.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Patrick.
you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so moving on to the last item of the day for the Asia region, we have this third presentation titled Data Sharing Across Libraries for Insights into Reading. And this presentation will be given by Mr. Lin Zimin as well as Ms. Phyllis Tay. This presentation will talk about the National Library Board of Singapore's initiative on data sharing and analysis to gain insights into digital book readers' behavior. Zimin is the Chief Data Officer for the National Library Board and looks after data governance, data use, and the pervasification of data use in the National Library Board. He has applied data to decision-making in a very career spanning government and social enterprise settings in operations, policies, strategy settings. He holds a Master's of Science in Decision Analysis from the Stanford University and a Bachelor's in Mechanical Engineering from the National University of Singapore. Ms. Phyllis is a Senior Data Analyst in the National Library Board's Data Office, where she uncovers insights from library data to inform data-driven decision making. She has more than 9 years of experience in quantitative analysis, where she specializes in statistics, geospatial analysis, and data storytelling. She holds a Master's of Science in Statistics from the National University of Singapore and a Bachelor's in Mathematical Science from the Nanyang Technological University. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Zimin and Phyllis to take the stage to present the item.
Thanks, Patrick. Hi, everybody. Sorry, Phyllis is right now logging in and putting up a slide, so I'll hold the floor first. You can hear me fine, right? Just checking.
Yes,
Patrick?
I can hear you fine. I can see your webcam as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, so bear with us a few minutes while Phyllis joins the meeting and uploads her slides. Now, I just wanted to say first that for NLB, we are relatively fledgling, I think, in data analysis. But we've started some work to analyze the way that our readers read both physical and digital books, as well as to understand the patterns of how they stay in the library, continue to use us, and decide that they don't for the next year, for example, that actually somehow they decide that they're not coming in anymore. And we study this from the basis of view of the library as a business, not because we want them to pay us money, but because we think that as an institution that helps enrich the lives of our patrons, they pay us with their attention. And we need to make sure that we are able to understand what we do and how what we buy, serve them, that actually captures their attention. So Phyllis will be sharing some of our analysis that we've done so far, but I would probably want to highlight 3 things that we should look out for in that. One is at the end of the presentation, we'll be making a call for as many of you as would like to join us as we bring together data from different libraries to analyze together. So we want to, we are putting forward our own data of our ODrive collections, our digital collections. We know that the Seattle Public Library, we've been talking with them, they have been the forefront in sharing their data openly as part of open government. And we've actually gotten another of our colleagues at Evanston to say, well, they're happy to add their data to the pool and join this analysis pool together. So we want to analyze that, and that's at the end of the session. But now, so that you look out for it and think, well, other than what Phyllis is about to present and show that, hey, these are interesting insights we can find out about our customers, are there other things that you also love to find out if we could all just pull our data together? And some of the things that we've been thinking about, for example, is how many of our patrons have been coming on board for digital services only versus those who are coming, who are supplementing their reading with their physical reading with digital reading. We've been thinking about things. One thing that we can't study with physical books, for example, is actually after patrons borrow our books, right? Do they read them? How far do they read them? How often do they complete them? How long do they take? We can't know those things because physical books don't come with sensors. But the digital books, depending on how good the data of your supplier is or how good your app is, actually you can read those things. So this is really kind of a teaser of what we've been able to do so far and what we hope to be able to do with you in the future. Yeah, so I'll pass the time over to Phyllis to continue with the presentation. Phyllis, over to you.
Hi everyone. Firstly, can I check if you are able to see the screen?
No screen. Are you sharing?
Yes, I am.
Hang on, sorry, technical difficulties.
Probably need to raise the volume a little.
Yeah, we'll switch mic to.
Oh, I use mine. Hi, sorry, just now, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
I can see your video, but not your slides.
Screen. Oh, okay.
Now we
that's good.
see.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Okay. Our sharing will be a proposal to start sharing data between libraries, as Zamin has mentioned. And I hope that after this sharing, I can actually convince some of the libraries to actually jump on board this data sharing initiative. Okay, so just some background first. We are actually very inspired by some of the data sharing initiatives done by some of the libraries out there. So a notable one that Zamin had mentioned also is by Seattle Public Library. So they have published their data onto the Open Graph website, and it's actually garnered quite a lot of interest. And as a result, you actually see all these really nice visualizations on this slide here. And okay, while the ideal state is actually share our data with the public, we like to first start by sharing data within the educational space as well as within the library community first. And of course, just a disclaimer, we will not be sharing personal data or any data that can actually identify the patrons in some way or another. Okay, and there are a few reasons why we want to do this. So firstly, having data across libraries can help us better understand our culture through what the different communities are reading. And while there'll be different reading habits across different libraries, understanding what is actually popular in other libraries can help us in better deciding how many books to buy of like certain titles, and that will improve our library collection. And of course, when we share data, we can also share how we do our analysis, and this will include what metrics we measure and what's our analysis methodology. So we can actually better learn from each other. Okay, then the next few slides, I will show some of the analysis that we have done using some of our data. Yeah, so right here is an analysis done on our Sing Lit titles. Sing Lit actually refers to literary works by Singapore writers or authors. And over here, we have actually combined our analysis with some of the data from New York Times bestselling list. And we've actually also conducted a national reading habit study where we survey people to understand like reasons for relatively low readership on Singapore literature. Yeah, and we do have other popular Sing Lit titles too, such as Russell Lee's Singapore Ghost Stories. But the purpose of this analysis is really to focus on the Crazy Rich Asians series. Yeah, which was popularized through the movie adaptation in 2018. You may or may not have seen this film or seen this book before. Okay. So when we actually look at our data for the Crazy Rich Asians series, we did notice that there's a spike after the release of the movie, and you can see that the loans after the movie had also increased, and there was actually a spillover effect for other Sing Lit titles as well. Over here, what we have was we looked at the borrowing media of those who borrowed Sing Lit. So you can see that majority of patrons actually do borrow physical only, but they can also borrow digital as well as borrow both. From this chart, yeah, NLB borrowers who borrow Sing Lit are predominantly physical only borrowers. And if you look at the flow from this Sankey chart, you can see that they mainly come from the 7 to 12 years old as well as the 30 to 49 years old age group. Yeah, so these are the two main age groups. Okay, but actually regardless of Sing Lit borrowers or not, this is typically the trend that we see for borrowers in our library. Yeah, the main borrowing groups actually come from this family unit. Okay, so we do also promote our NLB mobile app, especially due to the COVID lockdown. And if we look at just the age group over here, the 50 to 59 years old, we do see that 30% of them are actually purely digital borrowers. So the lockdown did actually inspire some patrons to actually check out our NLB mobile app. And in fact, some of them are now turned into pure digital users. Yeah, then this was a recommender that we actually built in Tableau, where you can choose what title you typically like, and based on what you like, we'll recommend a singlet title that is from the same genre to you. And if you actually like to get a book, whether from the library or from the bookstore, the bottom right-hand side here is a Singapore map where we can actually show where are the bookstores as well as where are the nearest libraries that you can actually head to actually get this book. Yeah, so this is another dashboard that we have that is quite similar, but just that we have yeah, so this is a dashboard that we have on our Tableau public page where we actually showcase like the top 10 titles from Overdrive. So this is a separate study from what you saw previously, but we just want to show that we actually do publish broad statistics as well to the media as well as onto our socials. Yeah, so generally top loaning titles are from the junior collection, such as the Dogman series. Yeah, and this is another dashboard that we have that is also on our Tableau public page. And for this, we actually included like a further breakdown where you can actually select age level as well as select the genre. So how this works is, you can click on let's say 7 years old, the age level, and this will actually show what are the top 5 titles that patrons that are 7 years old tend to borrow. And this is actually good for parents, who would like to actually know what are the popular reads that they can actually borrow for their kids. Okay, I hope that was interesting to you. And if you do see a potential in sharing your data to uncover more insights together, you can drop us an email at this NLB-data_office email. Okay, if you're unsure if you're able to contribute at this stage, but you are just keen to actually understand more about all these like digital reading habits, you are also welcome to drop us an email and we can further discuss. Okay, yeah, and as what Zamin has mentioned earlier, we have actually talked to Evanston Public Library. They are very interested to share their Overdrive data, but the more the merrier. If you can get more libraries together, that is our goal. Okay, that's all for my sharing. My final slide here are just some QR codes that you can actually check out if you are interested to find out more about some of the analysis that we have done and some of the dashboards that we just shown earlier. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis, for the presentation. So I see that you have already addressed the first questions that was left in the chat. So for those who are interested to check out the National Library Board's Tableau public page, you can scan the QR code shown on the screen. We also have a data blog and also a page where we publish our research and studies. Those QR codes are also flashed on the page. So Phyllis, I like the part where you mentioned about there was this dashboard built on Tableau where you showcase where can public users locate a copy of the book from a local store. So could you share a bit more on the process of gathering this data, and were there any challenges in forming this data set?
Oh, yes, sure. Actually, we actually didn't get a comprehensive set of data for the list of bookstores. So this was just a very curated set of data set that we got online. So of course we couldn't populate every single bookstore that is in Singapore lah. So yeah, so this is just a subset. Okay, I would say that was like the main challenge of building this, but other than that, it was actually pretty fun. The data actually includes driving users of this dashboard to our NLB mobile app website as well as our catalog page. So if all these are actually interactive, if you actually click onto like let's say if you actually click on the link, it will actually drive you to our website where you can find out more about how you can become a library member.
I see. So the data set that you have gathered, were they crowdsourced, or you have written into the bookstore itself to gather this information, or how did you go
Oh,
about
it was
it?
just a simple web scraping of like certain websites that actually share where their locations are. Yeah.
I see. Okay, there is a second question for the contact email for partners again in the chat. So I see that Sumin has already listed the NLB email office. So this is where you can get in touch for any partnership that you would like to do with us. Are there any other questions?
Oh, okay.
Cory Lampert.
Yeah, I see that Cory has indicated her interest to work with the NLB. She's also sitting on the Open Data Steering Committee. So I think the data office can get in touch with Cory later on.
Yeah, Cory, just drop us an email and we can link up.
Are there any other questions? If not, I can ask a second one. So you mentioned that you have been working with the Seattle Library as well as the Everston, right? Could you also share some of the findings that you have found so far through this collaboration? Zoom in, I think you are muted.
Okay, wait, let me switch off your audio, otherwise I need to get, sorry. So I was just, we've been talking with Seattle because, and really, because they had the data out there first and we wanted to bounce ideas off them. I think one thing that we asked them for was some sense of how Seattle's fines, Seattle's no fines initiative has gone. So they give us some interesting insights. We were looking for things like whether customers tended to then abuse the no fine policy and return their books later, whether people reacted to things like Seattle's initiative to have more popular books have shorter, physical books have shorter loan periods, so that we could also give our own colleagues who are considering these initiatives, right, some idea of what might come if they decided to pursue those initiatives. So I think a lot of this really rests on the central idea, right, that actually all of us in the library world, we have some thoughts and ideas about what might go well with customers, right? And then what happens is, in order to decide in today's world, a lot of it is, hey, show me the data of whether it will work, or set up an experiment in a small proof of concept to see whether it will work. Not so easy for us in this world, and it's we always thought that it would be easier if sometimes we can go to the other libraries that have actually done these things and see what the actual result was, so that we can go back to our management, our board members, and say, well, rather than run an experiment which may be very expensive and may not be able to work fully fledged, right? Another way to do it is to see what other people's experiences have been. So in that vein, right, this idea of sharing insights between libraries, I think is just a continuation. Actually, every year we see library colleagues who travel overseas to other libraries to see what they do. We also host colleagues from other countries in Singapore, right, to see what we have done and what we think we can do to flesh this out is to say, well, other than seeing the nice things, all the nice hero displays and so on, we can also share about what it has actually done to our numbers and to our actual results. So for example, right, one thing we asked Seattle for their sense of how removing fines has worked. But we would also be happy to share, I think, if people wanted to find out, right, how well our we use this feature on Overdrive called Lucky Day. I believe it's similar to what some of the Australian libraries do in physical books, which is to make certain books that are very popular, shorter loan duration, right? To help people understand, when you put books on shorter loan, right, does it increase the velocity of the book so that one book can be used by more readers? Which books it works well for and which books it doesn't. Also, things like whether some customers who will look at it and find the timing too short, how would you be able to guess at that from the data of when they return the books, right? So we are also looking into these things. And sometimes, right, we may have done these things but not thought of the question. And only when somebody else is thinking about it, they ask us a question, then we can look at the data and say, oh, yes, that's something interesting. So so Patrick, that's a really good question. I can only say a little bit about what Seattle's done, because actually I think I would love for the Seattle team to share their own findings rather than I share what I extracted from them. I just gave you a teaser of a couple of things we asked them about. And really, I think the magic here is the asking of questions, right? And then we can put our heads together, ask those questions together, and then come up with answers that hopefully we can share within the library world, whether it's informally through these kinds of forums, or if not, if maybe some of this makes into an academic presentation of an IFLA paper, that's a different matter. but yes, okay, Francois has so Francois is asking, how do we cross and reconcile data? It's a very, very interesting piece. I would say first off is that, of course, if many of us are using the same vendor or using the same language, right? For example, if all of us are using Overdrive, then the direct data fields make more sense. But with data management tools available, actually, for example, and Phyllis is a much better programmer than me, right? Actually, to code and transform fields from one format or one vendor to another actually can be relatively straightforward, so long as we as librarians understand how the two fields are supposed to be related. So the number one is to reach that understanding. Francois, the most challenging thing I think, right, actually is that even if we share data, our policies may be slightly different in various ways. That then cause the data interpretation to be different. And probably the two biggest examples, right? If I have a 3-week loan period and you have a 2-week loan period, the interpretation of something like how often renewals happen, right, may differ. NLB charges our patrons to make physical reservations. Some libraries do not. So the willingness to make reservations may be higher in some systems where it's free, and not so high in systems where we have to pay a small nominal fee. So translating policy, I think, is the biggest challenge. The data itself, once the interoperability actually is, once you have a coder on board, the challenge is relatively trivial, I would say. But the policy, now that one is difficult.
So as a follow-up to the question posed by Francois, so on top of sharing data, right, do you have any advice or best practice that you typically tell your partners when sharing data? For example, would they be required to give a data dictionary containing, okay, what are some of the library policies that they have in place regarding their loans period, and what are the library rules that they have?
Yeah, so a data dictionary is, I think, best practice. This one, maybe I will toss it over to Phyllis to explain a little bit about what she typically puts together for a data dictionary. So I give Phyllis a heads up before I shoot her there. But besides the data dictionary, I do have to say that one temptation always is to say, I try to put everything in the dictionary, but you cannot be comprehensive. One thing I learned from Seattle was, which I can share with you, is that it is very important that the team remains open to conversation and to people asking. So our Seattle contact, he mentioned that the university that is nearest him, right, Washington, actually they still invite him to explain to the students that are using the data to study, right, what are the details or intricacies about data they need to know, to take questions about what the data is like. So actually that conversation is still important. A lot of knowledge is locked up in our heads and may not be possible to fully download everything onto a document. Yeah, over to Phyllis.
Okay.
Hang on, she's still muted. She's trying to unmute, but there's some problems.
Okay, yeah, so regarding the data dictionary question, we will typically try to be more detailed in a form. So besides including things like description of what this field means, we also include like any domain knowledge or important notes to note about, like, so for example, just now Sandie mentioned like policies surrounding the library. So those are important information to include, and other information such as any computation that we use to compute certain things. We will also include in our data dictionary. And further discuss also via emails when we reach out to each other.
The volume is low. I'm going to turn it towards you so you can speak louder into the.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, you got to figure out how to unmute you. Sorry, Francois, did you manage to catch it directly, or do we need to repeat that again?
Sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Okay, that should be good.
I think it's better to repeat again. I think the volume was a bit low.
I think if there isn't that much more, I would just say again, reach out to us with an email. And I would just want to say, even if you don't have data to contribute, we will welcome if you want to analyze. Speaking from the point of view of data office, right, with a team of data analysts here, I would say sometimes it's interesting, it's still very interesting to analyze other people's data. Our requirement is not quid pro quo in the sense of you must contribute data to be the pod. The main thing is to encourage that data sharing within the library data community.
Thank you, Zimin and Phyllis. So if there are no other questions, we will end this item.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions in general, we will be entering a break period for the event. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Asia team, Patrick and Yi-Chen. Thank you so much for your work moderating this phase of the event. For all of those of you attending, we are going to take a break now, and we will resume at 8:30 Central European time. So if you want to make a switch in your time zone, we will start up again at 8:30. So there won't be any content for a while, but please take a break and come back and join us. And we hope to see you at 8:30 Central European time. So thank you very much. And if any of the presenters or moderators want to chat, I will be in the backstage for just a little while if you have any questions. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and share the slide that will let people know that we are going on break.
Well, good morning, or good afternoon, or perhaps for some of you, good evening. My name is Wouter Klapwyk from Stellenbosch University. I'm an IT section standing committee member. And together with Elena Sanchez Nogales from the National Library of Spain, we'll be moderating this region session for the next 6 hours. I'll be moderating for the first 3, taking us through a couple of presentations in the first 3, and then I'll be handing over to Elena. We very much similar to the previous regions presentations. These are very much AI based with a great focus in AI. And I'll be indicating before every presentation whether questions will be taken after the presentation. We have one recorded presentation, and for those we won't be taking questions, obviously, but they can be emailed to the presenter, and the presenter's email will be on a presentation. I'll share it in the chat as well. No point in really mentioning using captions and keeping questions to the chat, because we don't know when people are joining us. So it's not like everybody's joined already at the same time. So without any further ado, I think we can get started with our first presentation. And for that, I want to hand over to Lila Theodosi. She's from the Library and Research Services for Parliaments section in IFLA. She's the information coordinator. And she would like to say a couple of introductory words and also introduce Dr. Phyllis. He's going to talk to us about AI in parliaments. So over to you, Lila.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good morning from Greece. I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting the IFLA Library and Research Services for Parliament section to participate in this great 24-hour event to exchange views and discuss IT challenges. AI is again the subject here today for this session, and opportunities in this field. Dr. Fotis Fitzilis, a personal affiliate of IFLA and IFLA PARL, agreed to take part in this session as our guest. We have the honor to present him to talk about the guidelines for AI in Parliament. Dr. Fotis Fitzilis is the head of the Department for Scientific Documentation and Supervision and lead researcher at the Scientific Service of the Hellenic Parliament. He has over 20 years of professional experience in science positions, both in private and public sector. While operating on a global scale, he has been active in fields ranging from telecommunications and logistics to management and good governance, which has included recent papers on e-governance and institutional development, including improvements to parliamentary oversight committees. In 2017, he founded the Hellenic OCR team, a crowdsourcing initiative for the study of parliamentary data. He has an academic background in law, economics, and engineering, while also holding a doctoral degree in electrical engineering. He has authored more than 70 scientific publications, including 6 books, some of, but not all, of course. Most important in our field, the Routledge Handbook of Parliamentary Administrations, a chapter on Greece's parliamentary administration, and in the Routledge Handbook of Parliamentary Administrations, Parliamentary Administrations facing the digital age, both in 2023. And last July 2024, he was one of the authors and editors of the Guidelines for AI in Parliaments, which was published by the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And we are very happy to hear from him what would be the steps to take for a parliament when implementing AI. Dr. Fitzilis, I give you the floor, please.
Thank you, Ms. Theodosi. It's a great honor, dear Chairman, Mr. Wouter, colleagues and friends around the world. It's, as I said, a tremendous honor to be in front of you, trying to, if possible, highlight some of the main challenges our favorite institutions, parliaments, will face or are already facing in front of the emergence of artificial intelligence. I will put on the presentations shortly, but let me beforehand say a couple of introductory words. So artificial intelligence is not a new technology. And as a matter of fact, it's not a single technology. It's a field, more or less, of a scientific area comprising a lot of different technologies and applications. And the interesting part when it comes to parliaments is how, first of all, which of all these technologies are relevant. Maybe not all are, or some of them are not necessary or even dangerous. And at the same time, what are the steps, as said by Ms. Theodosi, that could be undertaken? What are the strategies that could be employed on the side of the parliaments? What kind of cooperation agreements or legal frameworks, soft or hard law, are necessary in order for the parliaments to take advantage of these technologies, as it is actually the case of many technologies. They can be used for good or ill. So it is a matter of selection. It is a matter of carefully planning and allocating our scarce resources. And by saying these introductory words, let me please try to share my presentation. This will be more or less 25, or let's say more than 20 minutes presentation, and maybe we have some time for discussion afterwards. I will try now to share my screen. Lila, do I trust that you can see my screen now?
Yes, clearly. Very
Okay.
nice.
Okay, thank you. I will put it in full screen. Hopefully it works out. And this is now the second slide. The structure, is this still visible?
Yes. It's
Okay,
perfect.
thank you very much. Then it works. So let me go through this this presentation, how we will try to approach the topic. First of all, let me share a few insights, or better said, let me try to elucidate why we developed these guidelines and how they were developed, and why are we actually needing these guidelines, or maybe not. So this is up to you to decide. Then I will talk a little bit about some elements of the guidelines, some elements of their development. After all of us have a more or less good idea of what this is all about, we will try to dissect the guidelines. So the guidelines have 6 sections, and we will go one after another to go what are included in these sections. Of course, it's rather difficult to go to discuss and go into deep in every single guidelines. There are 40 of them. That would take too much of our time, and maybe that's not the purpose of today's presentation. Nevertheless, I would try to cherry pick some of interesting ones, or some of them that we had particular difficulties in developing, or there are on my side, of course, of special interest for parliaments. All of them are, of course, otherwise we wouldn't have taken them on board. But some are maybe more acute, more interesting in the inception phase or in the introductory phase. Then, towards the end of the presentation, we will try to see what kind of steps we are taking towards disseminating all this information. By the way, my presence here today serves for this purpose exactly. And what steps we are taking to making them more accessible by other large linguistic groups. So we are translating them as well. And I'm going to spend some words on this. And last, of course, but not least, the guidelines were developed or were published last July, a couple of months ago. So what are the next steps that we have in mind, and what kind of collaborations and ideas we have for the further development and, of course, improvement as technology moves on? By the way, I would like to say also the following. This is considered the first part of a presentation of these guidelines in front of IFLA crowd. Our colleague from the Spanish Senate, Marina Cueto Aparicio, she is going to speak, I think, on the 17th, 18th of October at the IFLA conference, and she's going to try to get into more detail, visualizing and discussing some further aspects of these guidelines. So why do we need them? Do we need them at all, or maybe it's a step that it's too quick on our side? So that's not an easy question to tackle. First of all, we are all witnessing this rapid evolution of technology. We, even if we're not into this sector actively, scientifically, I suppose all of us are bombarded with information daily, almost, on new developments, challenges, ethical aspects, ethical questions, and so on. So for us, for the experts that deal with that on a research base and that we work in parliaments, it made perfect sense to try to figure out under which conditions, within which framework these could be integrated in the parliamentary workspace, in our daily routine, and how this could be done in an ethical and responsible manner. That's a first point. Then, of course, if you already have some solutions envisaged, or maybe already some implemented, or maybe you're using them privately, but these solutions are affecting your work. For instance, you can use an online translation feature that works on the base of AI, and you can use this privately, but the outcome of your work is input to your professional activities. So how can we standardize all these practices within a single parliament and then across parliaments? Is there any sense, or does it make sense to standardize anything, or can we leave this largely unregulated and see how and if a natural equilibrium will eventually evolve? Then we talked about the ethical conduct. So ethics, I mean, I'm not the expert to discuss ethics, but a few things I already know, as we all do. So the ethical framework is not a universal one. There's no universal ethics. In a single country, it develops differently. Regionally, it might be a different ethical framework. Ethical conceptions might be different. So this makes the whole discussion about an ethical conduct in the use of a truly global technology like AI very difficult. So if we take the Greeks as an example, and it's very difficult, or I mean, it's almost unimaginable to deploy an ethical framework that was developed, let's say, in Southeastern Asia, or in the US, or somewhere, let's say, outside Europe. Even within Europe, it might be a little bit critical. And of course, there are always very bright people, very bright colleagues across the parliamentary world that will be pioneers, will be pioneering this technology. And then they will have developed best practices as they already do. And by the way, the IPU in early August, the IPU is the Interparliamentary Union, has brought out an open access publication with 46, if I'm not mistaken, 46 use cases of the use of artificial intelligence in parliaments across the world. So all these people and institutions are developing these solutions. So is there any chance that we can cooperate and adapt someone else's solution, or at least get some ideas how we can integrate them in our own parliaments in a successful manner? So these are questions that bothered us a lot while thinking about the guidelines. And then, of course, I'm sure that I have omitted several questions, but these were some of the more important ones. There's the case about about upholding the democratic rights and principles. And on this, I will be talking shortly. Now, these have been the driving forces or the ground ideas for a very broad discussion that we have undertaken with a lot of colleagues in parliaments and in the scholarly world, in academic institutions. And what Leela has showed you, has talked about, is a publication that emerged just a month ago, 16th of July, from the Westminster Foundation of Democracy. And this, I'm not sure you can see it right now, but it is all, we have printed it in a few copies. So if your parliaments and libraries would like a physical copy, it's, well, due to environmental reasons, we don't print too much. But if you badly want one of these copies, we might be able to arrange to send you one. So this was the publication in the end of in mid-July, roughly, was the last step in this development. But you need to know that we have commenced with the development of these guidelines in early 2023, so roughly 1.5 years earlier. Originally with a group of 8 friends and colleagues, and this led roughly in spring 2023 in the first version, very rudimentary, very basic version of these guidelines, without much info, without much detail. This was the outcome of a roundtable discussion, or better said, of a series of roundtable discussions across these 8 colleagues. And last summer, and taking into account what went on and still goes on in the world of technology around AI, we decided that this is not enough. Well, that was quite clearly visible back then as it is now. And based on this basic observation, we started assessing the parliamentary world globally to find colleagues, practitioners from parliamentary institutions, academics from academic institutions and research centers, but also private individuals from private companies, because you might have noticed or know these technologies are rarely developed by parliaments or research centers. They're developed largely by private institutions, by private companies, very large ones. So if we are talking about discussing and framing these technologies, we might need to talk to these people that actually developed them. That was a basic observation back then. And indeed, we gathered 20, actually it was 24, two of them stepped out, which is very logical if you consider the amount of work that it's necessary to develop all this. And we stayed, 22 parliamentary experts remained from 16 countries, 5 continents. So it was a global initiative, apparently. In a multidisciplinary and cross-sectoral manner, meaning cross-sectoral because we involved all 3 sectors, well, let's say academia, public sector, and private sector. And then multidisciplinary because we had legal professionals, IT developers, we had linguistic experts, because it's language that we're dealing about. The whole large language models and the generative artificial intelligence is based on the manipulation of language and the understanding of how language works. And this happened under the auspices of the Hellenic OCR team, which is an international scientific initiative for the study of parliamentary data. I forgot to mention, I'm taking a step back. I forgot to mention that this is an open access publication. You can download it from this link. And Lila, if I kindly may ask you to place the link on the chat so that everybody can have a chance to click on it. Thank you. So these are our authors. As a small tribute to them, I'm just going to mention some institutions that were involved. It's the Hellenic Parliament, of course. It's the Zeppelin University in Germany, the Hamad bin Khalifa in Qatar, the University of Bologna in Italy, UNDP, Parliament of Austria, University of Lausanne, University of Quebec, the Senate of Brazil, the Parliament of Australia, the State Legal Council in Greece, the Senate of Spain, the University of Austral in Buenos Aires, private company, governable AI, the Parliament of Estonia, expert from Lithuania, Nova Works, the Israel Ministry of Justice, the Karoli Gaspar University in Hungary, Lewis University in Rome, and the Pop Fox Foundation in California. Let's slowly but swiftly move on to the core of the guidelines, which are the guidelines themselves. As said, they were classified in 6 sectors: ethical principles, artificial general intelligence, privacy and security, governance and oversight, system design and operation, capacity building, and education. Now, please take into account that classification was not and is not always easy. There are overlaps, which are inevitable, meaning that some issues around governance have aspects of privacy or of system design in them. And of course, if you would ask me to undertake a new classification of the same guidelines, I might come up with a slightly different one. It doesn't make any sense, of course, to stick to a very rigid classification. As these guidelines evolve, as people add to them more guidelines or take some out of them, be my guest, they might tend to use a different one. Classification serves also the purpose of limit the discussion in certain areas, to not try to let it become too broad, and also save time and resources during this discussion. So while checking them and discussing them, feel free to share your comments if you think that some of this could be made differently. We would really encourage such input for the next steps of our work. Also, it is not to be maybe neglected that the distribution of the guidelines per section was not homogeneous or linear. That's also rather logical. For instance, it does not make any sense to have as much guidelines in the section of artificial general intelligence as let's say in privacy and security. Also, because this was, we did not say we will have 6 sections and let's say we will have 5 guidelines per section. So we did not use this kind of approach. We rather developed the guidelines also by making an extensive desk review and literature review. So this is a final outcome of the distribution. Moving on to the actual guidelines, as said, it's impossible to go one after another on all 40. So I will try to maybe discuss selected points on some of these. When it comes to the ethical aspects, I already shared some original thoughts of mine. But among others, I would like to place your attention on number 9, respect for the rule of law and democratic values, because actually this is one of the most important issues when it comes into the deployment or integration of artificial intelligence technologies in parliaments. If they're not to respect the use, if it's not to respect the established rule of law, if it's going to mess up with a democratic values and long established traditions, then we might have there a second look or a third look to see if they're necessary at all. After all, these are to enhance our capacity to conduct our work and not change the fundamental the foundations of our democratic systems. Then regarding artificial general intelligence, which, if you're not familiar with the term, it has to do with entities of artificial intelligence becoming almost human-like or surpassing human cognition and capabilities. This is the so-called singularity, if you're more familiar with the term. This moment might never turn up, but and there were indeed some discussions if we need to take on board at all something like this into our guidelines, which is totally understandable as well. But other people argumented against that, saying this is a prospect. If it's a realistic one in the next years, I don't know. But this is a prospect that might change a lot, if not everything. So we better have a few, 3 of them in 40 guidelines that might, let's say, present our very basic approach towards such a possibility. If perhaps distant possibility, but still there. Privacy and security is a very important one section, but starting from these from this section, guidelines start to become technical. Guidelines start to become legal. So, of course, if you read in the through the text, you will see a lot of technical aspects behind this. So I'm here putting not the full guidelines. These are the short versions of the guidelines in order to be able to discuss them. The guidelines are fairly complex and analyzed in a fair detail at this point. Then it's governance and oversight, which, by the way, under 6, so the last one, has an aspect regarding cooperation with stakeholders, which is parliaments, other parliaments, parliamentary institutions, and parliamentary agglomerates, regional parliamentary corporations, and even the IPU, which is our global intergovernmental organization, under which parliaments discuss their issues and their development. The 5th one is a rather technical one. It has to do with main indicators and guidelines for system design and operation. This is not necessarily something that politicians would like to assess and understand, but that's okay, because these kind of technologies are fairly complex. They have legal aspects, political aspects, ethical aspects, but also technical aspects. This is a technology and it has to be managed. So without understanding and framing the technology as such, I don't think that it's even possible to discuss the higher level meanings, political and democratic values, and so on. And finally, and allow me to conclude within a minute or two, we are talking about educating our fellow colleagues in parliaments and politicians and members of parliaments and the parliamentary leadership. Without a similar understanding of these kind of technologies and aspects, I don't think that we will be ever able to reach consensus on how to deal with the technology. So this section speaks about establishing expert teams within the parliament and within and outside the parliament, and in cooperation with external experts, about organizing training programs, about knowledge exchange among parliaments and other organizations, with MOUs or not, about documenting everything that we do so that next generations and the colleagues can be able to follow up what has happened. And of course, public education, because parliaments are for the people. And if not, we could eventually engage people into the redesigning of parliamentary procedures in order to facilitate artificial intelligence solutions. That are possibilities that we have taken into account. We talked about disseminations. I don't want to stay here too long. We are translating them in 8 languages. With English, it will be 9, covering fairly all the most of the world. Of course, we don't have Chinese yet because we didn't have any Chinese partners, but we could eventually, if there's interest, we could translate this into Chinese or Pashtun or Urdu to cover the entire or most of the globe. We do want to undertake this step because we did not develop this for the Western world, let's say. We developed this for the whole world, and indeed it would make sense in our minds to have them translated and disseminated to as many people as possible. And last, about further development, we have a lot in our minds. And I do understand, and I'm sure you also do, this is a lot of work. I think it's impossible to be undertaken by a group of people, even if it encompasses 20 or more. We need more support. We need your support. And that said, and by concluding my presentation, I would like to thank you for listening and invite you to contribute if you wish with your ideas. And if you wish to join our cause, kindly let me know. We will try to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Phyllis. That very interesting presentation. It resonates with so much we're also doing in academic libraries and other library types. And getting these guidelines from parliamentary libraries is very useful for other library domains as well. We'll allow 5 minutes for questions. I see we have a question in the chat from Shadi Saleh. I will just read out the question in case you don't see it. When working with artificial intelligence nowadays, it seems to be very Americanized from all aspects, the linguistics, social norms, competitive value, and aspects, as well as the fact that there are such powerful models such as GPT in the American domain. How do regulators in the European Union feel about it, given the fact that the gap is increasing exponentially? Could you perhaps speak to that?
That's an excellent question, and it bothers a lot of people, particularly in the high-level positions. First of all, I do agree that the American most of technology has started as American-centric, and these kind of the newly developed artificial intelligence technologies like generative AI. Generative AI is one technology. I repeat, there are many different artificial intelligence technologies. But here our Mr. Saleh tackles the issue of generative artificial intelligence. So I will stick to that. So Mr. Saleh is right. It started American-centric, but it did not continue like this. Currently, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different models that are being developed around the world and in many setups that are fairly open, meaning they can also be trained using local linguistic material. Also, for instance, we are trying to train in Greece some models using Greek. Of course, with smaller languages, you sometimes lack the necessary material, digital corpus in order to train this. There are solutions to this, of course. I don't want to stay too much. There are global efforts. Notably, in the Arabic world, very early in the development process of generative AI, countries there decided that they want to develop their national LLMs, as they say, the national large language models, and they make truly national efforts, putting a lot of resources into this, in developing these kind of technologies. And that's the proper way forward. Building agglomerates, research efforts in the Arabic world, in the Chinese world. This has happened long ago. In the European context, that's the way forward. Develop linguistic models that are not fully dependent on the English text, but rather developing a national understanding of languages. Because as you better know than I do, language carries also our cultural beliefs and a lot of different aspects of our traditions. So it makes perfect sense to develop generative artificial intelligence driven by our national large language models. If you need further support on this, and if you need more information, since we do this and we're trying to develop this, for instance, for Greek, we can guide you further. Thank you.
Thank you for that very detailed response. I can also comment here in Africa, we have similar initiatives to develop language models for minor languages. The challenge always remaining to get the data prepared in the first place, and then obviously thereafter to get those minor languages incorporated into the major language models. I don't see any further questions in the chat. I would like just to remind all participants this complete webinar of 24 hours has been recorded, and the recording will be shared afterwards. So you can always go back and contact the presenters again and put further questions to them if you don't have them prepared at this point in time, or would like to have a look at the presentation again before doing so. With no further questions at this point in time, we'd just like to thank you very much again, Dr. Phyllis, for your presentation and sharing the great work being done. And also to you, Lilo, for sharing this work done through the section in the Parliament section at IFLA.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Do you want to have any closing words, Lilo?
As Dr. Phyllis said, the IFLA annual conference is happening in October in Madrid. You're all invited, and we will have a special panel discussion on AI in parliamentary libraries, but also more general in libraries. So you're all invited, and I believe it's we're talking about live streaming it. So stay tuned to see the IFLA side of it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And we take note of the links you shared in the chat as well. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll put up a placeholder slide for a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue to the next presentation, which will be a recording which I'll play, but I'll do a quick introduction before then. Thank you. Good. Welcome back, and welcome if you've just joined us. In the meantime, we're going to continue to our next presentation. This is a pre-recorded presentation from Ursula Raber. She'll be speaking on the international data space for the exchange of open access usage data. I'm just quickly going to say something about Ursula, since she's not yet to introduce herself. Please be reminded that all the biographic statements or descriptions of our authors is on the website. So very shortly, just very briefly, Ursula is the community manager for open access, for the Open Access Book Usage Data Trust, where she facilitates global consultations and engagement with diverse open access book usage stakeholder communities. Her position is hosted by the European Infrastructure Consortium, focused on open scholarly communication in the European research area for social sciences and the humanities. So she'll be speaking to us how they addressed the challenges encountered when collecting open access book usage data to make strategic decisions about their open access programs. So this is a shared presentation. I'm just going to get the video recording going in a moment. Just bear with me.
Wouter, we don't hear the sound for now. I don't know.
Michael Clark for the Data Trust on the Open Access Book Supply Chain.
Yes, we're hearing you. Yeah.
Sorry, yes. Didn't the sound come through?
Yeah, yes, at the end we could hear it. So maybe you can go back to the beginning. Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, I should have unmuted. Okay, sorry. There we go. We'll try again.
Hello, my name is Ursula, but I work as the project community manager for IFLA. If you haven't heard of it, it is the European research infrastructure for the development of open scholarly communication in the social sciences and humanities. The role spans across different projects, and today we'll be representing and telling you about the Open Access Book Usage Data Trust effort with its current project. I also want to thank the organizers for allowing me to share this recording with you. If anyone has any questions about any of the things I will be sharing, please feel free to reach out via the email address you see on the screen. So to start our presentation, I will talk to you a bit about the background of this effort that also pertains our interactions with libraries and publishers, as well as other infrastructures. and share with you the role this data space model has within it. Then we will dive into how does this effort help in the scalable exchange of sensitive and proprietary usage data across public and private organizations. The effort has been developed across multiple grant projects, supported by the Mellon Foundation as well as other smaller NSF grants, and I will share a highlight of the research that was crucial and foundational for where we are today. What you see on the screen is a report done by Laura Rich and Michael Clark for the Data Trust on the open access book supply chain. Within the open access book life cycle, there are multiple stakeholders, as you know, involved making it a complex usage data ecosystem. An author writes a book, works with the publisher to publish it, then the publisher uses various platforms to share the book. Each of the entities involved, from libraries, publishers, readers, etc., create usage data that can be valuable to all the organizations. Libraries, publishers, and many other platforms and services have to manage multiple usage data streams, which turns into a lot of distributed effort and opportunities for inconsistent data processing. Organizations individually manage, compile, and link usage data metrics, which isn't easy. And we know that while there are admirable efforts such as Counter that help in this instance, many usage data creators such as scholarly-led efforts or smaller independent publishers do not have the human or technical resources to be certified as counter-compliant or counter-conformant. Instead, they might use analytics from Google Analytics, for example, which makes usage data interoperability and aggregation challenging. Another report that is quite interesting that has been done by Kevin Hawkins and Christina Drummond undertook foundational research supported by the Mellon Foundation to understand the ways entities in scholarly communication wish to leverage usage data, both for reporting and for operational decision-making. These focus groups confirmed that there is a greater system-wide need to reduce resources spent on cross-platform data curation and aggregation via shared infrastructure. This could bring economies of scale to publishers, libraries, and their platforms and services for cross-platform usage data curation and management. And this set us on the path to make it easier for practice to automate the exchange and aggregation of public and sensitive usage data in a trusted fashion with machine-applied guide rails capable of providing data governance and accountability in line with the contractual commitments. So what has this resulted in? Having this information at hand, the Data Trust decided to look for an infrastructure model that would help achieve exactly this. Our motto is to not reinvent the wheel. If there is a solution available, why not use it? This led to the discovery of the International Data Space Framework developed by the IDSA, or the International Data Spaces Association. This exchange of data between public and private stakeholders of different types is very challenging in the scholarly communication ecosystem, and the data space model addresses it well through the network approach to a multi-party data exchange or neutral intermediary. We wanted to move away from a data warehouse or harvesting service or copies for the data towards a machine-based data governance layer and internet-based exchange that will streamline authorities, data broker entities, and data clearinghouse services. Our current work funded by Mellon is focused on applying this model to increase trust in usage data through secure and transparent exchange, and while exploring how to define multi-party data governance through usage control and community-based accountability measures. The data space works on a zero-copy principles, meaning that data is not held anywhere, it is not created as a backup, we're not an archive or anything similar. Data space works on the principle of active exchange between data providers and data recipients of the data. So what happened next is pretty much creating the structure and community governance of the data trust as the building blocks. We have a community governance body and operating principles in line with the mission and vision that you see on the screen. On the right-hand side, you can also see our current board of trustees showing also some of the organizations involved. We work based on the guiding principles informed by the policy structure, and you can see how each of them matches our work on our website if you're interested in more details. The current project of the Data Trust effort is aiming to advance the launch of the data space. And we wouldn't be here today without direct support from the Mellon Foundation through this research project. The title is quite long. However, if you're interested in more details, you can find more information on our website and under the Advancing to Launch by Developing IDS or International Data Space Governance Building Blocks. Its main aim is to develop the governance and the coordinating office, as well as study the participation requirements, the return on investment, and how we can streamline this process. We also need to recognize the efforts of a project co-principal investigators supporting this project, namely Christina, Pro, and Yannick. And we also need to recognize the project advisory board, which helps guide the work of the project. There are additionally 2 smaller projects running within the effort supported by the NSF, and they're focused on how extensible this data space model can be on other publishing outputs. Given the nature of the data space model, it is indeed interesting for us to find out how similar are the vocabularies and if the supply chain for open access journal articles would be similar to one for books, for example. Finally, I also want to mention that since these are not the only projects the effort has been supported by, there have been so many different community members that has helped and have been involved from the community through our main projects and the side projects since the beginning of 2020. From staff members to board of trustees, board committees, project investigators, and similar. This is a global effort, and we aim to expand even more the diversity of community stakeholders involved. It is also important to note that the Open Access Book Usage Data Trust is in transition. We are not yet an international data space service with financial support from the data space members, but we are heading into that direction. So let me show you what we have been working on over the past year and where we are now. In terms of how we are adopting the data space model from the IDSA, one of the main things we started with was the rulebook. The rulebook is a document that contains all the principles that need to be followed in order to exchange the data through the data space, from organizational, data-focused principles, technical processes, participant-facing principles, and so on. We have worked on this document over the last 13 plus months, resulting in the version 0 that will be further developed moving forward in the next months. You are welcome to read how this document came about under the QR code at the top, explaining the workshops, the community consultations, the rulebook testing, and also you are welcome to read the first version 0.0 on ours and other community. After the rulebook has been published, we launched into developing the cohorts that will inform the technical principles that are currently missing in this rulebook, and will also help develop the necessary digital infrastructure. So the very first step here is the first pilot partners that will take part in the pilot in 2024 and early 2025. With the aim to connect and route scholarship usage database by the first scholarly communication data space. And to do that, they will start small with a minimum viable product by using counter-compliant book and chapter item metrics. The aim here is to explore the return on investment, inform the data model, and explore the extensibility. You can see on the screen which of the organizations we have participating in this first pilot. The results of this pilot will be technical diagrams, sandbox and production environment, documentations, and similar. Then we will have a second group of organizations participating in a second pilot to fine-tune and define these processes even more, and this will be the beginning of 2025. If any of the present participants are interested to find out more, you can let me know. We are still discussing which organizations will be part of the second pilot. Finally, at the same time, we have also been discussing the topic of sustainability. In order to sustain an open infrastructure, cost recovery mechanisms are needed. Even if a certain aspect or a benefit is free, there needs to be a mechanism that sustains it. Costs can occur from staffing, technical, legal, and similar, which isn't always visible, but is important to keep in mind. You might have noticed so far how important community feedback is to us, and we asked the community to give us feedback on this aspect too. First, we had an initial sustainable model canvas that has been developed in 2021 by the consulting firm More Brains, and that we updated before the consultations with the community started. Over the past few months, we have been obtaining community feedback to develop our membership and sustainability model through workshops, in person, online focus groups, surveys, and similar. And we received different feedback on pros and cons and various cost recovery mechanisms, which methods are trusted, and potential benefits and pricing structures. This resulted in an initial drafted model you can see on the screen, which then needs to be considered if it would work for the Tasso Trust, and this will be the next step for the effort. We will have more news on this in the future months as we explore it further. Finally, I also wanted to share some resources with you if you're interested to find out more. We have a Zenodo community that provides all the outputs we publish to our projects. We also have events listed on our website. If you're interested to find us at various conferences. We have an announcement list that you can sign up for in case you would like to receive quarterly updates on where we are in the project. And as I mentioned at the beginning, you are welcome to contact us as well. You can find our contact details on our website, or you can contact me via the email you see on the screen. Thank you very much.
Right, we thank Ursula in her absence for a pre-recorded presentation and all the work that's gone into preparing it. I'd like to remind you that you can post questions to Ursula on the email address you gave on a presentation slide. We'll repeat that email address in the chat in a moment. So what we'll do now is continue to our next presentation. Our next speaker is Shadi Saleh from Syria. Shadi is the founder and chief executive officer of Shamra Academia, an Arabic scholar search engine powered by AI. In this session, you will present the story behind Shamra Academia, the search engine that uses AI and large language models to enable researchers in the Arab region to find relevant scientific content online. So over to you, Shadi.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
All good?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, quick introduction about me. My name is Shadi Saleh. I'm joining you today from Prague, Czech Republic. I have very long history with software engineering. Almost like 2 years ago, I started working in this industry. I got my PhD from Charles University around information retrieval, or we call it search engines. My topic focused on the medical domain. I am a program committee members in about 10 conferences around AI and Arabic NLP, and I work with EU agencies, help EU AI startup navigate their way in machine learning, data, etc. And currently, I'm working as data scientist in Microsoft here in Prague. So let's start. Actually, let's start by defining what is actually search or information retrieval. Search, I think it's one of the most important AI application we've been using so far. I'm pretty sure every one of us uses search like 10 times maybe a day or more. search starts with what we call information need. So we have our information need in our mind, and we imagine a document or a web page or whatever contains answers to this information need. So after we imagine that document in our head, we write what we call in search query. And the query is actually our information need representation. So we map our information need to a query, and we send this query to what we call retrieval system or search engine. That search engine will look through a collection of documents to give every document in that collection a score. We call it ranking score. And this score usually is the similarity between our query or question and that document. So documents that are highly relevant to our question or query will have very high score. And then we see what we call ranked list in the search application. So the first document we see in front of us is most likely the highly relevant document to our question. Yeah, this is in very simple way what is search, what is information retrieval, it's very challenging. It's very difficult task. Actually, I spent 7 years studying this task in my PhD, and here are some reasons why it's really difficult and challenging. First, we have a huge volume of data. No one actually claims that they index the entire, let's say, digital documents in the world. I heard someone from Google a few years ago, they mentioned that they think they cover 12% of the digital documents around the world. So it's impossible actually to cover all the, let's say, humankind produced information. And that means actually we need a lot of storage, we need a lot of computation, etc. And the second challenging part is streaming data. We deal with streaming data. So every maybe millisecond, thousands or hundreds of thousands of documents appear. So we need to pre-process these documents, index them, and offer them to users, or even use them for training. And when you think about that, let's mention, for example, ChatGPT. We know that it takes almost half a year to train a new model. So imagine what happened in that half year in terms of new terminology, new information, new documents, etc. So this kind of streaming data is really challenging when we build search applications. The second challenging part, the next challenging part is information or user persona. As I mentioned in the previous slide, that you imagine your information need and you pose a question or a query around it. You think this query or question is the best representation of your information need, but actually it's wrong. It's not wrong, but if we ask 10 users to represent their information need as queries, most likely we will get 10 different queries. Imagine that today you want to look at, I don't know, flights from London to Berlin. You will open your search engine, you will write, I don't know, best flight from London to Berlin, cheap flight, how to book a flight, airline, your favorite airline, etc. So a good search engine should be able to deal with all of these different queries. Also, we don't respect language when we write queries. I mean, we don't follow good grammar. We don't sometimes we drop the verb, or we don't write it in really perfect way. That's why Google is working a lot actually nowadays to autocorrect your query or complete it or recommend to you, because we don't have time. Sometimes we have we need to catch a passing train, and we can afford 2-3 seconds to make sure that this train goes to our destination. And the last challenging part is what we call like follow-up recommendation. It's like sometimes we don't know exactly what we are looking for. So we want the system actually to give us related information, or like, expand our search circle by providing relevant articles or documents to what we are looking for. All of these factors make information retrieval very challenging part. And I haven't also talked about the multilinguality of the internet. Like there are hundreds of languages, and everyone speaks maybe a few languages, and they are looking for information that's available in a language they don't speak extra. So it's really difficult task. When we talk about Arabic language, it's actually even more difficult and more complicated to build NLP solutions. Like maybe not like everyone knows this small details, but actually Search is AI application. Like it's very pure natural language processing application built on machine learning and AI. What makes it very different and difficult actually in Arabic is the current NLPs, or the small components around Arabic are very like underdeveloped. For example, we have low data resources. We don't, Arabic is very like morphologically rich language, which is very different from English. So from one verb, we can find like maybe tens, maybe hundred of similar variations of that word, which makes it very, very rich. And when we talk about rich language, we mean that the search space that we need to represent that language must be very big, very, very huge. So AI models now find it very difficult to interpret Arabic language, to understand it, to translate it, or to generate it in multimodality setting. So I'm not talking here only about text, but also about voice, recognizing Arabic voice, and dealing with dialectical Arabic. So we have what we call modern standard Arabic, which is the Arabic that we read in newspaper and we read in books. And we have the spoken Arabic. And this is very very strange thing that no one in the world speaks standard Arabic, but everyone uses it for education, for blogging, for like formal speaking. And you can imagine how difficult it is, because when we talk in our like everyday life, we don't use formal standard Arabic. So if we need to train a model that actually is able to understand us, simply there is no data for that. We need to handicraft create some dialectical data. And again, this is another challenging part, because there are like maybe 24 different countries. Each country speaks a different dialect. They are similar, of course. For example, in the Levant, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, Iraq, maybe they are similar, but even in Syria, actually, there are 14 cities. And like if a speaker starts talking, like maybe from the first 5 seconds, I will be able to identify there. So you can imagine how difficult it is. So I will start talking about our project, Shamra Academia, which is a search engine focuses on academic content. The first when we started this project a few years ago, the motivation was how difficult it is to deal with Arabic PDF files. And why it's that? Because it's very we cannot convert now. Like if you look at Google or some like state-of-the-art solution that converts PDF or images to text, actually to understandable text, we can see that the performance is really poor. Because OCR, or we call it like optical character recognition, is like actually AI task, a machine learning task that converts, let's say, images into pure text, because we need text. If we want to build search, if we want to build AI application, we need understandable text. We cannot work with PDF files or images. This is an example from Google. I told Google actually to show me PDF files indexed from academic official website. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure not everyone here understands Arabic, but this is how Google sees these PDF files. And the text here is like absolutely corrupt, right? It's I cannot understand any word because it's reverse. It's there are typos, there are spelling and typos, not because the writer, the author of this file actually made them, because during conversion, the system couldn't entirely convert it rightly. So simply these files are useless. And what does it mean to, like, when we say these files are useless? It means that users, when you search for them, you cannot search them. You cannot actually, they are not available to you, because there is no way that you will, that Google will, I talked in the previous example about the similarity function. If you remember, between the similarity between the documents and the query. So in this scenario, the similarity will be almost zero because of the corrupted text. So what we did, we focused on these problems we spotted online. We built search engine for academic content in Arabic. We indexed so far hundreds of thousands of English papers and about 20,000 Arabic papers. I will show you why English. And the content is actually machine translated, summarized, and transformed using AI and a large language model. That's why actually we want to make the platform cross-lingual platform for researchers. So if we have 100,000 documents in English, we want to use state-of-the-art machine translation service to translate them into Arabic and make them available online. In addition to machine translation, we did summarization. So every paper, after we converted to machine readable text, we extracted the abstract of it, the title, and the metadata. The metadata of paper is the authors of this paper, the date, the publishers, the keywords, important keywords, and some of the references that the paper cited. And we used for that in-house models we trained using Arabic scientific content. Currently, we have around 50,000 active users, and our platform is monetized by subscriptions. And also, we have partnership with authors, so they get paid when we serve their content. This is the main pipeline of the entire work stream. So first, we start in step one by creating what we call seed file. A seed file is a list of candidate files, a list of websites that they publish reliable content. And of course, we respect here copyright. For example, for some universities, we reached out to them, we told them about our intention, and they agreed to allow us to process or actually to serve their content. Some content is available for public as like open source, so we try our best to respect the copyright here. So the first step, actually, we convert we get the raw format of the PDF files. The next step, we use OCR system to extract text from those files, generate the metadata, and convert it to semi-structured. So we have now title, abstract, authors, keywords, publishers, etc. The third step is to translate and summarize this PDF into between Arabic and English. Generate actually some questions about it. So we ask LLM to come up with some fun fact about this paper to generate some interesting questions, and show the answers to users. So basically, if you look at this transformation step, in 2 minutes, you will learn the interesting facts about this work. Of course, it does not substitute reading the entire paper, but we know how your time is valuable. And the final step is to make actually all of this content available via either like search or recommendation or filtering. And if you remember the first step about I showed about information retrieval, you ask a question and then the information retrieval system will return a list of ranked documents. Now after this step, it became very complicated. Now everyone is talking about RAG system, about LLM powered system. So here we created a bot where you can actually talk with language model. You can say, hey, I'm looking for a paper that discusses the effect of X on Y on giving this parameters, suggest the best paper for me. So the model now converts your question into a query, and then it fetches the document from the index, processes them, rank them, and show them to users in fluid, like in nice textual form, not in ranked list in which you need to go to every link and make sure sometimes it's irrelevant, etc. So this makes search very interactive. And after I talked about search, the next step is recommendation, related articles, or what we call technically recommendations. We know for a fact that actually recommendations increase session time by up to 1,000 times. So when you come to our website, you read an article, you really like it, you finish it, you want to read something similar. You need, and actually the best, maybe the best recommendation system known to everyone is YouTube, right? So when you open YouTube, you finish a video, and forget about video. Like let's look at a video as a text or article. So when you finish the video, YouTube will continue playing, and the next video will be also interesting to you. And you might, like, you came to read, like, to spend 5 minutes, and you might end up like spending 1 hour because all the videos are interesting to you. They are talking about the same concept, about the same semantic, let's say, dimension that you are looking for. Good recommendations should always consider diversity. So we don't want to to do this echo chamber where you will stick to the same. All the recommendations will talk about exactly the same idea. No, we try to show diversity in our recommendations to try to push you outside your knowledge circle. On the other hand, we want to increase our coverage. By coverage, I mean the possible recommendations an algorithm can produce. And also novelty. So we want to show always, let's say, new articles, or articles that are popular now, that are trending now, but still related to your research topic. This is an example. We started. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's in Arabic, but I think it's clear what we are showing here. We started, like, the point here that we started from PDF file, right? And this is really the amazing part. We started from PDF file, and from that PDF file, we extracted here the title, the metadata, the date, the author, and all of these keywords. Keywords are very important in search because keywords make it possible to link documents together, right? So when you search on when you click on one of these keywords, you will find all the publications under that keyword. And this is the abstract in Arabic. And if it's not, sometimes we know that sometimes abstracts are available in 2 languages. So if they are available in 1 language, we make sure to translate them in the other language, and we focus on Arabic and English. Here you can ask GPT about this file, and here we show some references. And here we show read also recommendations. These recommendations, actually, you can scroll down and you can see recommendations that are very relevant to this article. How did that actually impact our content? So it impacted our content in basically two important measures. The first one is reachability. Reachability means visibility in search engine, or it's known also as impressions. These numbers in the plot are actually scaled, but the trend is correct. So we can see, like, we started developing the enriching the content the beginning of this year, and the impression actually increased by almost 230%, and conversion by 350%. Conversion means we didn't only like appear on the search results. It means that people clicked on our link and came to us from Google. So some takeaways from this presentation. The most important part is really like the raw data. The raw data, we tried to build some AI applications, but it didn't work because when we converted PDF files to text, the text was not correct. It was corrupted. So we invested a lot of time to build a good OCR system that can convert this PDF file to text, to readable text. The second item is leverage your in-domain data. We talked about in the previous presentation about competition in AI, LLM, etc. I think the very soon now training LLM is very expensive. I think it reminds me of calculation or computation in 1960. Very soon, I think it will become cheaper and cheaper to train a large language model. And the only ones who are going to benefit from it are the ones who have unique data, like in-domain data. No one else has it. So I think instead of investing now in building large language model, the best investment should be on creating those in-domain high quality data. Always monitor your logs. Make sure that you know what your system produces, and you know that your system meets your user expectations. Always implement recommendations. Recommendations and personalized content are very important to increase user engagement and keep them on the platform. And now we are, as a startup, we are part of Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub. So we get very unique opportunity thanks to Microsoft to use AI tools in Azure, which is very, very important because we know that leveraging AI and training AI models now is very expensive. We cannot afford that, and we couldn't have built this without Microsoft support. Thank you so much. Here, yeah, you can scan this QR to add me on LinkedIn, and I'm very happy to get your questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Sandie. That was a very insightful presentation, and we cherish any presentation about creating large language models in non-English languages. I think it's one of the big challenges we sit within all world regions, and the work you're doing in this regard is absolutely wonderful. Very interesting to know that only about 12% of the world's documents have been indexed by Google, you're saying. So yes.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any questions in the chat. That does not mean there won't be any questions coming your way, perhaps a bit later. So look out in your inbox for possible questions coming from any of our audience participants.
Of course.
Just one time more, thank you so much for your presentation, and especially from the perspectives of your region in building large language models and all of the success with this going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. To keep us on track, on time, we're going to continue to go immediately across to our next presentation. This is from Dr. Peter Leinen at the Deutsche Nationalbibliothek in Germany. Peter is the manager of the Department of Information Structure at the DNB, Deutsche Nationalbibliothek, and his presentation will address some specific digital humanities projects of the German National Library and touch on first experiences in dealing with the concrete use of language models at the library. Peter, over to you. Nice to have you and good morning, and please go ahead and share your presentation.
So you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's fine. Good morning, everybody. So I just came in, and let me see how to share my screen. So
you can just put it in presentation mode. Here we go.
I will do my very best. No, this fit.
Sorry,
okay.
try Control L. Yep.
No, it seems to work.
That's great.
Good morning, everybody from Germany. My name is Peter Lein. I'm from the National Library of Germany, also called the DNB. This is the German name of the abbreviation of the Deutsche Nationalbibliothek, as Wouter already told us. So let's start with a brief overview. What is the German National Library? What is our mission? And what is our strategy? German National Library is a very young national library, a special national library, not founded as a state library, but by private investigations in 1912. So our collection starts in 1912. Again, we are a very young national library. In the context of the division of Germany, the Deutsche Bibliothek in Frankfurt was founded in 1947. And with the reunion of the two German states in 1990, we have a national library located in both states. Our mission is to collect, to document, and archive all works in written and in writing and sound, publishing in and about Germany or in German language. Since what's going on here? We're collecting books, periodicals, CDs, records, maps, and starting with 2006, also online publications and websites. The basic is the German National Library Act and also the regulation of the delivery of books, also for the digital parts. For today, there are mainly two strategic priorities of the current strategy of the German National Library. The systematic expansion of collections. This includes the physical and especially the digital collections. I will show you some number later. And the second sentence is more or less be a strong partner in scientific networks, supports research at its best. Some milestones besides these strategic orientations from within ourselves. We are of course also embedded in external developments. The first one is the expansion of the collection mandate in the digital age, and more recent, the copyright law reform in Germany and also at the European level, which have a huge impact on our development. On the bullet points 2016 and 18, I will come later. Some numbers. So the German National Library collects more or less 3.5 media works, from where 2.5 media works are already digital, so more than half of our acquisition per year is now digital. The holdings are 50 million media works. Sorry, 50 million media works, and nowadays we have already 15 million digital objects collected And within the last 12 months, we have collected 2 million digital objects. You see that the amount of digital objects in our collections is strongly increasing. The digital collections have at least 3 huge amounts. There are the e-books with about 2 million digital objects, the e-journals with a lot of newspapers, more or less complete digital newspapers from Germany, and a lot of e-papers also. No, nearly 4 million e-papers, the newspapers and e-journals are more research papers like Springer Nature or Elsevier. Showing you some huge numbers. There are other huge numbers. There's a backlist on academic publishers. These are articles only published in physical forms. They get published them also in digital form, and we have to collect them. Open access publications, they are waiting another 10 million publications to go into our collections. And we just start with digital music with our digital music collection, which will be another huge part of our collection within the next year. So we expect that we have more than 50 million digital objects in our collections within the next 5 years. So these are huge numbers. But what could we do with these collections? We have heard in the last section large language models and search and those things. But let's start with a systematic analysis of what we have done in the past. The main game changer about the copyright law in Germany, where our users have the first time our users are allowed to do text and data mining on our collection, which is a big game changer. So in a nutshell, you are allowed to make copies for text and data mining and make reproductions. But on the other side, the law regarding the German National Library tells us that the use of the object protected by copyright may only use on premise of the national libraries. This is a big disadvantage, but nevertheless, we are starting some projects with the researchers, but they have to come to Frankfurt or to Leipzig at the moment. Our first pilot project, as early as the copyright law was changed, was the dime novels. This is a special kind of literature. We have huge collections. We have also already a huge collection on born digital, on digital dime novels, which is fantastic to do the first project together with the University of Würzburg and to go into this so-called distant readings. The collections, the dime novels, has some characteristics in publication format from the older days. It is the marketing is via the magazine market. You may get it on the train stations. There are some very strong guidelines by publishers. This is in contrast to other literature we have in our collections, and we have started with 40,000 dime novels to do these research projects. The research question arrive are genre detection, complexity of this language. This question is very interesting because these dime novels are classical, called the novels of the lower society, but our research show that is not the case as a first result from this research. We have learned from this pilot project a lot. We have to build up a specific infrastructure for those projects on premise. This is a restriction by the German national law. We have to deal with growing corpora, which means we have some aspects of research data management to build up. We heard already that PDF in the Arabic world, in Arabic language, is not very suited for text and data mining. This is also true for German PDF, especially from newspapers, which are terrible to do some text and data minings. And we have also to learn that we have some gap in our collections because we have an intensive research which dime novels are on the market and which are not. At the end, we are listed as an example of data-intensive research in the humanities, and we could say at the end, this was a successful start, and we have to continue it in a structured way. We started after this pilot project with a support with a DH, so-called DH call. Every year, 2 projects with a focus on digital objects will start at the German National Library. Researchers can apply for this program, and you get some support from research, science, and culture. We build up a specific infrastructure for this project. Nowadays, we have also a digitization on a limited scale. And we are providing metadata, digital objects, and knowledge about our collections. The lessons learned so far, there are very individual requirements for every project. So poorness in cooking books has other pre-requirements than the dime novels or some historical projects. We need structured full text we don't have for every part of our collections. Management of growing corpora, I told you already. And what is very new is that the German National Library is part of research processes, which have to deal with also. What we need is a scalable infrastructure. And at the end, we have to say it does not scale in that way we would like to do and support the researchers. But what is the next step? If it does not scale, we have a structured approach, a more structured approach beyond this DH project to become a part of a larger text-based community, provide services and know-how through this text-based community with other institutions in Germany, develop forms of legally compliant access, which I will tell you in a minute, some example of that, and cross-linking these initiatives on a European level, namely with Daria and Clarin, but also with the Central Dialogue Forum National Libraries as data on a European level. What is open at the moment is how to run those experiments on a performance infrastructure, where some ideas are available to connect to a so-called safe high-performance infrastructures outside the German National Library. And when I tell you outside the German National Library, we have immediately some legal issues behind that, and also some technical questions on how to control access to those collections on this high-performance infrastructures, and so on. Again, some dates, some initiatives outside the German National Library helps us to develop these next steps. The German Council for Scientific Information Infrastructure published a paper in 2016, so-called Performance Through Diversity, where cultural heritage institutions like the German National Library are named one of the data silos for the digital humanities, and they address also the necessity to build a bridge between research and CLEM institutions. In 2018, the decision of the Joint Science Conference on the federal government and federal states make a decision to build up this national research data infrastructure, and the German National Library was invited to take part in this national research data infrastructure. So we, so to speak, we enlarge our engagement in digital humanities context on a larger scale. The goal is development and long-term preservation of data holdings, which fits very well into the task of the national libraries along the FAIR principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, which is one of the aims also on the DH projects. And it should be in a science-driven project with a cross-linked structure of some consortia. I put some numbers on that scale for the German National Library. The humanities consortia and the social science consortia are very interesting. Not that much on the engineering sciences, the life sciences, the national sciences. So we focus on the humanities consortia, namely the four, which the first one is Text Plus, is a research infrastructure focused on language and text data, which again fits very well our collections into, and also some activities. We have some more consortia, NFT for Culture, research data on material and immaterial cultural heritage. We have the next one is NFT for Memory. It's more focused on the historical contextualization, and we have the NFDI for Objects for the material remains of humanity history. And you might immediately see that there are some common topics like standards, metadata standards, authority files, linked open data, and also some legal and ethical aspects cross-cutting topics between those four digital humanities consortia. The role of the National Library, the role of a library in general, might fit very well in with the topics of the digital collection, born digital collection, digitized material, standardization, metadata standards, authority files, legal and ethical aspects, and also long-term preservation. The role of the National Library in this context is to be a co-applicant as a huge institution in Germany, take the task area lead for the area lead of collections of written and language and text data, and also build the bridge between galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, and research institutions and research programs. One of the idea to get a legal access on copyright protected materials is the idea of derived text formats, with the idea behind transform those textual material in such a way that copyright critical features are removed, but the reminding information is valid to do some text and data mining methods in a good way. Examples are, I think, very well-known term document matrix. Ngram from Google's is one of the prominent examples, word embeddings, and so on. And the question, especially on the one hand for the National Library, is which combination of derived text formats are legally permitted, and which derived text formats for which parts of the collection we should provide. And the last question is very interesting nowadays. Which kind of derived text formats are useful for the training of large language models, in the sense that only the derived text formats will go into the training of the large language models. And this will solve immediately the question, whether you can reconstruct some full text or not, because there are no full text. So if it is a useful material for training large language models, you will get immediately the answer that you can do it if it is valid, especially from a legal point of view. Offers from the Text Plus community, Text Plus consortia to the community is a Text Plus registry where you can where we collect some collections, like all collections of the German National Library, but also on the Berlin Brandenburg Academy of Science, for example. We have huge collection of editions available. And we have also a registry for lexical resources. These are at the moment, mainly the three data types we have in Text Plus. And we have a federated content search where you can search independent on the location of these resources in more than 400 resources available in Text Plus. There are some other supports besides this web pages of the registry and this search engine. Support for, again, legal issues, copyright, GDPR, research data management plans, with a specific topic on long-time preservation of those data, to implement the FAIR principles of these data, metadata, linked open data, knowledge graphs. These are the main support questions we get on a daily basis, and we try to answer the best. And stopping with a late-breaking news, we have won a huge project from the German Ministry of Research. We have got a funding for a constrained retrieval augmented language model project, where we would try to clear with researchers from the various institutions over Germany whether and how constraints are taken into account in the construction of language models. And here we come back to this so-called derived text formats, the DNB holdings. This 15 million digital objects will go into this research project in form of derived text formats. And if it is valid to make a large language model on that base, this will be perfect for the National Library to get a service published, also a large language model of our collections for our users. And that's it for me for today. Hope I have some interesting development of the German National Library from a Clem institution opening into the research, which is a very interesting development in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Again, starting with the reform, with the new formulation of the copyright law in Germany. Thanks for your attention, and I hope I have some questions I can answer.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for this very insightful presentation and always sharing the wonderful work you're doing at the Deutsche Nationalbibliothek, and especially in the domain of digital humanities, and once again, a new and innovative project to support digital humanities. I have a question here from the chat. Andrew Cox is wondering how you are developing staff skills to meet the needs of your large plans you've outlined in your presentation. If you can share something about that.
That's a very interesting question. So we start into this development more or less by doing a pilot after a pilot And interestingly, there are a lot of colleagues from the German National Library who are nowadays very interesting in co-working with researchers on the digital base. And so we have two developing in the German National Library. First, starting with some pilots to see what's happening and what is the expectation to the German National Library. And we are now starting to hire more colleagues from the digital humanities master and bachelor than only from the library education. Hope this answered a little bit the question of Andrew. So there's no strong developing program in this direction, but there's a strong implementation of digital stuffs nowadays, digitization of most of the processes, subject cataloging, but also the ingest process of the physical books. So we are in a, so to speak, we are in a development breaking from the physical to the digital. But this is you may imagine, this is an ongoing task, and we are at the beginning, at the very beginning, but far away from at the end of this developing.
With that, Andrew is welcome to post follow-up questions in the chat. We have another question from Sandie. He's asking, does the library have all of its books digitalized? I think you spoke to this at the beginning of your presentation, but if you can just elaborate on that as well.
No, we don't have digitized. Most of our books are not digitized. We started with some ideas doing that 2 years or 3 years ago, but we have to stop it because of the financial situation in Germany nowadays. So we are digitized these dime novels as one of the exception, because we see that these dime novels are immediately used in a research project, and we have a small amount of money for preservation of very old books, digitizing them. But this is not a huge amount of money we can offer for that.
We have another question from Mike Keane. He says, you outlined the German National Library's large text and audio collections. Do you also collect video objects, or are video archives handled by a different national agency?
No, the video archive is handled by the German archive and by the what's the English name? By the broadcast agencies themselves. So the broadcast videos and audios are collected from the broadcast and TV offering agencies. And the video archive in Germany is handled by the German archive, the German National Archive, which is quite different from the German National Library.
Thank you. He acknowledges that answer. We still have a few minutes to take more questions, so we'll allow 1 more minute just for questions to be posted. And if we don't see any, then we'll take a 30-minute break before we start with our next presentation. So let's just wait for any more questions in the chat. Okay, I don't think we're going to get. We have one more question. This is from Francois Xavier. Do you have to reprocess treatment to improve the usability of data? So do you have to rework the data in order to have it processed for the model? I guess.
Yes, yes, we have to do, and we have to learn how to do it. Again, in the previous talk, there was mentioned this PDF formats and the problems with getting the full text out of the PDFs. And I was cited once calling this P stands for painful. So this might be one point of the answer. Yes. So the idea is to convert all the digital objects in a XML-based full text as possible, as much as possible. But for the future, might be a good idea to collect all the XMLs from the publishers directly to build a specific collections for text and data mining. Because we would like to make subject cataloging or cataloging also in an automatic. We are working on that 5-6 years now, and have the same problems like text and data mining from the researchers with subject cataloging or indexing, or how you might call it. And the basis has to be a good high quality full text to do that on a good scale. So yes, we have to reprocess this all our data, and we are doing it together within the context of these projects. And if you are looking at this large language model training, we have to do it also in this context, might be with some quality assurance that we get the main structure before we can compute this derived text formats. Yes.
I might just have a question of my own. Are you planning to release any of your work as open source, or is that not a possibility?
The result of that project will be open source, of course, except the data used, which are copyright protected, and under other restrictions, because there are data also from the German National Bank within this project, which are also some data with constraints in it. So the result will be published, will be open data as possible, especially those large language models based on derived text formats will be published as open data. Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Peter, once again. Thank you for presenting, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to know more about the work being done at the
there is another question.
There's one. Okay,
yeah.
There's one coming. Thanks. We'll have that. Another follow-up question by Mike King. Wondering if you were involved in the integration of the FRG and GDR National Library holdings after unification. If so, any comments on that process experience? I think this refers to your initial slides about the structure of the German National Library and the unification.
No, I'm not involved in this unification process at all, because I'm starting in 2016 at the National Libraries. But what is the abbreviation? FRG and GDR? German typical. Okay. Yes, the holdings. Again, we started in 1930 in the former eastern part of Germany in Leipzig. The German National Library was founded in Leipzig by the publishers themselves, so as a safe haven for the last 2 copies of every book. And after the Second World War, they get the location in Frankfurt again, driven by the publishers because they don't expect that the situation with the eastern part in Germany and the Russian occupation will change so quick. And nowadays we have a common holding and a common, especially common catalog of both collections, independent on whether it is collected in Leipzig or it is collected in Germany. And nowadays we are collecting parts of the delivery will be to Frankfurt, and the other part will go to Leipzig, and there will be an exchange between those two locations. But it is not, to my experience, is not that much the question of the holdings. It's more a question of culture of those two locations. You might imagine that.
Another question about your initial outline of the German National Library. Cory has posted that she's curious about the strategic plan at the German National Library. How is the balance of providing core services versus digital humanities research services considered? Sometimes digital humanities is considered extra or experimental. Are these digital humanities research services considered as a core function by leadership?
So I named 2 strategic priorities out of 13. So you might imagine there are a lot of other strategic plans focusing more on the core services. On the other hand, a lot of those core services, like the metadata services we have, addresses on the one hand the publishers, on the other hand the researcher. So there is an overlap on the, so you might say, the core services and the DH services. But yes, becoming a more digital national library, the difference between those core services, like all these automatic processes we have in the library ourselves, subject cataloging, digitizing of the processes, of the basis processes, will be shared more and more also with the process of the digital humanities. So the process of presenting some digital collections for the subject cataloging algorithm and for the text and data mining algorithm for the researchers is nowadays the same. And the question where to get the high performance computing facilities for the subject cataloging and for the researchers is more or less the same, except some legal issues access from the researchers. So Cory, there might be from my point, from my experience, the overlap of the core services and the digital services, or the digital core service, is getting more and more in the future. On the other hand, if you have a closer look at our strategic priorities, there's also some priorities on the library as a third place. What does the user needs in the reading room? There might be also some difference in some differentiations in that. But if you are looking at the amount of work we are doing for those core services and the amount of work we are doing for those research services, it is not comparable at all. It's a very small group supporting those research services.
Yeah, thank you for that. As you say, we expect that gap to shrink as the technological uptake increases within libraries in general, and not just with reference
if you're
to.
looking if you're looking on all this AI stuff now going into the library, which is has some overlap with all these DH activities, because the processing behind is very similar. The technology behind is very similar. And if you are looking on this dime novels on language complexity, detecting language complexity in these dime novels, or genre detection. Genre detection is the best example. It's immediately indexing of those dime novels. Question on language complexity might be some more far away from that, but what about full text research technology instead of large language models, as we heard in the last presentation also? Large language models will give you an answer and give you not a long list of hints where to get the answer. So this is, from at least from my point of view, is a common progress in the digital world, where you have a huge overlap on these activities.
I think that echoes a lot with all our experiences in our different libraries and different library types, whether academic or national. Just looking for any further chats, nothing. So I think we'll call that as a close for now. Peter, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for answering all the questions.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Okay, see you.
All right, bye-bye. We'll take a 20-minute break, or 15 or 20-minute break. We'll put up the placeholder slide, and then we'll be back with Elena moderating the next part of the session, and I believe I'm the first presenter then. So I'll see you later. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello from Spain. I'm stepping in. My name is Elena Sanchez from the IT section. I'm stepping in and taking it over from here as our moderator. Wouter becomes now presenter. But before that, I would like to send just a couple of reminders for the audience who just joined us. First, captioning is available in Zoom under the captions menu, and you can also select their preferred language for automatic translations, so in case you need it. And yeah, please don't hesitate to share any comment, any question in the chat, so because that's where the interesting conversation comes up. So thanks again, you all, for staying with us here in this 24 hours event. So, Wouter, hello again. Thank you for taking us through the previous section of the program in this full-day global conversation, and for sharing now as well your experience in your library. So, a small introduction: Wouter Klapwijk is part from a valuable member of the Standing Committee of the IFLA IT section. He's Director of Library Information Technology Services at the Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And his presentation now will be addressing some aspects involved in developing AI-based library services and practices using existing skills and spaces. So when you are ready, Wouter, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Let me see if I can share my presentation. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
We can.
Let's put it in presentation mode. I think that's good enough. All right. Okay, well, thank you for those introductory remarks, and thank you for the
Maybe with
opportunity.
the presentation mode?
Sorry, is it visible enough? Okay. Good.
We are now in not presenting, but on the other way.
Okay. Okay, but can I keep it in this mode?
Yeah.
It's good.
No,
Oh.
the next that one, the presentation mode.
That one. There we go.
The last icon. Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Is that good?
Better. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that button. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to present. We thought at Stellenbosch University we would like to use this opportunity to share some of the challenges we have in getting AI services up and running at the university, but also then the steps which we took to date and we are taking going forward to be able to, through an iterative process, launch AI services, but in doing so, relying on our existing skills and experiences. And for a short moment or a brief moment, just sit back and separate the library service from the information science, as it were, to see where do our information science skills facilitate us in creating AI-based services. So in doing so, we take a look at digital transformation per se, and the value add which there is in digital transformation, and it's usually described as a value to decrease your business cost, lower your business risk exposure, and then at the same time to improve your customer experience. And we believe if we were to build AI-based services, that those services would have to adhere to these principles as well. The AI experts usually tell you that you need to start building services which are customer facing, but we realize that might be misaligned with our existing skills. Our existing skills might be more aligned to building AI services for the back office, for example. So that's one of our considerations. Also, many libraries have a lot of technical debt and even legacy systems to deal with. So that's also another point of consideration, what you have to factor into account when you start conceptualizing AI services. You have to deal with those legacy debt. And we don't necessarily have a workforce which is ready or even suited for the introduction of new disruptive technologies. So while we wish to have the whole library underscored by AI, from the outset, that's not always possible. And we need to take this on in an iterative way. Also, we're very cognizant of the fact that behind every AI strategy, there needs to be a data strategy. And the only data strategy we have at hand and ready in our institution at this point in time is a research data management regulation. And that's not a data strategy as a whole. The university is, as an institution, is busy formulating a data strategy which is very broad, but it might not address the considerations for data being addressed strategically from a library perspective. So that's also something that one needs to take into account. So in our process of trying to formulate AI-based services, we thought we'll map out our main library processes into a matrix and consider a hybrid approach where we are going to build some of our own AI services, but where we would also rely on vendor services to provide certain software solutions. We're very cognizant of the fact that we certainly can't develop everything on our own. And also very particularly, we decided to contain our focus area in the broader domain of artificial intelligence to only include the subdomains of natural language processing, knowledge representation, and robotics. And obviously, that's a lot. That's a lot of area to deal with. But so most of our work currently are only addressed to subsets of those subdomains. And then to also address what we do as initial proofs of concepts or minimal viable products in the spirit of the agile process, and not to try and roll out a complete service from scratch. So the framework we've used to try and structure some of our thinking is we took the collections management work which we do in the library. We took our back-end operations, the services we give for our researchers, and the services in general for our students into account as an academic library. And we just briefly summarized a couple of the areas in our service delivery there and in our back office processes where we would think AI could improve what we deliver as a service and the way we operate. And we mapped that through a digital transformation lens to see where we can address the risk, manage down cost, and improve experiences. So this is just a broad way to structure our approach and our thinking of where can we apply AI services within our library. And we took that and we overlaid it with the three traditional models of AI. And the reason for doing this is in order to build these services, we need to establish where are our competencies, where do we have existing skills which we can rely on and build on further, where are we actually providing services to our students which can fall within one of these models of AI and on which we can develop services further. So within the symbolic AI realm, we have certain established competencies with knowledge organization, transforming our bibliographic data into the BibFrame format through the resource description framework, and currently building a rules-based chatbot. And I'll say something more about that going forward. And then secondly, within the connectionist AI realm, we model as such, we are busy developing new services in support of researchers who work with machine learning projects. So we're not developing machine learning projects of our own, but we're supporting them with data and we're supporting them with spaces to do so. And then within the emerging practices of generative AI, we are looking at what software agencies are doing and some of our subscription agents are doing to create conversational discovery services, and how we can summarize our data collections as data for further processing by researchers. So from the established symbolic AI initiatives, the key impacts consideration we have is how do library systems support students in finding factual information within existing knowledge representation networks. For example, how do you augment a large language model with a knowledge graph which is more facts-based? How can you utilize your skills for logic programming in semantic networks? And this basically refers to linked data. How can you utilize those skills to build knowledge graphs through ontologies, taxonomies, to create facts-based data which can enrich large language models? So we have experience in ontology modeling with Protégé and other tools for resource description framework-based knowledge graphs. For smaller projects which we do for our economics researchers, that experience we're using together with the services of Clarivate, which are researching how AI and Ling data can work together to implement how data is understood and used. Also, furthermore, with our work in implementing a rules-based chatbot, defining the rules is actually a lot of work, and we feel that that experience we can transition into a conversational large language model chatbot at a later stage. So not starting off with implementing such a chatbot immediately, but rather start with a rules-based chatbot and build on that going forward. So there's a lot in the domain of information science about knowledge representation, and I have 7 slides on that, and I don't have the time to go through it. But these slides are meant to illustrate how knowledge of reasoning about knowledge as an internal representation in knowledge bases is useful in building knowledge graphs and ontologies as such. And all of this starts with logic as a semantic, which provides meaning to sentences, and then also specifically first order logic, which is the structured representation of knowledge, which is used to build objects and relations. And all of this is underpinning linked open data, or linked data as such, and knowledge graphs. So with that experience in knowledge engineering and vocabularies and ontologies, we can move towards building knowledge graphs with factual information that can enrich large language models. In library science, for example, we have a taxonomy of all fields of knowledge, which is encoded in the Dewey Decimal System. And this is a taxonomy, and so we are familiar with taxonomies and those building blocks for knowledge graphs. So I just want to move on slightly a bit more because this is a lot of detailed information. Similarly, with our digital repositories we host, we're converting those repositories from Dublin Core to mods, metadata schemas, and in the process, once again, we are making our metadata within those repositories ready to be integrated into the semantic web. And this can also pull through to using the correct schemas for semantic data within building a library website. And those schemas can help populate the rules of a chatbot service. So the constituents of a knowledge graph is mostly ontologies, taxonomies, data and inference. And with the principles of information science and how they overlap with some symbolic AI, we stand to be able to build onto what we know about large language models and the transition towards building large language models with programmers and software developers in our faculty. So those are skills we can rely on to roll out future AI-based services in the generative AI domain. Similarly, with the emerging generative AI practices, the key consideration is how this library helps students navigate factuality in the era of generative AI models. And as we progress towards developing a generative AI services, this is the key consideration we need to take into mind. But once again, we can rely on the experience we have over the past 20 years of building digital repositories for faculty and for the library itself, where we have learned a lot about metadata management and digital preservation and take those valuable metadata skills going forward. And we believe the data we have in our digital repository, our institutional digital repository, will be sufficient to help us take an open source, a larger language model, and populate that with the data and learn the model on that data to create a good learning model for our students. And the libraries have been involved in this in language model creation for already the last 10 years, and only lately have starting to do that, progressing into large language model creation. So once again, there's a lot of experience in the principles of creating language models which we can rely on going forward. This echoes within the larger academic library community, where in November 2022, ChatGPT was released, and we've gone through a tsunami and panel discussions and work groups on how we can engage the academic library community to collectively build language models for our own purposes. And there's a lot of initiatives that have come to the fore lately and built on Hugging Face as a repository of data collections and language models, which is shared within the academic library community, and we're certainly making use of those to learn more about the process of creating such large language models. And we've also identified, obviously, large language model research applications for text classification and named entity recognition, question answering. Many of these that can be done with simple language models, but even more so accurately with large language models. So as we move towards the third AI model, the one of connectionist AI, here we're looking at how our spaces rather than our skills can help us roll out services for our students and our researchers to support them in building machine learning projects and robotics projects, rather than the library actually doing those projects ourselves. But as we still learn how to create our own machine learning projects, let's see what services the library is already providing for connectionist AI. And we have a makerspace environment in our library, which certainly allows us to provide a lot of support services for researchers doing machine learning projects. So one of the key impact consideration we need to take into account here is how do library spaces support students and researchers connecting practice with theory. So once again, how do our spaces support our researchers rather than how do we provide the machine learning projects within our own domain of library services to improve our operations or create machine learning projects for researchers. And one of the areas we've identified where we can facilitate this is through data visualization, where there's a great need to visualize big data within the university, and also to learn more about the basics of data visualization, on which further immersive visualization services is built. So this is developed as an extension to the Makerspace. This is a new service that has been created in support of data and visualization literacy as a key domain of data science. And we're basically taking an existing space, which looks like this at the moment, and we're planning to redevelop it into a full immersive data visualization space to be used by our researchers. One of the projects we already have within our Makerspace, which we are building on, once again, we're taking the experiences of that project to build onto it, is a project in connection with, in collaboration with our visual arts faculty, or department rather, where where they have a project working together with our National Police Service to identify unidentified people who have deceased. And to do that, I need to do forensic reconstruction. And all this data, which is being forensic reconstructed, and the descriptive metadata used to describe these deceased individuals, this has been housed into a digital repository which we have built in the library for this purpose specifically. Now, this project is undertaken in collaboration with the Liverpool John Moores University in England. They have a similar initiative there. And what is basically being done is that the skulls is 3D scanned, and through machine learning reconstruction, the skulls are reconstructed to assist our police service in identifying these deceased individuals. So simply what we're doing is we're taking our existing 3D scanning and printing services in our makerspace and taking those projects further into supporting machine learning projects for facial recognition. Then to take this a step forward, we will be taking this 3D scanning and visualization project into immersive space, similar to what is done at the Liverpool John Moores University, where this will allow our researchers to visualize what one person sees through the headset, a virtual reality headset, and to collaborate on the content being experienced virtually. So we're taking an existing service and we're expanding on that in support of researchers working with machine learning projects. So within our makerspace, we have similar projects already. We have a project where also in collaboration with other universities abroad in Germany, for example, the Chemnitz University of Technology, where we need to do speed perception of pedestrians for automated vehicles. The automated vehicles need to be programmed to understand what is the speed perception of pedestrians. There's a lot of field data being collected, and that needs to be visualized. And this is a service providing in our makerspace. Similarly, we're scanning lizards, dead lizards, and also lizards which are put in a frozen state for preservation purposes, but also to allow our Department of Botany and Zoology to collect that data and to share it easier without having to work with the original artifact. Also, to end off, to getting towards the end of the presentation of which services we provide in the makerspace, we allowing students to do reverse engineering of their projects. They take an artifact, they scan it in, and through machine learning programs, they can reverse engineer what they do and create a new artifact that we also can produce in 3D printing. So to end off, although this library, as a library service, we don't necessarily have all the skills yet to build a large language model or to create a project to enhance our own internal processes through machine learning, like automated subject allocation. We are looking at our existing skills and our what we can build on to create these services, and we are looking also at the repurposing or the reappropriation of our existing spaces in support of researchers who are doing artificial intelligence projects, but who need spaces within the university environment to do that. So those are my thoughts and what I wanted to share. So thank you for the opportunity to do so, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Wouter, so much for your excellent presentation. Very interesting thoughts on how to integrate AI in our library resources and services. I think it was raised in some of the previous presentations, right? It's currently, I would say, one of our major concerns or tasks, maybe how to bring AI possibilities down to real scenarios, processes, workforce skills, etc., available in our institutions, right? While keeping at the same time a strong strategic and global perspective of the organization, right? So very interesting and very useful. Yeah, so now it's time for questions. Let's see if we have in the chat. Yeah, we have one from Andrew. Yes, he wonders, well, he thanks you for the very interesting talk, and he's asking how you have gone about supporting staff to develop new competencies to support these exciting developments. How have staff felt about the demands on them of digital transformation? Very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'll rather deal with the last part of the question first. I think the staff have felt quite overwhelmed. The approach we're taking is to divide it into what competencies are needed to develop front-end clients-facing services and what competencies are needed for back-end services, hence the matrix or the framework of collections, researchers, services, and back office processes. So for each of those competencies, for each of those domains or service areas, different competencies are needed. So for our client-facing services, we have encouraged our staff and also worked with our staff to become up to date on everything about generative AI and what functionality problems we have within generative AI. Put them in contact with our Center for Learning Technologies, our learning facilitators within faculties who have to work with students who have to submit assignments, started LibGuides on all the pitfalls working with generative AI, had them join WhatsApp groups, and then also we had presented a couple of internal working sessions, training sessions within the library. Those training sessions were facilitated by internal library staff, for example, myself and some staff within my division, one of the managers of our learning services department, and then also from our learning facilitators within our faculties, which work with students directly, with students who have to submit assignments and you have to do the plagiarism checks for the students, for example. So we got practical advice from those faculty learning managers, and those are being shared with our staff, and they incorporating what they learned about that for the new year orientation programs, where they orientate new first-year students and returning students on digital literacy and using the library and the library resources. As for the back-end processes, we've relied more on the information science component and how that overlays with symbolic AI as such, and that's was the first part of my presentation, really. So here we literally go through training sessions on linked data and working from the bottom up, literally working from description logic to first order logic, and understanding knowledge presentation as a subset of artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of reading to be done with this. And we've used a target group of our metadata managers to start off with. So we're not doing this with all our library departments, but with only the metadata management division at the moment, because they work with Ling data. And we're trying to give them the full understanding of our Ling data is built on description logics. Our Ling data is built on the resource description framework, which in turn is built on description logics. And that as a core part of knowledge representation with intelligent agents. And now we're hoping that that knowledge can pull through to the development of knowledge graphs within which we want to address factual information, and how that factual information contained in a knowledge graph can enrich a large learning language model. So yes, so those are efforts towards creating new competencies with our staff. A lot of it is being done internally, but some of it is facilitated by other people at the university. Very little of it is being facilitated by people external to the university at this point in time.
Excellent. Andrew, thanks you for the very interesting answer. And yeah, Francois Xavier is also posted a comment you mentioned. He says, you mentioned the other services of the university. How organized is the leading of the projects between library and university services? Would you have advices, guidelines to share about it?
Yes, so we find at the moment the cooperation between the library and other support divisions at the university to be on two tiers. The first tier is the one of shock, which we really got with the release of ChatGPT late in 2022. So we were basically thrown together with the Center of Learning Technologies and the faculty managers to get to understand how generative AI influences how our students discover information and write assignments. So that was done on a more informal basis, on a much more informal tier, and that is still continuing. But on the second tier, the university is also coming to terms with the full implications of digital transformation and how generative AI influences our current digital transformation projects. And this is where the university is taking more lead, a high-level lead in getting the different support divisions to talk to one another. And at this point in time, they're only addressing creating a digital transformation framework and guidelines on using AI at the university. So there's not much institutional progress there yet, but the library has been co-opted on all the forums in order to inform these guidelines and frameworks. I can at least say that, yes. I see there's a follow-up question from Andrew, if I can. Yes. You mentioned the importance of a data strategy for the institution to support AI. What kind of thing would be in such a strategy? Yes, so I think I touched very briefly on the fact that there's different types of data classifications on an institutional level. So we have, institutionally, we have very exact frameworks of data taxonomies and classification for administrative data. But we don't have that for research data, which is actually rather funny, because as an institution, we're research supportive, research intensive institution. So the data strategy would have to address how the research data which the library already collects and curates within our digital repositories and our data repositories, and which is published in domain-specific repositories external to the university. how that data is under copyright, how that data may be shared and may not be shared, and what component of that data may be used internally to the university to build data models, AI data models. It is allowable to use that data for internal purposes only, but not for providing that data for entities outside of the university to train data models. So the data strategy needs to address all these considerations, and I believe that's going to be one of the outcomes of the work group on creating AI guidelines at the university. But I see it as a downstream outcome, and not one that will be immediately addressed. It needs to reference our research data management regulations, which is the only object or artifact we have at the university which addresses the proper use of our research data within the public domain and how it can be shared. I hope that helps a bit.
Yeah, Peter also mentioned this, right? From a national library perspective, which is mine as well, how our roles have been transforming, how our work is crucial in contributing to those major data infrastructures, digital humanities, large language modeling. So it seems quite urgent to have a data strategy, as Andrew was pointing out, and it's a very important task nowadays for our institutions, right?
Yes, Peter also emphasized the importance to do it in an iterative way, and that echoes very much with our experience here as well.
Right. So, any other question from our audience? Come on, don't be shy. We have some time until before our next presentation, which is at 12. Okay. Yes, thank you, Mike Kim. He says comment rather than question. Impressively ambitious technological initiatives with astute focus on real-world applications, which no doubt helps in securing funding. I have also just been flicking through the latest Stellenbosch University LIS annual report online, which is an attractive combination of heritage and high-tech. Great design work.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I think if we spend as much money on writing machine learning projects in the library like we do on our annual report, we'll probably get funding very quickly. Yes. As for funding, it is a difficult process to secure the funding. Currently, we in the funding application project for the data visualization room, which we're building to secure that funding, and we're looking at different funding sources. Some of it we're applying at the university strategic fund. It's an annual fund for strategic projects. Some of it from our reporting channel, the library's reporting channel, up to the rectorate, which is through the Vice Rector Research and Innovation, and some of it on for our reserve funds. But we do have funders, external funders, who have helped fund our makerspace, like electronic componentry suppliers, and we've been asking them also for funding requests. Obviously, from a regional perspective in Southern Africa, we also try and negotiate the best regional deals, given exchange rate considerations. If we have to purchase software products from abroad, and we're looking at a software solution which is in England for data visualization. So those are all a combination of considerations in trying to secure funding, but securing funding is always quite a challenge. As for securing funding for machine learning projects, we have not, per se, not supporting machine learning projects, but initiating machine learning projects of our own. We haven't applied for anything there yet. No.
Okay. If we don't have any other question, thank you, Wouter, so much for this great presentation, for your excellent work, for moderating a section of the program, for the work you've done for the event. So we can have a small break until 12, which is our next presentation, but Francois Xavier would like to mention something before, right?
Yes, just a few words, thank you, about the opportunity for everybody to fill a Miro board. I put you in the chat the link to it, so we can see what are your priorities, your IT priorities as a regional, local scale and at a global scale. So don't hesitate to put sticky notes, and if you experience problems, don't hesitate also to ask me some help. I can help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois Xavier. And yes, I forgot to mention our Miro table. We think it's a nice way of sharing our main concerns, priorities, strategic lines from our own perspectives. So thank you very much. Thank you, Wouter. Thank you all for being here, and we'll meet again at 12. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello again, and welcome back to this 24 hours of global IT conversation. Hope you are all enjoying the program. And again, please do not miss the opportunity of sharing any thoughts, comments, questions you would like to share with presenters and participants. We would really love this event to be a real conversation, and that we all enrich the program. We suggest we have built, we all contribute to enrich it with our professional experiences, perspectives from across the globe. So please do not hesitate to share your thoughts or comments. And now we move to the next stop of the journey today. And it takes us now to Lebanon with the presentation. Yes, hello?
Yes, hello everyone. Hello.
The presentation is named AI Between Fantasy and Reality by Walid Siman. I'm not sure if that is correctly pronounced. Okay,
yes,
right.
Walid Siman.
And he's international data science and AI trainer. So Walid, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us today. And please go ahead and share your presentation when you are ready.
Okay, let me share it then. AI between fantasy and reality. All right. Everyone now sees it?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, well, hello everyone. It's great. I start, right?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Hello everyone. My name is Walid and I'm from Lebanon. And this is a presentation I've been giving several times, and it has met a good acceptance from the audience because it brings a little bit AI down to earth. And by the way, just one last question. It's mentioned here 30 minutes or 45 minutes, the presentation.
For this presentation, we have a 30-minute slot planned. So if you could keep your remarks
Yeah.
within the 30 minutes.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So the idea behind this presentation is to bring people down to earth with AI, because everywhere we go, AI, everything we see, AI. So trying to make things a little bit more comprehensive, what is really behind the scenes of AI, okay? So I am the founder of a diploma in data science, deep learning, and AI solutions in collaboration with SAS at LAU. And I would like to start with something very basic everyone should think of. And everything I'm going to say in this presentation is debatable. It's my own opinion on that, okay? It's not something that is 100%, it's not scientific, okay? The introduction. But at later stage, everything is going to be very clear. But when we define intelligence, what could be intelligence? If we consider these two engineers, these are two engineers. The first engineer designed a tree to cross the river, okay? And the other one designed a very, very sophisticated bridge. If you ask ourselves between these two, who could be more intelligent, okay? Well, if the engineer to the left, okay, who designed this bridge came up with this solution for the first time, and this problem was never seen before, he might be labeled intelligent more than the sophisticated bridge that has already been done and was done by another engineer. So intelligent should include innovating a solution for a new problem never seen before. Okay, like at school. The intelligent student is the one who can get answers for problems never seen before. And the smart student is the one who can replicate other problems, give solutions to problems already observed. So this is a very minor thing to think of about what could be really intelligence when we talk about artificial intelligence. So they tell us there is lots of information about how we define narrow intelligence, general intelligence, and in the future they tell us that machine will get consciousness. Well, it's also debatable. Why? Because machine learning is something that is intelligent. These are models, mathematical models that exist since long time ago. General intelligence or machine intelligence, will machine find by themselves solutions for new problems, or will machine gain consciousness? I don't think so, because consciousness is something that cannot be transformed into a mathematical model. So machine to think by themselves, bring solutions by themselves, at least is not something that's gonna happen in the very near future. Now, what will happen in 50 years or 30 years, we don't know, because things are evolving in a very, very, very fast way. And it's hard for anyone to predict where humanity and all these tools and AI will be in the coming 5 years. Okay? So, media. I think that media is playing a very bad role. Why? Because they always claim that AI will find problem solving, they bring imaginative solutions, they have common sense. And now all companies, they look for, yeah, we want AI to our solution and let AI find the solution. This is not appropriate for companies, because AI will not find them solutions. AI will support them if they are well directed. Okay, because AI don't find solve problems solving. AI don't have imaginative solutions. Okay, even though we use these softwares that give us like images, drawings, these are trained models. Okay, they replicate what they have learned. They don't bring up something new. Okay, and they don't have common sense. Common sense is something that is exclusive to humans. So can AI solve problems seen for the first time? Can they innovate solution? Can it give common sense? All of these up to now is not happening. All right. So intelligent machine and programs, AI, how it has evolved. And they tell us that machine will do programs by themselves. They will find solutions without explicit programming and deep learning. All these are softwares that are designed by humans. So far, machines cannot do anything by themselves unless they are told what to do. So I'm going a little bit very quickly about them. So AI, it will mimic human intelligence. AI will improve at task with experience. It will not improve. Models will get more data and only parameters will be updated. If they improve at tasks, maybe because we give them more data, but if we don't give them more data, AI will never ever be able to improve at tasks. So it's all about humans. We feed data. We are the master of the game. AI will do nothing besides what we tell it to do. And deep learning, we see a lot of it will train itself. Also, these are terminologies that are not, they don't reflect reality. These are fantasies. What is deep learning train itself? What is training? Training is a model that use maybe gradient descent that makes iteration to upgrade already existing model. So train itself by itself, it doesn't happen, okay? We have to feed data, and the model, when they get trained, they will only update their parameters. This is the real description of AI. And we see on the web pictures like this, and we see pictures like this. Media is misinforming people about the real use and what is real AI. I'm actually now at this right moment in a consulting job in a company who wanted to do AI, and at the end of the road, it's only the solution about finding out like 3-4 NLP's models, and they have the solution done. And there is no AI the way they describe the solution will be. So if we see these marketing, they show us in the marketing, they tell us that A over B over C equal A over B, or absolute minus A equal A. And these are promoted as AI solutions. We usually have to put a robot and the robot will do everything for you. This is only a fantasy. AI is not about, there are robotics, of course, but AI is not about bringing robots and finding a miracle solution for companies. For me, it's about data science, deep learning, and AI solutions. All the solutions reside in deep learning, statistics, generative deep learning, and at the end of the road, these AI tools are AI tools to use. Okay, it's not the AI like we bring something and it will solve miracles. And this I experienced a lot. I go to lots of training, and in this training, people come and say, you know, we want to implement AI. I tell them, what do you want to implant AI? Is it a machine that you plug in your company and you have solutions? It's not like this. Okay, it's a way, way, way more complex thing to do than using AI tools, which are very easy to handle, by the way. Okay, so if we want to dig a little bit deeper, maybe we could talk a little bit more about generative AI. Generative AI is behind all these tools that are AI tools, which are very easy to use. We cannot claim in the circle of consultants or knowledgeable people to be AI connoisseur if I know how to play with ChatGPT. Come on, guys. Students at schools play with ChatGPT. We cannot claim being a coder if I play with DeepMind Alpha Code, or if I design PowerPoint using Tommy or all these tools. These tools, if we use them, don't make us AI expert. These are tools that are done by AI experts. And doing these tools is a total different story than playing with them, okay? It's like driving a car. You cannot drive a car and claim you are a mechanical engineer, all right? Different story. So these are all what we call AI tools developed by generative AI. And mastering generative AI is not something I would say common for everyone. Okay, now is generative AI a solution for everyone? No, maybe it's a partial solution for companies. So what do companies really need? Companies need AI tools, of course, and they need, if they want to generate their own solutions, they need to master generative AI. Both of them are fine in the field of, let's say, AI, and AI, knowing that it's a very brand name, because intelligence is not the name of the game behind AI. AI intelligence is exclusive for humans. If there is no innovation for a problem seen for the first time, there is no intelligence. And so far, all these softwares, they regenerate what they have learned already. Okay, so what is AI? We talk about AI. Okay, what should be AI? If we go to the DNA to the smallest cell of AI, it's a linear model that has to make a prediction between a happy person or an unhappy person. This is the very basic predictive AI model. Now, this tool, okay, can be a little bit more complex. We can have a little bit more complex, and we have what we call the neural network. Now, this line that will predict if I am happy or not will be this line here. Okay, will be this line. Giving the information, I can tell if my customer is happy. Sorry, I think I clicked. Now, this line, we call it a parameter. Now, this is a very basic predictive model. If we take ChatGPT, which is a more sophisticated model, it's like, to make things a little bit simple without getting into details, is more like having like those trillions of parameters. So instead of having one parameter that will tell me if I'm happy or not, we will have trillions of parameters that has to predict every single word. So ChatGPT, which is an AI tool, is not something that is intelligent, since it has memorized the whole planet web, and it has trillions of models trained. And whenever you want to use this ChatGPT, it's only about forecasting a new value. So the fantasy is that, oh, ChatGPT is intelligence. ChatGPT is a function that is very complicated, based on multiple layers of transformers that will generate words for us. And these are functions. They don't think, they memorize, they replicate. Zero intelligence. All right. So how do we learn these parameters? Well, does these machines, do they learn like we human learn? Do they open books? Do they read? Do they think? They don't do that at all, these machines. When we say machines learn, they don't learn the human way. How do they learn? They do nothing by themselves. They only have to solve this function. They know how to solve this function, you get all the AI. So this is called the, I don't want to go into detail, this is the gradient descent algorithm, okay? So it's only about minimizing the error between the prediction and the actual data. So they keep repeating, and ChatGPT takes like 6 months to find all these parameters. So how does it work? You have actual solution, you have to reduce error, you update, you keep repeating, using some algebra, okay, how to predict, then how to use calculus to reiterate the function until you reduce this function. So, and with time, the more you iterate, the more you loop, the more your model becomes more and more precise. Okay, so it's all about human learning. We human have to learn everything. And unfortunately, people with AI, they think that, you know what, okay, I want to calm down, I want to go to the beach, and I want AI to do everything for me. This is a fantasy. It cannot apply unless a human puts a huge effort to make things happen. Okay? So machines lack intelligence. They do not create new solutions. If they don't do this, no intelligence. Why now all this AI is concept is good? Technology is helping, computer processing power, IoT, big data, all of these tools, they like stars aligned like the last 10 years, and this made things possible to allow. How do we use AI? We use AI for visual solutions, and all these are models or functions that can be very simple, starting from a regression line, or they can be way more complicated if we want to solve, for example, the visual. And it all started with the visuals. Why? Because like our planet Earth, when living creatures developed the eye like 500 million years ago, okay, all the creatures invaded the whole planet. Same in deep learning. When scientists and researchers found a way to describe a photo and to label a photo with anything they want, the AI really got its actual situation now. For example, if you take photo of these leaves, and you can tell with your application if there is a virus or not on these leaves. It's only about processing the visuals. And from the visuals, they elaborated and with the CNN and convolutional neural network, and then they entered into sequential deep learning, and they entered into the field of how to analyze text. And this is when things, chatbots and LLMs at the end. So it's all about functions that we humans have to do. Okay. Now, how does computer vision works? So you have our pictures transformed into data, and these data is transformed into another predictive model. So it's all about predictive models. Most AI tools are predictive models. And if you see a video, it's because the model is generating lots of pictures predicted from models. They look to us as if they are videos, but they are predictive models developed by humans. All right. Now, if I give pictures and the car, the model will tell me if it's a car or not. I'm going to show you an example, okay, which reveals the difference between human intelligence and the machine intelligence. Okay, this is Sophie. This is my daughter. Okay, and this is, I want to compare her with a deep convolution network. Okay, I'm gonna show you who is smarter than the other. Now, at home we have a cat, and Sophie knows this cat. Now, if I show my daughter all these cartoons, she will know that these are cats, and nobody told her that these are cats or not. So these babies, I show them one photo, 1 second, $0 investment, she can tell all types of cats. Whereas if I want to use a machine learning model, I have to train it with lots of money, and it will not be able to tell if it's a cat or not. It will say, okay, 90% cat. This one, 80% cat. This one, this is a bear. And these models, deep learning, they need lots of investment, and it takes maybe 1 week, and it will cost lots of money. These are the machine intelligence and the human intelligence. A baby that does not read can tell any cat out of 1 cat, whereas models needs lots of pictures to tell a cat and with a probability. So this is very important to differentiate between human intelligence and the intelligence of machines. Machines work on functions. We humans have our conscious, our brain that has nothing to do, okay, the way it processes information with the actual models that are behind all the AI. Okay, now softwares would hardly be able to differentiate between these chihuahua and the cakes, even though Sophie can tell you exactly which one is a dog and which one is a cake. And a model costing $50,000 maybe, okay, might not be able to do it. Okay, so what do companies need? Okay, there are plenty of tools that companies use in their AI industry. For example, converting a text into a prediction. These are models that can I give my software a text, and this text will tell me if it's a positive or negative test. Well, it's very simple. AI behind this is about transforming data into tables, 0 and 1s. And those 0 and 1s are transformed by the model. And the model is a function. And if now I give the model a new text, it will be transformed into 0 and 1, and it will tell if it's a positive or a negative. And we say now it's AI. It's not AI. It could be a very old model of Bayes' theorem, which is based like 1700. So there is no AI. I honestly don't see any AI with such models like ChatGPT or other models that make prediction of your mood. It's AI. It's not AI. It's a simple old model, branded AI, because it sells more and it will be charged more. Okay? Do you need this? Maybe yes, maybe no. Do company needs to generate their own software or use AI? Also a big question companies should ask themselves. Now, recommenders of Netflix. If I had time, I would have had to explain this very smart image in Netflix. But the idea is what? Netflix, when you watch TVs, they tell you what could be the next movie you would like. Those are movies. They are based on tables. They collect data. They compress data, and they make what we call matrix factorization. And they can predict from this table which movie you would like. There's no AI. It's pure mathematical model. Now, these models, why now? Because computer power of handling millions of records with hundreds of thousands of variables is becoming possible. And it is branded AI because it sells more and it sells better. But behind the scenes, it's pure algebra known since 1950. Okay? So now you put it in a way that it looks like AI, but behind the scene, it's only a fantasy AI here. Okay? Now, AI for mood detection. You buy softwares, it will tell you your mood in the restaurant. Suppose you have a restaurant. If you put a camera and you get some collection of data about what people order, gender, social class, etc., you can have a model that will tell you if your customer will be happy or not in advance. And then you can go take predictive action to make sure that your customer will be satisfied. Again, these are models, mathematical models, machine learning models. They are very, very well-known models. And more than that, if they are closed form models, that means you can generate some computation on them. That means you are making AI solutions based on models developed in the 1950 to 1980 or even before. Why now? Because it's the trend. Okay, trust me on that. It's only a trend. AI is only about NLPs and conversational AI. Maybe we can talk about it later. Okay, so smart solutions. We develop smart cities, we develop smart hospitals by all these tools, IoT, and AI can also predict your mind. Could that be possible? Well, yeah, like in the movie Top Gun, when Hondo asked Tom Cruise, why that look? Hondo told him, it's the only one I got. Now, in this movie, we memorize the sentence, but an AI solution, what will it do? It will only transform why that look into numbers. It will transform these numbers into vectors, and these vectors decoded will get you the answer. Now, if you apply this on lots of data, you can make a fun application, call it AI that predicts your mind, but at the end of the road, it's pure mathematics of RNN, which is pure algebra, known like more than 20 years. Here again, it is another fantasy about AI doing miracles. We do the miracles, the humans do the miracles, okay? So at the end, to make things short, now ChatGPT. Now, what is the training model? If you go to a doctor, a new doctor, you have to explain a lot So can the doctor tell you what to do? But an experienced doctor who knows, who has been exposed to millions of cases, you just mention the first word and the doctor will give you all the recommendations. This is ChatGPT. It was trained. It means was given data to predict the function on billions of records, and that's why it's really LLMs are really marvelous, and the new versions are even more and more scary, I would say, because they do things maybe even the inventors of ChatGPT or other LLM did not expect that such solution would do that much proper solutions. So all these LLMs, all these things, they are huge parrots. They memorize, they replicate. Again, zero intelligence. I don't know if someone is asking questions and okay, if you have a question, please ask. Okay, let me continue then.
No questions so far, Walid. You can continue. Thank you.
Okay, clear. So do we need that? Of course we need that. I'm a pro AI guy, okay? I'm just bringing with this presentation, people have to know that AI is very powerful tool, all these solutions, but behind the scenes, it's not a miracle. Because all companies say, I want to bring AI and find a solution. It doesn't work like that, okay? So generating images. Now, if you have models that transform you from young to old, it's only about layers of mathematics. You train your models on them, they memorize. If, for example, you want to make an application, AI will tell you how you will look when you're old. It's very simple. You bring people their photos when they are young, when they are old in the system. You put them in these layers in front of you, and they will learn, memorize all the patterns to define the function. Once this function is known, you put your photo, it will apply the function, and it will tell you how you will look. It's not miracle, okay? All is based on functions. Again, so do we need all AI? Why people are missing the classic data analytics dashboard? They can be way more informative than only AI. And 80% of the consulting job I'm doing now, it ends up doing classic dashboards of data analytics. But the companies thought we want to bring AI to our company. And it turns out what they want is pure data analytics dashboards. Okay, so in order to implement a data AI, companies should focus on three things. On the objective of the AI. Is the company want to be leader in cost leadership? This company wants to differentiate from the others, or they want to focus on certain niche in the market. We cannot implement AI in general. It has to be very well defined, the project defined, and very well focused. Now, the roadmap towards AI, we start with basic statistics. Basic statistics, we develop data analysis and statistical tests. From this layer 2, researchers needed to improve machine learning models. And from machine learning models, we evolved till we reach the level of deep learning models and NLPs. And then at the end, we reached AI. So if we want to become a developer of AI solution, okay, you have to follow all these steps. Unfortunately, today in the market, most training companies, they sell machine learning, deep learning. You cannot be a surgeon without learning the basics of medical biology. Okay, you cannot be a financial expert if you don't know at least how to read loss and profit reports. So I would advise everyone who would want to become a really connoisseur in AI, it has to start from ground zero. And companies might need data visualization. Other companies might need NLPs. Maybe other companies would need artificial intelligence or a combination of all these. We cannot learn everything. Maybe a company or you might need these highlighted topics to master them. Other companies have different needs. There is no AI that will solve solutions for everyone. This is a real fantasy that companies and people should get out of it. Okay, so to conclude, if companies want to implement AI solutions, they have to learn statistics, machine, etc. And if they want to play with AI, play with tools of AI, like ChatGPT, Synthesia, it's something that will take not more than 2 weeks. So we have to separate between AI tools and doing softwares in AI. Playing with AI is very easy. Generating solutions with AI is something that is way more complex. The first one would take minimum 1 year of learning experience. The other one would take 2 weeks. All right. So we avoid this when people wanted to go and search for gold in the West, the far West. Everyone was expecting AI. We all want to implement AI. When they go on the field, they find nothing of what they have in mind. Why? Because what they want, they hear is AI, but what they want might not be what they have in mind AI. It's about statistics, machine learning, and deep learning solutions. Okay, it was very quick. Thank you. Okay, and I think, okay, I'm 32. I'm fine with time.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I saw Saddam shared a question in the Q&A menu. So the question is it possible that we give all the information about a person from his
Yeah.
birthday
I'm
date
gonna
till today and tell AI to generate, I
just one
suppose,
second. I have
guess?
to, just one thing. I have to just to get out of my presentation.
Okay.
Stop share. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So
Okay.
the
Just to make
question,
sure. Yeah.
the question is, given a
Okay.
scenario where we give all the information about a person from his birthday date till today, is it possible to tell AI to generate, I guess, I suppose, to guess the mistake which made this person away from his goal? I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but
I did not understand it as well.
yeah, I suppose to guess up or to evaluate human decisions along the our journey in life. I guess
If
I'm
someone
guessing
based
I'm
on
guessing that's the idea.
yeah, can AI knowing the birth date tell what would be the decisions of the person during his life?
I'm guessing that's the idea he wants
This is
to
pure
convey.
fantasy.
Yeah.
This is
Talking about fantasy,
to
yeah.
say on schedule. Okay, no, it's impossible. No,
Okay.
no. This is among fantasy things in life. Okay, unless he has to go to a person, to a tarot, play tarot with a woman, you know, they play with cards, they maybe can tell the future, not with AI.
Yeah.
AI is a pure mathematical models. You have to feed data, find the function, regenerate the result, and that's it.
Okay.
Up to now.
Thank you so much. As we ran out of time and we would love to stay on schedule, I think Andrew shared a question in the chat, but if you don't mind, you can answer his question in the chat. Okay?
Yeah, of course,
So we can continue with the program. Thank you very much. I think you addressed some very important thoughts on AI principles, how algorithms work, and we should all be familiar or start to be familiar with these principles and developments at this point, being actually the masters of the game, as you said in your presentation, right? So thank you again for being here today, Walid. And
well, thanks for your trust. Thanks for making me a part of this very interesting concept. It's really, 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 a really interesting thing, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Okay, so now our program moves very quickly to Russia. We will learn about an AI use case on scale developed at the Russian State Library. And this is a presentation by Pavel Lushnikov, Chief Digital Transformation Officer at the Russian State Library, Vitaly Vasin, Natural Language Processing Developer, Artemy Danovsky, Engineer, and Sania Gorlova, Specialist in Applied Linguistics. Again, apologies for the pronunciation if it's wrong. I'm doing my best. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon for you. Thank you for being
Good day,
hello.
Hope you're hearing me well.
Here today. And if you're ready, when you're ready, you can start your presentation. Thank you.
We are ready.
Yeah.
Hope you are hearing me well and hope you can see our presentation.
سيكنا على الموضوع لو ما انتبهت
Yes, we can see your presentation. Yes.
Great. Let's start. So, my name is Pavel Lushnikov, and I have a privilege of working at the Russian State Library, and I'm responsible for digital transformation and innovation implementation here. You could meet me in Santiago this April at 4th AI Symposium, where I've presented the AI strategy of our library. Just want to recall that digital transformation is not just a hype word, but a need for library industry development. We have a challenge to deal with all knowledge sources, not only printed materials, with its cataloging, systematization, segmentation, indexing, and so on. And artificial intelligence can and should become the driver for performance rise in providing library services and new product creation. As AI is a relatively new technology that has gained significant attention in recent years, well, our library is not only one of the biggest in Europe, but also in the world, with almost 200 years of history and about 120 million holdings. The AI implementation strategy of our library focuses primarily on increasing productivity and efficiency, where machines can help librarians with their daily tasks. Our strategy includes 5 steps giving us an ability to evaluate efforts very fast. First, we are trying out-of-the-box solution where we explore and utilize out-of-the-box solutions of general purpose. And it's not only generative AI, it's not only GPT. The second stage is adopting of existing solutions for specific library use, implementing them into specific workflows or using them for data preparation and transformation. Third, we can, and we are doing that, we can create our own models, or we generate our own data sets. We use them for machine learning and available AI models. Going further, we can create digital library projects of new generation based on artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions. And the last but not the least, the fact that we can embrace the future of libraries and consider their machine learning industry as a new type of users. Library collections offer a wealth of reliable information for text data mining and machine learning, which can help address some of ethical concerns highlighted in AI ethic bulletins. Today, we will focus on our own solutions delivered by our own R&D team. The library's first approach, implemented almost 4 years ago, involved dubbing ebooks using speech synthesis. More than 2,000 books were successfully dubbed, making them accessible in audio format through the library's digital platform. There have been several more AI projects, but I would like to highlight the most recent and the most useful ones. For example, using computer vision technology and our own data sets for training, we've created an AI model that detects the pages with a table of contests in digitized documents. By implementing this model in our digital library, we were able to identify and deploy the table of contests for over 500,000 documents, greatly enhancing the accessibility. Now, remote users can order specific extracts from these documents by looking through the table of contents and providing just the page numbers. These requested extracts can be obtained within minutes via a self-service system. It's worth mentioning that this service even extends to documents that are still not in public domain, as per provisions of Russian legislature that allows such library services. The next significant project is the retro conversion of book chronicles. Currently, the 20-year period of Russian national bibliography from 1959 to 1979 wasn't machine readable. The only data source available was the printed book chronicle magazines, which is hardly useful for searching. To overcome this challenge, we employed computer vision and language processing, and today we are pleased to announce the finish of the project. 1.6 million records will soon be available for public search in machine readable format. Our team will describe this project in details later today. And an article in special issue of IFLA journal is prepared for publication. To be honest, I can't leave the project on damage detection. We have made several attempts to detect and classify book damages through image analysis in order to provide recommendations for preservation or restoration options. During the proof of concept stage, we've got promising results. However, when it came to labeling real damages with the help of invited experts, we encountered a challenge. As saying goes, two experts usually can have 3 or even more opinions. Therefore, we are waiting for a new, more aligned classification system for book damages before trying again with ML-based solution. Hope we'll have enough time today to describe the details of this project in today's session. We are working in touch with our local IT leading companies such as Yandex or MTS, but today I want to introduce our own team. Ksenia Gorlova, she is a specialist in applied linguistics, graduated from museology bachelor's degree at St. Petersburg State University, and then master in digital humanities in High School of Economics. She's a specialist in applied linguistics. Her research and projects focus on exploring the applications of digital technology in cultural institutions such as galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Vitaly Vasin is our artificial intelligence and natural language processing expert, whose significant contribution to the field through his work at Russian State Library is really significant. He currently serves as a head of research and development for last 2 or 3 years. His research focuses on pre-trained language models and so on. He will today describe his projects and his the real things he's doing. Artemy Danovsky, an engineer with our knowledge engineering department. He's focusing on a wide range of digital issues in cultural heritage preservation, history, and education as a researcher, analyst, and expert. And now I will pass the baton to Artemy, who will delve deeper in our first case. Please, Artemy.
Hello. May I start my screen?
Yes, can be seen. We see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here. I am Artemy Danovsky, knowledge engineer in Russia State Library. Today, I'm going to share with you our experience with recognizing and parsing bibliographic records using large language models, known as LLMs. On my first slide, you can see the front cover of the very first issue of Book Chronicle, a journal which has been issuing by Russian Book Chamber to gather information from the publishing houses, mainly using the legal deposit system. From 1907 until the present, more than 5 million records have been amassed across all the issues of the journal. Our experiments were focused on the issues released from years 1959 to 1979. It is a data set including 1,352 books and more than 1,600,000 bibliographic records. The second slide, please. Here, we have a typical page of the journal. We work mainly with Cyrillic text, so excuse me for maybe not very understandable images, but I'm sure that the structure of all the records is clear for you. The human eye effortlessly recognizes the structure of the page. However, for a computer to interpret it accurately, numerous exceptions and markup particularities will be considered. It was a challenging task for our engineers to identify all the relevant text block while disregarding the rest. The third slide, please. You will notice 2 records. one from 1919 and other from 1975 year. Certain elements remain unchanged, such as the author's name or the place of publication. Yet, some changes occurred over time. In the older record, we find the address of the typography, the weight of the book, and an archaic presentation for some data, such as paper format. Additionally, the content was included within the record. In contrast, the newer record introduces codes like UDC code and the registration number of book chamber. While the MIRC-based classification systems accommodated this diverse data, how could we run the automatic processing of the records? The next slide, please. This slide highlights one of the problems we encountered. I call it the dot problem, and it significantly impacts standard the usual machine processing methods, relying on regular expressions and pre-programmed rules. Observe, please, how dots are used in 5 distinct ways within a single record. As a delimiter between the logical parts of the record, as a delimiter between the title of the book and its subtitle, as a special delimiter inside the UDC code, as an abbreviation sign, and finally, as a decimal delimiter for the press run value. We require the human-like cognitive ability to parse this effectively. And fortunately, LLMs offer a potential solution. The next slide, please. It's encouraging that the LLMs can understand contexts and leverage their knowledge to parse records accurately. We experimented with numerous prompts to find the most effective approach, and this proved to be the key to success. Try all you may and find the best. I have outlined on this slide the comparative table with the results of different prompts and different models. Not surprisingly, the top performing models deliver more impressive results. GPT-4o is really powerful, and do not overlook it. However, the other models also show promise for processing of any structured data. My colleague Vitaly will elaborate on this in detail in a moment. I would wish to provide some additional tips. Try extract both single element and all relevant elements together from the structured texts. Employ the few shot method if your data are relatively consistent. Create your own quality metrics and range the models within it. Then choose the best for you. Thank you for attention. I pass the floor to Vitaly.
Thanks, Artemy. So Artemy has showed one of the problems, this dot problem in our task, So I will dive in bunch of other problems that we encountered during this task, in processing solving this task, such as structure is not that strict, so there are entities could be in the beginning of the block texts, it could be repeated in middle of the block texts, and so on and so forth. Also, there was significant problem with OCR artifacts because this was historical documents, and it's old by nature. It can be often damaged, so OCR system provided us with not very good recognition. There was missing entities. I will show with the next. So in the light of this bunch of problems, large language models is required for this task because it can find a way in this mess of symbols. But when we require large language models, we encounter a new problem that not many open source models have good Russian pre-trained data, so not much models can properly understood instruction structure and complete the task. Next slide. So talking about the problems, non-strict structure and missing entities, I underlined just two, and underlined in the red line problem regarding offers. So it can be like in the middle of the text, in the beginning. It can be in the rectangle brackets, can be without them, after the slash, and so on and so forth. Also, I underlined the orange line. It means series of the journals where this concrete book was published. But in the middle, this orange underline. But in the up and down block text, there wasn't a series. Next slide. Talking about OCR artifacts, I'm showing 3 examples. One is good that we expect to see every time. Because looking at the documents, we see that this particular entity is always on the rectangle brackets. And the before, yes, stay here. Always in the rectangle brackets, and we expect them to be that way. But example number 2 and 3, in the 2, it's not a rectangle bracket, it's just a vertical line, came from OCR. And in the third example, there was no brackets at all. So it's closing way to regular expressions solving, and LLMs is the natural step to solving this task. So all in all, what we used, 2 languages, Ruby for regular expressions for expected entities, Python for transformers, and using commercial APIs, building pipeline. Talking about models, we used open source, open weighted models Qwen 2 and Mistral 7 billion parameters. Also tested foreign APIs like GPT-4 from OpenAI and Common Air from Anthropic. Also tested internal APIs from Yandex and Sber, GPT and GigaChat. So talking about the first version, we used Mistral 7 billion parameters, and the task was we used Mistral 7 billion parameters, and we tried to not fine-tune anything, but just give them block text and ask the model to analyze it and outline entities that we want to extract. So it was not doing good. It was not completing this task at all. So we wanted to fine-tune Mistral 7 billion parameters to better do this task. And we took it as a set from hand-labeled data from 1948 out of this data that we want to process. We presented the required format for this model. We have detailed instructions and examples. Trained using LoRa method, 8-bit quantization, supervised fine-tuning setting. Learning rate was not high, 5 in the power of -5. Batch size was 32, so it was stable, stable train method. And in the slide, you can see the loss function, the graph of the loss function. In machine learning, in deep learning, we always want to see this graph that loss is going down. But due to poorly configured logging and an error in the script, training script, we are noticed properly in time. The model just found a local minimum, and it was just outputting unknown tokens, like I'm showing below this graph. So it was and it was not useful at all for us. And like in the 50th step, it just couldn't complete the task at all. So we were very upset with this. We took a month-long break, and during that time, next slide. And during that time, there was released a model called Quen2 by Chinese colleagues from LM Sphere. And this model had a decent Russian language per-train data set, and was state-of-the-art on all tasks, public and in our internal task. So without any fine-tuning, we just did a good prompt engineering with three examples. So we used a few shot technique, and this model is completed our task successfully. So its model processed 1,500,000 block text in just 3 weeks. Comparing to analyzing this volume by hand, it takes a team of 15 people. We just made with 4 of people, and now we are proud that data from 1959 to 1979 opens access to our users. So it was not scanned, it was not in the electronic library, and now it will be. Also, again, we are proud of that. That's all for me. I want to pass the torch to my colleague Ksenia. She will talk about our project in damage detection. So with Chronicles, we are finished. Thanks.
Thank you, Vitaly. I talk about first step towards digital documents restoration system. Factors that increase the risk of preserving library collections as natural agent of documents, and the sufficient resources included personnel in regional libraries. Currently, there is an issue with different approaches to determining and classifying damages, as well as describing preservation. This complicates restoration efforts, especially when dealing with a large collection and determining which documents to prioritize. Next slide, please. So we're faced with the need to help professionals process large volumes to data in a shorter time frame. With digital instruments, we could make describing the state of documents faster and maybe with better quality.
Moreover, for effective data management, we need to unify restoration and restoration metadata for every document. Next slide, please. Our test showed that we need a minimum of 300 images per class. The numbers of images depends on the type of class object. Next slide. We used two approaches for labeling. Manual labeling included 7 classes, and volunteers with restoration background helped us with labeling, and semi-automatic labeling included 2 classes. We use instance segmentation method for classification with the YOLO V8 neural network. The next slide. We have drawn conclusions that summarize all the limitations and problems we have encountered on the path to solving the task of damage segmentation. The first point, for example, foxing is more numerous than false or tiers, and it is difficult to select an equal number of images for different categories while maintaining a balance with less massive damages. The second point, the classification of damages for any neural network will differ from that adopted in the academic restoration. The first includes just common classes without connection with classes in terms of material science. The third point, we need to adhere to standard high-quality images files, standard shooting format, and image format. And the fourth point, we stick to the concept that text in this case can create additional noise during the damage classification process. So we should subtract text from damage segmentation method. The fifth point, we could not find any labeled data set for this task. It's the reason why we need to compile and mark up our own large database. The next slide. As a result of testing tools and searching for solutions for high-quality results of book damage segmentation, we have developed a pipeline and recommendations for specialists. Our results can serve as examples, providing guidance to avoid potential mistakes. Main step of pipeline you can see on the slide, and I stand on the fourth point. It's necessary to exclude uninformative areas if the photograph or scan includes magrinis or other objects in addition to the image or sheet itself. The better way to divide text from background is remove background. The second method of separating the page and background was tested on the open source library in Python, RenBG. This method makes sense to use with a standard image format where the background is contrasting with the sheet of paper and the sheet has clearly defined contours. The fifth point is important in order to exclude additional noise during segmentation, which can affect its quality and training results. The next slide. In conclusion, we tested the application of classical convolutional methods, block detection, segmentation with HSV, color space, and crack detection with bubble filter. But the advantages of using neural networks for this task as the made decision are evident, as they eliminate the need for selecting a complex set of tools for each type of damage. Thank you for your attention. The next slide presenting our GitHub, and you can contact us as you need and share with any projects like this.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Pavel and team, for sharing this work done at your library, a very specific use case of AI and LLMs for specific results. So really useful and a practical perspective. Thank you so much. We are a bit behind schedule, sorry for that, but we will be able to catch up in the next session. So I think we have a couple of minutes because Andrew posted a question in the chat about target users, right? Maybe Pavel or any member of the team would like to answer to that now.
Thank you, Elena. If you don't mind, I will answer.
Sure. Yeah.
So Andrew's question was, who are the main target users of our AI developments? And I want to just make to show you the sample of our project in that we have described it in Book Chronicles segmentation. For sure, we're just helping our staff, or even to do their or not to do. I think we're helping them not to do their common duties. We've made it for them, and looking that formally our catalogers are the main users, but our model, the model and the solution created can be reused for different additional services. For example, each scientific paper, each scientific article has a huge number of literature in the end of the article. With our solution, we can segment the block, then split it into several books, and try to find these books in our catalog and make, for example, we can make a kind of linkage between the article and the documents that are mentioned in the article, and so on. So we can find new applications that can help many people. So formally, yes, formally we are providing just the help to our own staff. But the potential of the solution and the potential of AI implementation can be quite great.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pavel.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you
Feel free to
again.
contact us. I think we are in touch with all of with quite large audience here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, and hope to see you soon again. Okay, so now our program continues. Now with a panel by the Artificial Intelligence Special Interest Group, sponsored by our section, the Information Technology Section, and led by Andrew Cox, convener of the group. Hello, Andrew. Thank you for your active participation in the chat. This is the idea, to create a conversation, so thank you for helping with that. And so now with him, we will have colleagues from Slovenia, Greece, and Qatar. Andrew will help me with the introduction, right? They will put a special focus on ethical implications of AI, among other issues. So hello all, thank you so much for being here. And I'm handing it over now to Andrew for the panel. Okay, all yours.
Thanks, Elena. And thanks to Cory and all the organizing group for this fantastic event. And our little section of it from the AI SIG is just an attempt to make you aware of some of the things we do. It was going to be me and Elizabeth who did the introductory part, but Elizabeth doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so it may be just me. So we wanted to say a little bit about the work of the SIG, and then, and then Iman from Northwestern University in Qatar is going to talk about an upcoming event she's organizing with the IT section and the SIG, and also talks about some of her research. And Moya from the National Library of Slovenia will share some of her ideas about AI ethics. So that's what we're planning to present in the session, but we just thought we'd begin with a little bit about the group. So obviously it complements what the Big Data Special Interest Group does. We're part of the IT section as well, and part of Professional Division B. You can find a webpage about us. I guess one of the main things we're trying to do is provide some sort of focal point for IFLA interest in AI, although this event demonstrates that there's a very wide geographical and sector-wide interest in AI. But we're trying to sort of coordinate some of that. And obviously, as a SIG, many of the members are not necessarily members of IFLA. What are the things we've done? Well, our philosophy is really thinking that AI is really relevant to all sectors of libraries, be that school libraries, law libraries, national libraries and academic libraries you've heard a lot from, but those other libraries need catering for as well. We also think AI is super relevant to AI, all countries. And we think it's really concerned with nearly all library staff. It's not just technical staff or people who are really got these machine learning, natural language processing skills. It's going to impact a lot of work from user instruction through to collection management. But as a previous speaker, as Walter said earlier in an earlier session, I think a lot of people find AI a little bit overwhelming. I certainly do, even though I don't track it all the time. So I think one of the things we try to do is make AI a little bit more accessible. And for that reason, we developed a number of kind of introductory resource lists. These are a little bit superseded now, but I think they're still useful reference points. More recently, we've had a little bit of a focus on thinking about how to, from a management perspective than a technical perspective, how can libraries be a bit more strategic about AI? So we developed a sort of guide to having a strategic response to AI, and I've developed that further in a sort of framework of questions that you can ask yourself about your own context, because I think AI, there's no one size fits all. Even if you're an academic library, there's many ways those institutions are set up that mean you've got to work out for yourself how AI is going to, what it's going to look like. So, so there's that. Members of the group are listed here. And we've also got some volunteers who are inputting time as well. But I think the main message I wanted, Elizabeth is here. Great. I can pass over to her. Great.
Okay, I've been saved by someone. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for joining. I'm Elizabeth. I'm a volunteer at the AI SIG, so thank you for joining us at this event hosted by IFLA's IT. We would like to ask you to join our mailing list. You can see the link on the chat. It's been going really well. We have many subscribers and the numbers are growing day by day. We almost have 340 subscribers so far. If you would like to join, after subscribing, you can access the archive of past posts on the list, and then you can share your news with us and our community. I don't know if I can share my screen, or perhaps you, Andrew, can move to the next slide. Okay, thank you. After joining, you will be able to read some interesting news and stay up to date with events and calls for papers from journals. We post several news about conference announcements all over the world, reports, articles, and even legislation like the recent EU AI Act. We were posting developments all the way until it was published. We post regularly on webinars that have happened in the past or that will happen soon all over the world. Our events might be live or even online. We don't just focus on the library sector. We do post news that happen regarding AI in the GLAM sector, libraries, archives, and museums, because things are also happening there and they are very interesting. And we do make a lot of announcements, either that have to do with IFLA events or that concern other colleagues from other universities or organizations. Next slide, please, Andrew. Something that surprised us quite recently, it was a happy surprise. It was a post by Maurice van der Graaf, who wrote a white paper on exploring the effects of generative artificial intelligence on academic libraries, and he informed us about this. I have his quote here, like he wrote in his email, but he used some of the references provided by members of this list, we were able to assist him in order to write his white paper. Now, if you would like to read this white paper, which is very interesting, I would like to invite you to subscribe to the list, and then you will be able to search the archive and read his white paper. Next slide, please, Andrew. Okay, so finally, once again, please share your news. We are very interested and keen to hear from you from all parts of the world, from all countries. IFLA is an international body. You can write in all languages. Nowadays, artificial intelligence can assist us in reading documents that are in all languages. You can post your news from all sorts of libraries, be it academic, school, national, parliamentary, public, and so on, or even from archives and museums, like I've already mentioned. We do have a preference for open access material, so if you would like to share your news with us, please try to find if they're freely available. If you have published an article that is behind the paywall, perhaps you could share with us your preprint so that all subscribers can read it for free. And finally, our last piece of news is our Read of the Month, which is something that we introduced at the beginning of this year in January. We try to scan the monthly posts from this mailing list and to select one resource that is nominated the Read of the Month that we think will benefit the subscribers of our mailing list. And we will try it in the future to make a web page that includes all the reads of the month in one place. I think this is it for me. Thank you for joining. Back to Andrew.
Brilliant. And I just want to say, Elizabeth has put a huge amount of work into making this forum a success. And I would really encourage you to join. I found it super useful to just spot things that you wouldn't otherwise have seen happening. So I will stop sharing. And I think we're now going to go over to Iman to present some of her work and tell us exciting news of an event she's organising.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's kind of middle of the day here. I don't know what time is it in your country. So my name is Iman. I don't know if you can see my presentation or not.
I think you have to maximize it.
Oh, let me do that for just a second. Does it work now?
Ah, yes.
If you can switch from presenter mode to full display. Yes, the display settings can.
I'm very bad at this.
Above the
on the top,
display
setting. Yes. So swipe to presenter mode. Perfect. Now you can see it clearly, I guess. All right, so hi everybody, my name is Iman Khamis, and I'm part of the AI SEG for now over a year now, and I'm very excited to be part of the AI SEG, and here to share with you some updates and some and what we have been doing in the AI SEG and in terms of research. So who am I at the beginning? Just because assuming that everybody knows me, but I don't think so. So I graduated from Alexandria University a long time ago, worked in Alexandria Library for 10 years, and I'm currently working in Northwestern University in Qatar. I'm directing the library here. I have 2 master's degrees, one in library science and one in data science. And this is where my interest and my passion towards data science actually came and AI came when I finished my degree in data science, and I found how it's very close to what I have been working for many years, for almost 20 years in libraries. I have some publication if you are interested to. I've got 2 chapters published in the handbook of advanced contactless technology, and I also have a recently edited book that's just published talking about application in AI. Very interesting group of projects done by different librarians all over the world, and I encourage you, if you are interested in this area, to go ahead and read it. And now up to my announcement. Well, I would like to invite you all to our symposium, which is going to be hopefully next year in February 26th and the 27th. It will be a collaboration between the IFLA IT section and the AI special interest group and the Northwestern University in Qatar, and we are more than happy to welcome you all in our symposium. I don't know if you know about Qatar. It's a small country in the Middle East. The weather in February is perfect, so you're good. You're good to go. And at the same time, February is a month that there is many activities that's happening in Qatar. One of it is Web Summit. And the Web Summit is like where you see the cutting edge technology in action. Like last year in the Web Summit, I have seen CyberDog that can actually smell and taste, and which was for me like mind blowing a little bit. So if you are interested as well in that, it will happen in the same week as our conference or a symposium, sorry, and but like earlier in the week, so you'll be able to attend both. And yes, it's a small country again on the peninsula. We have a lot of nice beaches, and we are located in a nice campus where actually we have 5 other American universities in the same campus beside the National Library, and we are all on board in organizing this event. So hopefully it will be a good event, and the call for proposal should be out soon, and I'm looking forward for all of your input. Back to like, I'm not gonna take a lot of your time, just I'm telling you what we do at AI Sec. We do like research, but since I'm a little bit in the academic side, I'm really focused more in publishing and the basics and the fundamentals of AI, and I'm gonna talk more about it in a second. So that's for an example. I'm sharing with you my proposal for a book that's exactly my project. This is exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to demystify machine learning for librarians. It's very important for librarians to understand the concept of machine learning, because it's going to affect our life. It's already affecting our life, but it's going to affect our life more in the future. And my project actually is aiming for library information specialists, both experience and as well for those who are new in the field. So basically, I'm trying to literally make every concept that we are hearing to be very easy and digestible to everybody working in library world, not in a very, but as well in more practical way. 2 of my chapters that have been published were just the beginning of this project, where I'm trying to like make librarians and information specialists understand how to build like a chatbot from scratch. What does that mean? What are the models that have been used? What is the logic behind the models? What is the logic behind the algorithms? All of that was written in the chapter, hopefully, I'm not sure, but hopefully it was in an easy, understandable way. Same thing, I published another book about how to build a book recommendation system from scratch. And as well with all of the models needed to understand what's going on at the back, and with the algorithm behind it, with even the math behind it, in order to make it more easy to understandable. Like we don't have to be all at this data scientist, but we kind of, if we understand the back end of what's going on, we will be able to do our job in a better way. The 2 chapters that I'm working on at the moment, one is about project management usage in libraries, and specifically agile methodologies in libraries. There was also a conference about it in August the year in 2023 that also I participated my paper in, which was about how the agile methodology is being used. So agile methodology has been developed for basically for IT project, but it can easily it has actually been used in other fields, many other fields, and now applying it to library is not going to be different than any other field. So I took the agile methodology and I took the Scrum method and I used it in one of my projects here in the library, and now I'm trying to implement it more. So that's what's coming up in my pipeline. Not gonna talk into details about this, but if I'm more than happy to share how I did it with you guys and what softwares I have used and how everything came out. And as well, I'm gonna be hopefully publishing it soon. The second project that I'm working on at the moment, which is trying to understand the natural language processing and sentiment analysis, and how that is important to libraries and the librarians. So first of all, just to give you an idea what is natural language processing, we know that's part of artificial intelligence, and that's the part that is responsible for making our language, our human language, understandable to computers. So we just, you just turn our language into a number that the computer can understand. So why it is important to understand, to use it, and why it is important to understand it. So the main goal is if we can make the computer understanding our language in a more efficient way, then we'll be able to analyze and do what we call a sentiment analysis, which is we can definitely look at book reviews, and this is what I'm working on, because there is a lot of data that's published by the book Goodreads that's already available for analysis that I'm using at the moment to build. I'm using some already built models to understand how people feel about certain items or certain books. That would be helpful for librarians, specifically in collection development librarian, to understand or to get an idea and overview of what people feel towards specific books, and then they can make their decision whether they want to add this to the collection or not. Just again, I'm not going to go into details about what's going on, the current research, but I'm more than happy to answer a question later on. And I don't want to take any more of your time, and we'll give the mic to Andrew again. Back to you again, Andrew.
Thank you, Iman. Great. Hopefully there will be some questions, because I'd like to know more about particularly about the agile methodology. So, but perhaps we'll let Moya present her ideas, and then afterwards we can have common questions. So over to you, Moya. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
I will just try to share my presentation. It's not
one. See it, but it's just in.
You had the button Dia Projector that will lead to Dia Projectia.
Yes. Thank you for helping me.
You're welcome.
Hello from Slovenia. I will try to talk about probably on the first glance seems to be the most peripheral thing, but in my opinion, and also in the reality, is the most difficult problem, and that is using AI tools in society, and this is the ethical aspect. On one side, ethic in itself means the ability to judge right and wrong, but what does that actually mean? Before starting to think about practical application of using AI tools in libraries, there is a first look at data and the ethical aspects of its use as a key element for work and what data refers. we are all aware, probably, we are all aware of the widespread use of AI, which has revealed numerous issues from data and design to deployment. In response, countless broad principles and guidelines for AI have been published, and following those, specific approaches have been proposed to encourage ethical outcomes of AI. Because we are in the IT domain and we are talking about data, please allow me to mention the difference between data and information. Data is on one side independent on information, and information is dependent on data and sufficient for decision making. Data is just a messy description of raw facts from which information can be extracted. And now let's talk about data ethics as a new branch of ethics, which examines and evaluates issues related to data, algorithms, AI machine learning, programming, and relevant practices. An important question is raised. What are the implications of data literacy for ethical librarianship? Data ethics also deals with intellectual property issues and concerns related to librarians and information professionals, and also archivists. Libraries can provide the ability to think critically about data in a different contexts and to reflect on the impact of different approaches to data and information. When implementing AI in libraries, it is crucial to take care of security aspects, ensure data quality, and consider user needs and requirements. It is important for libraries to have policies in place to protect user privacy and security. This includes getting informed consent from users before collecting their data, storing data securely, and being transparent how our data is used. We have data privacy policy, and this should be easy on one way. This should be easy to understand, fair, descriptive, and available in a few versions. For example, at the first time, the two of them. One is for those who don't bother to read long explanation, and another one for those who do. Those are including lawyers and privacy experts. Those are just a few basic questions to ask when handling data. It is all about doing the right thing for user and society. Data ethics refers to and respects the principles and values underpinning human rights and data protection laws. It is about transparency in data management. Data ethics goes beyond mere compliance with data protections laws. All data processing therefore respect, as a minimum, the requirements set out in the EU General Data Protection Regulation, also GDPR, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, and the European Union Convention on Human Rights. Use of AI has revealed numerous issues from using data responsible and sustainable. What is the best way to manage safe AI in library? We do this by ensuring human oversight in the design of good principles for safe AI. Data ethics in libraries has recently become extremely important and popular, especially with the adoption of the EU AI Act. As repositories of knowledge and information, libraries play a key role in the collection, processing, and dissemination of data, and the EU AI Act sets new standards for the use of AI, which has a direct impact on library practices. Why is this link between data ethics in libraries and the Act so important? Libraries are increasingly using AI for a variety of purposes, and the use of AI becomes more widespread, so ethical dilemmas arise. We know that humans must always have the final say in AI-based decisions, but libraries will need to pay even more attention to protecting user personal data, be more open about how their algorithms works, and to take responsibility for any bias in their algorithms. And as a conclusion, libraries will need to engage more closely with users in the design and evaluation of AI systems. Introducing new technologies and adopting existing systems requires financial and human resources. And there is also the point of cultural change. Libraries will need to be trained to work with AI and adopt a new data-driven working culture. The EU regulation introduces minimum quality standards for development and use and a higher level of transparency in areas that pose risk to safety, health, and fundamental rights. It sets out procedures to ensure compliance and control and creates an environment that encourages innovation in a variety of ways. This famous EU AI Act is the first ever legal framework on AI, which addresses the risks of AI and positions Europe to play a leading role globally. It is part of a wider package of policy measures to support the development of trustworthy AI. This act ensures that people can trust what AI has to offer. While most AI systems pose limited to no risk and can contribute to solving many societal challenges, certain AI systems create risks that we must address to avoid undesirable outcomes. But although existing legislation provides some protection, it is insufficient to address the specific challenges AI systems may bring. This is a risk-based approach, and the regulatory framework defines 4 levels of risk for AI systems. The first one is minimal risk. That means that most AI systems face no obligation under the AI Act, but companies can voluntarily adopt additional codes of conduct. The second one means specific transparency risk. Systems like chatbots must clearly inform users that they are interacting with the machine, while certain AI-generated content must be labeled as such. The third one is high risk. AI system must comply with strict requirements, including clear user information and human oversight. And the last one means unacceptable risk. For example, AI systems that allow social scoring by governments or companies are considered a clear threat to people's fundamental rights and are therefore banned. According to this regulation, the European Commission proposed the first regulatory framework for AI in 2021. On the 21st of May 2024, the EU Council approved the AI law for standardize the rules on AI, which could set a global standard for AI regulation. Its main objective is to promote development and adoption of safe and trustworthy AI systems in the EU single market, while ensuring respect for fundamental rights and encouraging investment and innovation. On the 12th of July 2024, a new regulation of the European Parliament and the Council of EU laying down harmonized rules on AI and the AI Act for short was published in the official journal of the European Union. It is the first comprehensive legislation in the world to regulate this area and sets clear guidelines for developers, users, and regulators of AI. On the 2nd of August this year, the EU law ONI enters into force to promote the responsible development and deployment of AI in the EU. It sets clear requirements for developers and deployers of AI while reducing administrative and financial burdens for business. And there is also the deadline for consultation on general AI has been extended until 18th of September at the request of coalition of 11 technology industry associations. The law mainly affects the development of high-risk AI systems, not other levels. Despite the new rules, research and development will continue without restrictions. For example, signatories include for this requests. Signatories include organizations representing major technology companies such as Google, Meta, Oracle, Amazon, Microsoft, and Samsung. Although, at first glance, this act may not seem to have a direct impact on libraries, but the link between the two is quite obviously when you look more closely. Why is this link important? Libraries are already using a variety of AI solutions, such as materials recommendation systems, digital assistance for information retrieval, digital preservation tools, and content identification. With the wider use of AI, ethical dilemmas arise, such as algorithm bias, user privacy, copyright, and misinformation. And this act will set the framework for the use of AI in various sectors, including the library one. What does that mean? This means that libraries will unfortunately or fortunately will have to adapt their practices and procedures to comply with the new regulations. And what are the possible implications of this act for libraries? It means there will be increased transparency about use of AI. The privacy protection will be more sufficient, and there will be ensured that their systems are safe from misuse. And on the other hand, there will be more new opportunities. This act may also open up new opportunities for libraries by encouraging the development of innovative solutions that will improve new services for users. However, the new rules may also impose additional financial and administrative burdens on libraries. Finally, AI has the potential to be a game changer for libraries, transforming them into even more vital centers of information and learning. We can develop workshops and programs that demystify AI and empower people to use it more responsibly. Of course, implementing AI effectively requires careful planning. But with this thoughtful planning, AI can usher in a new golden age for libraries. Thank you.
Thank you,
Moita.
I'm really glad you raised the question of AI ethics because it seems really.
Thank you, Andrew.
So, are there any questions? There looks like there's one question really come in from Iman about are young people and adults covered by the AI Act, the European AI Act? Iman is asking. Moya, do you want to try and answer that question?
I'm not quite sure.
No, no problem. I think it probably does cover definitely covers usage in education, doesn't it? But whether it's got specific guidelines about young adults, I don't know. Are there any other sort of questions, maybe for Iman as well?
Well, while we wait for questions to come, thank you for this excellent panel, Andrew, Elizabeth, Iman, Moitza. Congratulations for your amazing work in the AI group. There are so many possible lines, perspectives, implications involved, and a central role already in our current and future professional development, right? So thank you for sharing, bringing that to the program today. As mentioned in the chat, everyone's invited, actually encouraged to subscribe to the group's mailing list, yeah, to stay informed of the group's many activities and events, as you have been showing some of them, and of course, you should also subscribe to the IT section mailing list, of course, so that we can keep the conversation going. That's the idea. Continue building community around AI, IT issues for libraries. It's so important to make use of the channels we have there. So yeah, Cory was mentioning that we also encourage you to join our regional AI symposium series. Yes, thank you, Cory. We are excited to gain regional perspective through these events. Yeah, really important also. And yes, a question from Helen Chan. Thank you, Helen. The question is, are there any specific issues with the application of AI in school education for teacher librarians? Any ideas, any thoughts there? Colleagues?
Well, I think it's a very important thing that we should think of. Like, I'm working in an academic university with a lot of data out of our 16, 17 years old data have been fed into machines for many, many years, and have been used even to generate revenue. So much like software, like the one who I wanna mention it, but like everybody knows it, who like detect the plagiarism, is actually feeding on our student data for many, many years, and they don't have any other issues. They have to consent, otherwise they wouldn't be able to submit their work and they wouldn't be able to grade it. So I think there's a potential of like we need to protect this specific area and specific age group, especially that they are learning and their writing style will change by time. And so I don't know, I do feel that more work should be done in this area, and that's my thought.
Thank you, Iman. Okay, Andrew was suggesting you, Iman, to talk about a bit more about agile methods and AI.
Yes.
In the section, we were studying in the section some possibilities, exploring on agile methods very recently, and it's very interesting. So if you want to elaborate a bit more.
Yes, sure. I can talk a little bit more about it. I even can share my slides if that talks. Let me do it again. Not the whole screen. I just need the slide. Here we go. So yeah, I have used the agile methodology before in my work in my uni. And basically, if I just go back here, which is slide this one, yes. So It's like just to put it in a very like easy terms, you have a goal you want to you have a project that you want to finish. So what we do is just we divide this goal into small sprints, and each sprint have a focal group, and each sprint has like a specific timeline, and you get the input of the end user all the time. It's not so after each sprint. So let me open this one. Can you guys see this? I hope that you can. All right. And is this like the right view? So to the address, there you go. Yes, I want to show you, I will share with you just for a few, I know we have like 9 minutes. The Scrum is it's the framework that I have used in my experience in my library, which is a popular framework where like each work is divided into what we call a time-boxed iteration that we call sprints, which involves a daily stand-up meeting, sprint planning, and prospective sessions. So it is the thing that this is my take on the daily stand-up meeting, because like since we work in a library and I took the agile methodology, but I actually adapted it to my environment, which I kind of eliminated the daily stand-up meeting, where we had, instead of daily, we had it like bi-weekly stand-up meeting. And in a stand-up meeting, we share, each one of us each one of my team is responsible on a specific sprint. They just share what they have done, how far they have been in their goal, and if they need any assistance from any other team. And that was very, very helpful to understand and to visualize the big idea to all of the other team members, and also to use our expertise. That's basically my idea on a whiteboard. So I have like how many goals here? You can 6 goals that I wanted to achieve it by in 4 months or 3 months. And so each goal I tried to divide it into small sprints, and each sprint has a focal point person who would be responsible for that. And this is just my idea on a whiteboard, and then we use software. Let me show you. That's the software that I have used. I'm not recommending the software whatsoever, but like it's one of the softwares that's popular, and that's the one that I have used. And you can easily track all of your the project sprints, and you can see where are you in each sprint. And as you can see, you can put a priority if this is a high priority or low priority. And yes, it kept us on track. It made us at the end finished on time our goal. There are some challenges when I used it, and I put it here. Of course, it's resilience, and people don't really understand what's going on. So it does need the people to understand and to be open to and collaborate in a different way. Also, the methodology doesn't really suit libraries as it suits IT project. So we need to tailor it to our needs. Things that we can use, we use. We think that we do not really need to use in the methodology. We don't have to. So that is neat. So a lot of, I think some work needs to be done in this area, in libraries and project management specifically, because we can definitely use a benefit of the project management methods that's already been used in for many, many years. Agile is not new method. And also one of the challenges was like the resource allocation. Most libraries have limited resource, and we have limited number of staff, and allocating the staff to each sprints also is was a little bit a challenge in my experience. So I hope that answered your question, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Iman. Very interesting point, and great potential there for an effective project management. Yeah, I'm not sure how AI is integrated or affects the methodology, if it does, or it's independent. The methodology, the agile methods, and the AI application.
So if I get question, is that like is the relation between AI and the agile methodology and how we can use the application that's supported by AI to help us in management, like Monday software or other softwares, etc. But unfortunately, it's all you have to pay for it. Unfortunately, nothing is for free. But we can definitely develop something inside in-house as free. But yes, we can definitely use the existing softwares. And AI at back at the end sometimes just help us in keeping us on track, keeping us and like in giving you an idea like recommendation system kind of, or like, well, other people who have done this project, it took them 6 months, so this is my recommendation for this for your project. But there is nothing like this I have seen so far, but I hope in the future we can see something like that. But at the moment I haven't seen anything like it. The software is pretty dull. You just put your everything is you have to input it in order to reflect on the software. But it's very effective in project in managing project and finishing on time, honestly.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Andrew raised another point in the chat. Did you see that, Mutsa? Yeah,
Yes.
about the
Yes, I can.
EU Act, and if the EU Act will be able to really shape the development path of AI. Yeah.
Yes. That is a very good question, and may I say that there is just going on a small war according to this law. On one side, Europe is accused of stopping all the progress. But on the other hand, we know that according to GDPR, this is for us, for users, a very good protective filter. Yes, it stops all the development processes for all financial investments, but we must be aware of that all those segments are very good for capital, not for user. This is the law which will securely make all users more safe approach to AI. We are aware that AI is going beyond our recognitions for the developers themselves, not just for us users. And we know that US is involved in the drafting of this law. On the other hand, if there is no such a legal background on what we are working with in everyday life, otherwise it will be just limitless capital. And there will be no fun living in the country without legal obligations for mastodons. This is my comment.
Thank you very much, Mutsa. Thank you. Any other comment? Well, Wouter was giving some thoughts on the relationship AI agile methodologies. Very interesting. I think we could have another conversation of this. We love this issue, right? But I think we are reaching the end of this session. Thank you so much, team, for your participation, your great contribution to the program, and your work in the SIG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena.
My pleasure. Thank you. Okay, so now we are back on track. We have great presenters. We are on schedule. Thank you so much. And next in our program, just about to finish this segment for Europe, Africa. We are traveling again to South Africa with Isaac van der Walt. Hello, Isaac, is that correctly pronounced?
That is correctly pronounced. That is fine.
Great, thank you. So he's acting deputy director at the University of Pretoria, and he will be sharing thoughts and experiences around embracing digital transformation, the dual impact on academic libraries as users and providers. So thank you for joining us today, Isaac, and If you are ready, you can go ahead with your presentation.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you for the introduction. As stated, I'm presenting from the University of Pretoria Future Africa campus, one of our sort of high-tech campuses, that you can focus on PhD students and enhancing PhD research and research output. So what I'd like to talk about today is digital transformation. So I see there was a lot of talks on AI surrounding AI. And I think it goes hand in hand with digital transformation. And if I look at the experiences that we've had so far at the university, I'm going to give you a perspective from library services, but also from an institutional point of view. So for me, digital transformation, and it may have been covered already, digital transformation requires delivering a more integrated, automated, and optimized experience for our staff and students and partners at the larger UP audience. And what I mean by that is it's the integration of digital technologies into all areas of the organization, resulting in a fundamental change on how services are delivered and how work is accomplished. And this is not just true for organization, but this is also true to academic libraries as it impacts all core functions. And we've seen the automation over the years, in terms of cataloging systems, circulation, as we're today, if you think about circulation, there's self-checkout, etc. And we're going to get to some of the more advanced technologies in a bit, but it is quite relevant at any type of organization. And as academic libraries involve, we need to cater for the digitally savvy, and digital transformation is essential for that. And I think everybody's quite aware of the different generational stages that are entering our institutions. And we have to cater for quite a diverse set of people. You have your millennials, your Gen X and Gen Zs. And so you have to really think about where people find themselves, what is optimal for your different clients, and how we're going to be able to support research throughout the organization. So the role of the library in all of this is, in terms of digital transformation, we're not just service providers for people, but we're also consumers of these technologies. And we adopt it for internal efficiency, and then obviously enabling different tech-enabled services. And this can be, I think probably the most talked about thing is probably the large language models. I'm going to try and refrain from brand names, but we adopt these different tools and technologies to help us with our work, to speed up processes and be more professional about it. But digital transformation isn't just about, installing an app or subscribing to a service. It's a little bit more than that. And we're going to get to that. But the key is balancing the internal versus the external needs. And what I mean by this as well is that, first of all, we need to take into account who our clients are. Are we trying to adopt something, for argument's sake, that might be a fad, that's short-lived, and we're going to spend time and resources on something that is short-lived? Or are we going to balance our own internal efficiencies to enhance an element or aspect of client service delivery, to see how we can balance this? So as users, as libraries, as users, in terms of this impact, we need to go through internal process of digitalization, or digitalization, if you want to call it that as well, digitalization. So we are increasingly automating different processes. And I mentioned some of this has been around for quite some time. Acquisitions, cataloging, interlibrary loans, data management, chatbots, and then there's even more processes. And I'm going to try and stick to the time to show you one of the examples that we're doing at the institution as well. So it's all about trying to streamline these different processes. So a lot of libraries might already be doing this. Some have done it for a while, and some are not new to this, but just integrating our integrated library systems and library services platforms together to provide a more comprehensive service portfolio. Now, this also extends into learning management systems, where the libraries are starting to integrate into the students' learning processes. But it's not limited to that, and I'll show you how the library also integrates into the institutional service delivery platform as part of the UP digital strategy as far as that's concerned. And there's just some, in terms of digital curation. So I use the word digitalization to differ it a little bit from digitization, but also making our resources available. Now, this is not a new process, but it forms part of this digitalization process within the different institutions. Then a hot topic as well, you probably heard a lot about that, is the adoption of AI and machine learning, right? So the libraries are using AI-driven tools for cataloging, metadata generation, even predictive analytics in some sense. But in the same breath, they're saying that libraries are adopting this. We also need to understand the degree to which they are adopting this, as some of these tools and platforms require enormous amounts of data. You know, if you do predictive analytics, and, you know, so it's being done in phases. And I think the word transformation describes that. It's not an instant thing. It's a process of, you know, a cocoon turning into a beautiful butterfly, that whole process. So, so we need to understand that in terms of it. So AI-powered chatbots are being employed to assist with user queries, enhancing the availability of library services beyond normal working hours. So the transformation is from a normal, let's say, 8-hour day information desk, maybe up to 12 hours information desk availability. We need to transform that to be able to deliver a service beyond the normal hours, and also probably faster based on historical data as well. The challenges, obviously, for implementing such of these difficult technologies is, and there's a list that I'll get to later, is managing legacy systems, right? So I'm aware of information desks that have pieces of paper and logging data there in terms of dealing with queries, but also lack of skilled personnel and overcoming resistance to change. And we're going to get to the challenges later, but that's probably one of the biggest hurdles and challenge that you could face in terms of digital transformation is skilled personnel and overcoming this resistance to change. But then also the other side of this impact is on our clients, right? So as providers, we are supporting digital scholarship, one of my big passions as well. So the expansion of roles by libraries, by offering new services to support digital scholarship. So digital scholarship is any form of teaching, learning, or research that makes extensive use of digital technologies and tools, right? So including things like data management, open access publishing, but now more. I mean, the array of digital tools and technologies available for supporting teaching, learning, and research. You know, that's our mandate in terms of the University of Pretoria libraries. It extends beyond just that. We're talking VR, AR, AI, or mixed realities, not just VR, robotics, and many more. Example of our library, we provide all of that in terms of support, training, and access to the infrastructure, including IoT and so much more. Institutional repositories and collection platforms. And I'm not just sticking to institutional repositories because that's kind of been something that's been around for quite a while. But you see the evolution of more types of collections and digital collection platforms becoming available. Now, if I just think about my own team, in terms of the processes that we go through, you establish let's say, new digital collections platform. That requires internal processes, training, skills development, and resources that goes into it. So the impact for us is resource allocation, training, staff, and many more. And on the client side, as providers, It's to provide people with spaces where we can collect, preserve, and disseminate this institutional knowledge, right? And then digital humanities closely tied to that. So providers, and please, there's way more examples of the impact of different things, but to providing people with the technical infrastructure and expertise for digital humanities projects using tools like text mining and data visualization, and now even more. So we're looking to more expanded services. So virtual libraries, I think everybody, not just libraries, but the whole world has moved to more online digital spaces. So for libraries, we started to create these virtual libraries where students can get access to consultation, massive increases in e-resources and database subscriptions, digital collections, virtual reference desks, in terms of just the availability thereof. And although I can't share with you our current metrics for this year, we've seen an increase in the digital footprint. And I think a lot of libraries, it's not just University of Victoria libraries, you've seen a decline in your physical books. You've seen an increase in your digital footprint. So we need to transform the legacy processes, but also still need to accommodate and balance that we still maintain the physical presence for specific users as well. New innovative learning spaces where these different technologies are being integrated. That can be either in the form of the digital hub, the virtual technology hub, innovation hub, maker spaces, and so forth, where these things are being supported. Collaborative learning spaces, tech-enabled rooms, so if previously it was a discussion room, now it's a tech-enabled discussion room where there's cameras and connections and so forth for people to use if they so please, and a big focus on user experience. This is also a fairly, well, the term has been used wildly the past three or 4 years in terms of the library spaces, or within the South African context. But we are really focusing on the user experience to the point where us as a library, we have a user experience division with a UX librarian. And the role of these individuals are to conduct interviews with our clients, to do surveys, and to gather information in terms of what their experiences are in terms of using our libraries. So a very important factor when it comes to the impact is what the clients experience. So when we need to understand the impact, and I'm going to use just brief examples, is just to understand, because as much as we say digital transformation, you can't just say, let's transform, let's adopt digital technologies. It's to understand the impact of each of these different elements and how technology kind of integrates. So this is just an example in terms of dealing with a client query. Let's say information desk receives a query via Ask a Librarian, Chat Librarian, or whatever the case might be. The individual drafts the response to that. Now, the individual can use generative AI writing assistants, something like Grammarly, etc., to enhance the response, to provide an enhanced professional response to that person. So the generative AI writing assistant can support the individual in drafting way more professional, concise, and consistent responses to an individual. So you can then have different people within the same organization maintaining a high level of professionalism when it comes to drafting responses. Right, so on the client side, you get the professional response received and hopefully increased client satisfaction. All right, so there's always these two elements that you need to think about. And it's also a good thing to ask yourself, is there a reason why we want to change a specific process or not? Another example, a lot of libraries, including us, purchase VR headsets to create immersive learning environments for students, all right? So it's very easy to procure a headset. You ask a service provider and you simply procure that headset. But When that equipment arrives, you require training and staff development on this. So from our side, we run a lot through this, through our Makerspace and Digital Hub, where we have permanent staff members and student assistants that do the training internally and upskills themselves on the different devices before we make that available to the community. Right, so that's the impact on us in terms of the staff development. But ultimately, when we deliver to the community, we provide an enhanced teaching, learning, and research experience, which ultimately can add to increased academic performance. Right, so we have multiple examples of not VR, but some of our other technologies that have resulted in enhanced teaching outcomes, enhanced learning outcomes, and also research projects that have sprouted out of that. Right, so now having a look at these different impact factors, I'm not going to go through all of them individually, but these are sort of the emerging trends just happening across, you know, the whole higher education sphere. For some, it might be already mainstream. For some institutions, this is kind of an introduction into some of the stuff. The one that I'm on at the moment, digital literacy skills, I'm going to talk about how the University of Pretoria tackled this in terms of its digital transformation strategy, and hopefully I can show you a second second project that also relates to that. In terms of emerging skills, digital economy, data science, personalized learning, one that I don't have on here, which is I'm quite fond of as well, is hyper-personalization of resources for academic libraries. So there you definitely need machine learning and AI to be integrated. Some of the other emerging things, VR, AR, sustainable initiatives in terms of libraries. You know, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. And then work integrated learning, which is something that the University of Pretoria also prides itself on, that these students get this experiential training when they do it. Good example of that is our information science students actually spend a week working in the library in terms of just how does an academic library work and function. Right, so touching on some of the challenges now with digital transformation, probably high on the list is funding constraints, right? So these tools and technologies, some of them cost a lot of money, some don't necessarily, but you need the financial resources to do this. If you want to set up an immersive lab, you're going to need some money to do that. Outdated infrastructure, that's almost a daily struggle for us in terms of some of our infrastructure in the library. And I'm not just talking about our own servers, but also our digitization equipment. Even in the makerspace, you know, you have 3D printers. Some of them are dated. We've got some new ones, but it's difficult to do some of this stuff. And even other library services that are outdated. Digital literacy gaps, again, going to get to that. So you're starting with staff complement probably of staff members that have been there for years. I'm quite an old staff member in terms of years at the University of Pretoria, and you might sit with students that have just graduated that are very tech savvy within the organization. Resistance to change, you know, you will get people in terms of pushing that back, and I can tell you out of experience, the digital literacy project that we ran at the institution, there was a lot of pushback from a lot of people in terms of that, and also the use of systems. And the one system I'm going to show you as well. Regulatory compliance, navigating data privacy laws, GDPR, etc. As an institution, we also have our own policies that guide the use of this information. So it makes it quite tricky to work with some of this information, you know. So if you're looking at implementing AI platforms and so forth, you might run into some restrictions in terms of the data that you use. Data integration, especially at legacy systems. Some of my colleagues that I've seen on this call might be aware as to trying to integrate all old legacy systems. It's quite a tricky system. Cybersecurity, very high increase in terms of this as a risk. So from an institutional perspective, this has moved up last year from an institutional point of view. The University of Pretoria risk cybersecurity number 7. This year it is risk number 3 in terms of cybersecurity. as a Department of Library Services, this is also third on our list. So big increase in terms of that. Interruptibility issues, you know, data not being machine readable, etc. These type of things. Digitization efforts, converting physical collections to digital formats. So good example then of digitization, our own digitization. We want to retrospectively digitize all our theses and dissertations, but we also have new content and different types of digitization requests. So it's an enormous effort to just try and do that. And then the other thing is inclusivity and accessibility, which is also a big focus for us, is trying to accommodate people that have been previously disadvantaged, might not have the resources, whether it be data for their cell phones or perhaps other accessibility issues, differently abled people, to try and get access to these different platforms. You know, you can't just make everything available online if there are people within your organization who have no access to infrastructure at their residence. But there's a few key things that you can use in terms of different digital transformation strategies, and I'll talk afterwards about the institutional digital strategies that we've had. So obviously clear vision and goals, and this needs to be driven from the institution top down. If the organization is not vested in digital transformation, it's very difficult as a unit within an academic environment to drive a digital transformation strategy if you do not have the support of the executive. Staff training and development, I'm going to show you that. I'm not going to touch on that right now. Employee engagement, consult all stakeholders, involve people in terms of the process, that people don't think you're automating by simply just replacing them, but literally that they are aware of what's happening. Collaboration with partnerships. We have a very well-established partnership with the institutional IT division as well. We have our own IT division as well that drives these different elements. Scalable and flexible solutions. A lot of times it's quite easy to just start an open source platform and get something going, but to scale that up onto institutional enterprise level can be quite difficult. Effective change management. I'll hold on to the example that I just shown. Data-driven decision-making, user-centered design, focus on accessibility and inclusivity, and sustainable planning to make sure that the projects are sustainable, that when someone leaves, we have so many projects that's driven, you know, digital transformation projects driven by someone, and then individual resign or moves on to a different project, and that project dies out, and all the money and resources that went into it dies with that person leaving the project. So this slide, the University of Pretoria launched its digital transformation strategy last year, and the library was actually one of the key players in the digital transformation strategy, in that it was responsible for the digital literacy evaluation of the institution. So if you look at the transformation strategy, this was driven by the Chief Operating Officer of the institution, the Digital Transformation Office. So it's driven from executive level down the institution, and then they selected the different key stakeholders to drive the different elements. And the library was selected for digital literacy evaluation. And a digital literacy framework was developed to drive and assess all UP staff. And they had to do this. So goal one, in terms of the strategy, was to do a digital literacy evaluation. Goal one, objective one, was to conduct this digital literacy evaluation assessment of staff, to look at the 5 different categories, and you're more than welcome to ask me afterwards on the 5 different categories. I'm just going to play. I don't know if there's sound, if anybody can just confirm if there's sound on this.
We cannot hear anything, sorry.
Sorry, was there sound?
No.
No, okay. I'm going to skip the video and just talk about the project. But the project basically talks about the digital transformation strategy, just in terms of, I'll let it play while I'm talking. So it talks about the whole digital transformation strategy and why the institution is doing this for our clients. So, and it talks about how we need to make sure that our staff are equipped in terms of digital literacy proficiency to be able to participate in this digital world, right? So we need to make sure that our staff are tech savvy, understand the digital environment around them. And this was now developed by the library, and it was sent out to the whole institution. This was, you know, sort of an outlay of the thing. I can't share the institutional results with you, obviously, but it tests people for different elements in terms of digital transformation, just to look at the different categories. And we would get these heat maps and data out of the institution. This was an old slide, and I just slipped in here, but we've essentially assessed the whole institution to get people's different levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and different categories that we evaluated. And based on that, we would make recommendations to people for training. So this training would form part of the institutional training portfolio that's available, whether it be in-house training at UP, whether it's through our business enterprises wing, or then whether it is through a third-party provider or LinkedIn Learning, as an example. So staff members would get this as a recommendation. This is the email that they would, that was the email that they would get. And then they would be taken to these different types of training recommendations that are available for them that they must go through. And then this is just one of the examples. This one, I think, focused primarily on LinkedIn Learning, just in terms of what they need to acquire. So this is just the example of a part of digital transformation on the institutional level, and also for the academic library, because this has been driven by the library. So the library is entrusted as part of one of the digital transformation agents within the organization. Right, so in terms of future outlook, we're going to obviously see more integration in terms of AI and machine learning, in terms of that hyper-personalization of different elements, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed realities, basically, advanced search capabilities, more intuitive, giving more personalized responses to people. But also, we're going to see an evolving role of the librarian in terms of digital literacy support that they will be providing for people, in terms of managing digital resources effectively, data curation, preservation, as always, consultancy and collaboration. So playing more crucial role in terms of these different types of you know, sort of services that the libraries have in terms of the type of information management, data analytics, and publication strategies for researchers, reimagining of spaces, constantly looking at that. We're going through a whole process now as well, where we're creating spaces for collaboration. We want people to use technology and give access to technology, the democratization of resources for people. I mentioned makerspace and innovation hubs, flexible spaces that are inclusive to accommodate a wide range of activities for people. And then obviously sustainable and green practices are part of, as an example, our design for our new library that we want to attain. I'm quickly going to jump, I've got 1 or 2 minutes left. I want to jump to a second digital transformation project that the university has done. And I hope you can see my screen right there. I don't want to share that one. Sorry, I just want to get this going. All right, so this project is part of the digital transformation strategy. So this is a platform called Service Management Automation X, or SMAX for short. And this is a project that houses tenants for an automated service delivery platform at the institution. It uses AI to it uses NLP to match client queries with different service results and connecting people to different service portfolios. But part of the digital transformation strategy is that our clients, in terms of user centricity, have a service experience that's the same across the board. So whether you are requesting a service through the library, or whether you're requesting a service through the information technology office, or whether it is a faculty query, the result will be the same and the experience will be the same. So people can then select library services. Sorry, I see. I've been on this before, so I just need to enter this. So when I go into this is the IT tenant. So now it's the different tiles in terms of selecting queries and service. We can select different types of services. And this goes into service workflow. So whether a client is requesting service from the library, whether they're requiring from IT, the service experience is the same across the board. And so we're also transforming the library services onto a digital automation platform. And I think with that, my time is up for the presentation. I thank you.
Excellent. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Thank you so much. I find it's been a great overview on some major challenges and impact factors nowadays in academic libraries, but most of them we could extend to all types of libraries, right? Having to catch up with fast technology development while finding ways to apply that to the services we provide, balancing internal and external needs you mentioned in your presentation as well, and to create a consistent strategy and a framework for digital transformation in the organizations. And I loved it with the library driving major transformation processes. So I find it was a great overview and a great project. So we will check if we have comments from questions from our audience in the chat. Yes, Andrew. Andrew, very interesting talk. He thanks you. He mentions that you stressed staff development across the institution and mentioned changing roles for librarians as such. How have library staff felt about these changing expectations?
Thank you for that question, Andrew. And interestingly enough, I see Chipa Marmela there also made a comment because I actually want to mention him. So I think there's obviously a resistance to change, but I think the library's doing a lot with regards to change management, be this through all the way from executive level to management level to inform people of the decisions and training programs. And Chipa, who's on the panel, is our training librarian. Part of his role is to, as our training librarian, who's responsible for staff development in the library. And through his guidance as well, we've developed training curriculums for the different types of tools. The most latest one is the exposure to AI tools. So it's driven in a official capacity where staff are, urged to to participate, but there is also just people willingly participating in terms of this. So I don't think the resistance by us is that much, but I think people are nervous about the change. So we're trying to show with these training sessions. So if you use the AI training schedule that we have at the moment, we're trying to show individuals how it can improve and enhance their work and make their life easier. So as an example, the training schedule would be training on things like Gemini, ChatGPT, Julius, and many more AI-enabled platforms. And the purpose of this is not to tell people you'll be out of a job. The purpose of these training sessions are to show people you can make your life so much more easier through these different training sessions. So yes, I still think there's a fair degree to some of the resistance, but overall, I think people are positive about the change. I think there's a definite need for training or need for training, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Another participant, Elsa Valente, sends a comment. saying, what I see, especially in European universities, is that some academic libraries cannot keep up with technology. Faculties often prefer to create their own information technology centers, for example, for research data management, where they can implement AI more quickly. What can librarians do to maintain their position at universities? Where do we need to focus?
Yeah. So I think what can be done in terms of that, and what I've seen, I mentioned it earlier, is about the sustainability. I think libraries play a very crucial role in terms of sustainability of institutional knowledge and information and just sharing and making things accessible. And what we find a lot of times is that some of these projects are championed by people, but as I mentioned, they might leave early. So you will have an individual at a faculty that establishes a new method or whatever to use for AI to optimize writing or editing. And that is then short-lived. As where the library can play the crucial role by engaging with stakeholders, saying to the research office, the education innovation, you know, and IT to say, let's work with you in terms of stakeholder engagement, to say this is the services that the library wants to focus on, and let's make this something sustainable. So I think that the library should engage more stakeholders to ensure sustainability of these projects. So I've seen it myself as well. We've had departments that run with their own chatbots till the end of days, and that chatbot after a year is gone because there's no more relevance to it. As where if you take a chatbot at a library level that is sustained by an IT department and the library strategy, that will have a longer longevity in terms of just being able. So I think that's sort of the position that the library must take, is that the services that we provide to our clients should be sustainable.
Absolutely agree from here. Yeah. Any other comment, question from Wouter? Wouter sends a general observation. He says, I like UP's inside-out approach by first addressing internal skills development and taking that into consideration before offering an enriched service to their clients. Also, nice institutional buy-in.
Thank you for that comment, Wouter.
Thank you, Wouter. Okay, any other? This was a very interesting presentation, a lot of information and ideas and insights. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we have no further comments, thank you again, Isaac, for your great contribution, your great presentation. It was great to have you here in the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, now we are having a short break before the next presentation. We'll be back in 22 minutes. And we will be, after that, flying to America now for the next segment of the program. Then there the stage will be moderated from the United States by Cory Lampert, our dear chair in the IT section and main organizer, who should be sleeping right now, by the way. So thank you for the effort, Cory. You worked so much for this event together with Francois Xavier in this exciting, challenging 24 hours event. So from here, a last big thanks to all presenters so far, to you all, our audience, for being with us and being part of this great journey today. And yeah, much more coming after the break. See you then. Bye. Thank you very much.